I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of July 23rd, 2020 to order. City Clerk, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call?
Councilmember Garner.
Here.
Councilmember Middleton.
Present.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Here.
Mayor Kors.
Here.
All council is present.
Thank you. So we have several presentations tonight. Our first presentation will be from Riverside County Public Health Officer, Dr. Cameron Kaiser, regarding COVID-19. Dr. Kaiser, are you with us?
I am, sir.
Great. So first, thank you for coming once again to speak with us and answer questions. I know on behalf of the council, we really appreciate your work and how available I can speak you've been throughout this crisis to help us. And, as we look to make policy decisions and use our limited resources on education enforcement, getting your input and data is greatly appreciated. I don't know if there's anything you want to share up front. We had a number of questions that council and staff submitted, which I sent you ahead of time since it required some data information. So I can start with those unless you want to give us just an update on what you're seeing and anything you want to share up front.
Sure, Mayor. Why don't I go ahead and give some initial opening remarks to sort of set the stage, and then we'll get into the questions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just to also give people an idea of the number, today we are adding 831 cases and 18 new deaths on top of the 28 we reported yesterday, for a cumulative total of 32,813 cases and 637 deaths in Riverside County. Now, I always caution people that large jumps like this are typically due to composites over multiple days, and I want to stress these 46 deaths occur within the last week, not the last 48 hours. But we do tally them as their death information is finalized and add them to our count. Since contact tracing is really the topic we're going to be discussing tonight, let me make a few opening comments on that as well. As we add hundreds of cases daily, even with over 400 contact tracers and case investigators, I think it's fairly clear it's impossible to do every single case in a timely fashion. And unfortunately, when we do reach out, the younger age set, which is now being most affected, are the ones least likely to follow up with the tracers. But we do get data. And the nature of the data that we do have highlights the unique issues specific to a high-burden jurisdiction like ours. With the number of cases as large as it is, spikes are invariably not attributable to one specific issue. It's usually a combination of factors, and I think the numbers I'll present will bear that out, which also likely means it is not one single sector or one single behavioral change which is involved in transmission. In addition, with our present positivity rates, that means people are more likely to come in contact with an infected individual and become exposed without realizing it, which means that transmission becomes more imperceptible, and in many cases, we never do find a source. This is a big deal, especially for gatherings, both public and private, and that is why we continue to actively discourage them. With respect to the Coachella Valley at large, some good news is that Palm Springs is doing comparatively well with about 7% of the total valley cases, and I'll talk about those numbers a little later. And the anecdotal reports that we see show the city actually does do better as a whole on non-pharmaceutical interventions like facial coverings. Now, correlation never implies causation, of course, but correlation is still nice. The local trends I will be remarking upon are thus at least as much a product of inference as they are of actual figures. Where we don't have good visibility into local trends, or more often where there are multiple conflicting signals, then we're going to be using anecdotes or reports from other jurisdictions to help guide us. And as we learn more about COVID-19 and signals start to emerge from the noise, I think we'll be able to better improve the quality of these inferences and how to understand the data that we do get, and then in turn inform our residents, not only in the city of Palm Springs, but Coachella Valley generally and countywide, so that they can know where the risks are, continue to take appropriate precautionary steps, and then hopefully we can start moving things back in a productive direction without making the situation worse. With that, Mayor Kors, I will hand it back over to you for the questions.
Great, and thank you so much for that. So the first question we had was, if you can give us a sense of the demographics of Palm Springs, if you have them that narrowly, and or the Coachella Valley, both residents and workers who have been infected, who have been hospitalized, or have died as a result of COVID?
My most current information shows 590 Palm Spring residents cumulatively counted as cases. And again, as mentioned, this represents about 7% of the CV's 8,461 total cases and is a case rate of roughly 12 per 1,000 residents. The majority of those identify as male at 57%, and most cases are in the 40 to 64 age bracket, 42.4%, and then 32.7% of those are aged 18 to 39. The cases, as you have seen from our numbers, have all disproportionately occurred in about the last month, pretty much everywhere in Riverside County. 24.1% of Palm Springs cases are white, 18.6% are Latinx, 2.9% are Asian Pacific Islander, and 1.7% are Black. But I should also note that 51.7% are unknown. So with the numbers of this sort, it is difficult to conclude presently if there are any racial disparities. Hospitalization data, that's also difficult to compute because we can't be sure we have all of those cases counted due to present test lags and facility reporting delays. Of the 590 residents, 19 have died for a case fatality rate of about 3.2%. This is a bit higher than the county case fatality rate, but again, also it's small numbers. So likewise, it's hard to say if this is a meaningful difference. And similarly with those small numbers, I am not able to draw any reliable conclusions about death trends currently right now.
Thank you. And I think I had seen something that was just put out late this afternoon that there were 5 additional deaths in Palm Springs over the last week, bringing it to 24. It was on one of the TV stations.
My figures are going from a couple days ago when we ran the city count, so you may have maybe more up to date.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just from the data and also the science, which as you mentioned is new, and you're learning, I think, daily on this. But what are the most likely ways we're seeing our residents and workers in Palm Springs acquiring COVID?
As I mentioned in my introductory comments, contact tracing, unfortunately, is being impacted both because of community prevalence causing more difficult to detect spread, and then a younger age set less willing to engage with interviewers. Where we have the best ability to infer about where they're getting it from is on employment, which we do have some numbers on. Now, I also stress that for cases in Palm Springs, I only have this for about 40% of them, so just keep that in mind. Of those that we do, about 6% are retired, consistent with your local demographics, and 3% are unemployed. For the remainder, where we had at least 1% of cases reportable, almost about 4% are in healthcare, 3.2% are in the restaurant industry, including front wait staff and kitchen prep, 1.9% are labor or unskilled, 1.9% are in managerial positions, 1.7% are clerical workers, 1.5% are students, although I stress these may appear in multiple places. 1.2% self-identified as homemakers, and 1.2% were in other professional or technical positions. The unskilled position may include custodial workers. That was 1.9%, but does not include agriculture, which is counted separately and was only one case for Palm Springs. Compared to the CV as a whole, again, we do not have information for everybody. We only have it for about 46% of Coachella Valley cases. 6% are unemployed and 3.8% are retired. About 4% of cases also occur in healthcare settings, but 4.5% occur in unskilled workers other than agriculture, although agricultural industry cases are probably being undercounted, and I want to point that out as well. In the restaurant industry, 3.2% of cases also occur, again, including front staff and food prep. 3.2% occurred in students, 3.1% in clerical and office workers, but only 0.8% in managerial positions. Agriculture accounted for 0.8%. Private gatherings overall are still considered to be one of the largest current contributors to case burden pretty much everywhere in Riverside County. This information, however, is largely anecdotal and is mostly based on trends that we see elsewhere correlated with local spot reports. Also, because many of those gatherings are private in nature, it is the hardest to have insight into in terms of absolute numbers.
Thank you on that. So the next question is, obviously Palm Springs is a major tourist destination. And what are you seeing from data from the science about whether having a large number of tourists in the city is a major factor in the spread of COVID here?
Let me preface this by saying that this information is retrospective and probably does not fully reflect recent statewide changes in sector guidance. With that proviso, currently the available limited data suggests that there is some transmission in some portions of the hospitality industry, notably restaurants. However, this is also true for the entire Coachella Valley. On the other hand, the number of unskilled workers affected is less in Palm Springs, which is certainly at least in part attributable to demographics, but these are also workers likely to be in tourism support industries as well. Whether your local restrictions have helped reduce that is certainly a plausible conclusion, but it's also difficult to prove. Like private gatherings, tourism and travel are not reliably reported to contact tracers. Part of this may be the governor's order, which prescribes non-essential travel out of the area. As far as tourism density, which is something that you specifically mentioned, I don't really have a great deal of concern about individuals passing on sidewalks. That's pretty low risk, especially if it's outdoors. But as the density of people increases, incidental interactions are likely to be closer and longer in duration. And at higher densities, they do start to become more epidemiologically significant, even if facial coverings are consistently worn. For example, we have seen this occur in some of the eastern Sierra counties. South Lake Tahoe, for example, that is a major tourism area, particularly in the summer, and they have observed dramatically higher transmission locally than El Dorado County as a whole. Now, I don't have hard data to state that this is specifically occurring in Palm Springs, but I'm sure everyone appreciates this is the slower season, and people certainly do know about the local restrictions.
It looks like we might have lost the mayor, but Dr. Kaiser, I have a question.
Yes,
can you tell me, we have a lot of our restaurant staff and other hotel workers work in Palm Springs, but then they live elsewhere in the Coachella Valley. Do you have any information for us about how many people are possibly getting infected in Palm Springs, but then who live in the rest of the Coachella Valley?
No, not precisely. And part of that is, even though we're pretty good at collecting home information for cases, employment information is much harder to come by. And even if we know their profession, we do not always know where they happen to work. So the information I have on that is quite spotty, and I wouldn't want to draw any conclusions from it.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaiser, I also have a question for you if I can. So it seems like the COVID cases or deaths or hospitalizations seem to be higher in District 4 versus the rest of the county. Could you speak a little bit to that? And obviously I know you can't make determinations about cause, but as policymakers, we're trying to figure out sort of what we can do in response to any increased rates in the Coachella Valley.
I think the simplest explanation for that is simply the nature of the demographics. Coachella Valley in general, and certainly Palm Springs specifically, are areas that have a greater proportion of retired individuals and people who are out there trying to move there for health reasons. We also know that there are many medically vulnerable people who live in the Coachella Valley for a variety of reasons. And I think this is what plays into those greater hospitalization numbers that we have seen as a whole in District 4. I think that people need to be cognizant of that fact, because there was certainly statements made earlier during the pandemic that, well, if you're medically vulnerable, stay home and let us do our business. The flip side of that coin is these people have to go out at some point. They do have things they need to do. Where we see our cases rise, particularly in the 45 to 64-year-old range, these are people who probably do have other medical problems, but nevertheless still have to go to work, still have to go shopping. And as our positivity rates go up, then that increases the risk of them coming in contact with somebody who is infected. I think that the hospitalization rates out in the Coachella Valley are reflective of your demographics. I don't think they're some specific behavior or sector abnormality which is distorting those numbers, but I think it also speaks well to, and I know this city council is cognizant of it, the particular care that needs to be kept in mind for the medically vulnerable in those situations.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, do you have additional information about long-term care facilities or other sort of medical facilities where cases might be versus the general population?
We do, but I don't have them at my fingertips. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
If there's a specific question, contact me afterwards, or Mayor Kors can do so as well, however you'd like to do it, and I can see what I can dig up for you.
Great. And I've been on by phone, so the questions Council Member Garner and Mayor President asked were on this list. My internet keeps on going down, so I'll do it by phone now. And I presume, given the answer on we don't know if there are employees working in Palm Springs who may live in the other cities is one of the reasons some of our neighboring cities without tourism are higher, I'm assuming the same answer, that we don't know if people who visit Palm Springs, if they, let's say they go back to Los Angeles, even if they find out from contact tracing that they were in Palm Springs and they think that's a likely way they might have contracted the virus, you would never find that out. Is that correct?
We would probably not find that out. That's correct. We're only intermittently informed by other jurisdictions of travel to Riverside County. I'm sure that we would hear about it if that information were elicited. We maintain good relationships, obviously, with other health departments, and we always pass on information to them. But people either don't say, don't remember, or didn't actually go. And unfortunately, we have really no reliable way of telling the difference. I'm sure everyone appreciates that contact tracing is, of course, entirely voluntary, and the accuracy is entirely dependent on the person we are interviewing.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaiser, thank you for your work. We have, as you mentioned earlier, a number of individuals in Palm Springs who on multiple levels are at increased risk. For many of them that I have spoken with, the fear of what they can and cannot do is quite palpable. What's your best advice for individuals who are seniors who have immune deficiency, and very specifically, individuals who've been HIV positive for many decades?
Well, you're absolutely right, and that these would be the population I would be most concerned about because of their unique medical fragility. I always stress to people that, even though we would like everyone to reduce transmission, certainly if you are the most medically vulnerable, minimizing the situations in which you would need to put yourself at risk is, of course, of most importance. Whether this happens to be minimizing whatever essential trips you need to do, taking advantage of those businesses which have special hours available for those people. I've certainly been very happy to see that my local supermarket has sort of a senior citizen morning, which has enabled them to shop in a somewhat safer area and also get whatever they need rather than having to make multiple trips to find something that isn't there. I think that, unfortunately, all of those things are necessary to help keep them safe, as well as whatever we can do to help diminish the risk to them out in the community. This is something also, too, where I hope that our business community can make a necessity like this into a business opportunity to serve those populations, because as it is safer for them to be there, that's better for business for them as well, because it improves their ability to serve those customers. And as I mentioned, I am very pleased to see those businesses that do make that effort. I think that not only translates into goodwill and good public policy, but is also simply good business.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kaiser, given your role as the public health officer, and something I think we've talked about before, but, for those who are advocating closing even more businesses than the governor has suggested, where he's limited much more to outdoors. Obviously, there's the other concern about the public health benefits of a prolonged shutdown that could be 6+ months on unemployment, mental health issues, many other factors. Can you just sort of weigh in on what you've seen to date during the close down and what your thoughts are on that?
I think a good thing to start with is maybe to talk about the relative risk of some of those activities and then go on to where the policy discussion could be. The most widely recognized document which depicts relative risks of activities actually comes from the Texas Medical Association. But most jurisdictions, including us, have adopted it because it is fairly solid as far as its evidence base. Bars are listed in the highest risk category in the TMA's hierarchy, on par with attending large concerts or going to stadiums for games. Inside dining is considered moderate to high risk, but moving it outdoors, and mind you, with sufficient outflow, you need air circulation, not simply opening windows. This drops it to low to moderate, along with walking in a busy downtown, which is probably the closest situation to Palm Springs sidewalks, assuming, of course, the density remains manageable. Private gatherings, such as dinner parties, barbecues, these are considered moderate risk, but they also note that risk increases with gathering size, especially as the number of separate households represented also increases, which is what we believe we are seeing here. Given what we've got, I don't think that we have the data to suggest that further closure of tourism sectors in particular is warranted. We just don't see those signals on our data. Even keeping in mind that we have relatively limited insight and we have multiple signals to consider, I also don't see a high spike that would point to this and say this really is a problem, we should do something more about it. The real question is whether that lack of data is based on the fact this is a slower time of year, or the other state interventions, which certainly do not occur in a vacuum, or whether your local policies are having a measurable impact, and certainly none of those reasons are mutually exclusive. However, whatever the reasons actually are, that is also a different question from whether the existing local restrictions should be further relaxed. Certainly at the statewide level, the governor has determined that counties on the statewide monitoring list, as we are, should not be opening anything further, and that is generally the policy he has taken. The Board of Supervisors has determined the county will align itself with the state's roadmap, but of course I have always said, and Mayor Kors has heard me say it on many occasions, that cities within the county are always free to do more where the need exists. This calculation may change as we move towards the winter and the more traditional season when the snowbirds start to head back to Palm Springs. We may be having sort of a different conversation about that, especially if they happen to be returning from higher burden jurisdictions. But currently, at least as it stands right now, I do not have the data to support that further closure would be in the best interest.
Thank you. And then, as we look at our education efforts and enforcement efforts, and, as you know, we're doing a lot of that in Palm Springs, and relatively and comparatively a lot more than many cities. One of the questions comes to, and you were mentioning, levels of risk, and, people walking past each other on sidewalks, if they're not wearing face coverings when they're closer than 6 feet. How much of a concern is that of yours on the list as we're trying to, use limited resources? Should that be a focus of enforcement compared to restaurants or other businesses? Just what your sense on that is.
Intermittent exposure, particularly out of doors, is not of great concern to me, even if they aren't wearing facial coverings. I would certainly prefer that they are. And I remind anyone who's listening that the governor still has an order on the books, and it is still an executive order. But from a transmission perspective, I am less concerned about it because the contact is intermittent. And especially outside, we have a rule of thumb with communicable disease that the solution to pollution is dilution. The more outside air that you have, the lower the density of infectious particles and the less likely people are to breathe them and become infected. We generally define an exposure as somebody being within 6 feet of someone who is communicable for more than 15 minutes where one or the other is not wearing facial coverings. This is not to say that if you're both wearing masks that it will never be an exposure, because things happen, people don't wear them right. The longer you're in a room together, pretty much anybody might be considered to have a reasonable exposure by that point. But that's generally the rule of thumb we've taken. And since most outdoors exposures in a setting such as yours are going to be intermittent like that, as long as people aren't hanging around, I don't worry about this a great deal. Now, if you have people hanging around taking pictures of the Marilyn Monroe statue or somebody, making a big group or lining up outside of an area, this would start to concern me more, especially if they were there longer than that critical 15-minute period, and especially if they weren't wearing facial coverings. And that might be something that you might want to think where the appropriate municipal resources need to be deployed in a situation like that. But intermittent brief contact, people walking in the street, I don't have great concern over that at all.
Okay. Thank you. Two other questions, and then if anyone else has additional ones that weren't sent in ahead of time, if you have a few minutes, that would be great. So one is, when a city employee, and this would apply obviously to any entity, tests positive for COVID, city manager want to know, should we allow them back to work when they're recovered, and under what model, the test model or the time model?
We recommend the time model. And in fact, the CDC is now discouraging the test model because people will test positive for an extended period of time. And I'll explain that in a second. In Riverside County, we have standardized on criteria slightly more conservative than the CDC model so that we have wiggle room. And also we can use the same criteria regardless of how bad or minor their symptoms are. Our criteria are 10 days since the last positive test. The CDC recently changed it from 72 to 24 hours, free of fever and the majority of other symptoms. The reason we use since the past test is people may not remember accurately when they had their first symptom, or they're not sure if something was a symptom, but everybody knows when they got tested. And if we start the clock from there, then we know we're invariably going to be okay at the end of it. If there is some question about clearance or what constitutes recovery, I am always happy to offer advice. Now, I do note, though, that I am serious about the last positive test. I want to discourage people repeatedly testing until they get the answer they want. Retesting after you test positive, especially on a PCR or an antigen test, false positives are extremely unusual because they are so specific for the nucleic acid or the viral protein that they're looking for. The false negatives are more of a problem with those types of tests. And retesting after you're positive isn't recommended by anyone except in certain unusual situations I won't get into here. And particularly for the PCR test, that's the swab up your nose. You're probably going to shed, junk nucleic acid probably for weeks on end, simply because the viral load was so high, your body's getting rid of all of that, but they're not actually viral particles that can do anything. In particular, I also do not recommend having a negative test before coming back to work. I have always said I don't test you after you've had the flu, and I'm not going to test you after you've gotten this either. If you're better, you're better. And the highest point of infectiousness actually seems to be before the majority of symptoms, not after. Once people have sufficiently recovered, and as I say, we use the 10-day rule and the 24-hour rule religiously, I have no concerns returning those people to work. There are a few unusual situations which you are unlikely to encounter on your own. We will almost certainly be involved in them. For the vast majority of your employees, the 10-day, 24-hour rule is sufficient to clear them, and we are always happy to be a reference if there is some question.
Great, thank you. And then there's one more question from the original list, which is, given there's a backlog in people being able to get the test and then getting results because so many people are getting tested, it could be 2 weeks plus from when someone thinks they're exposed to when they get the results. There's obviously a concern in certain situations, close working quarters, but especially in nursing homes, assisted living facilities, where if an employee is sick and there needs to be 2 people who test positive within 10 days before they're required to test everyone, and those folks don't really have the ability to go somewhere else to get tested, that we're seeing spread in those instances. And one, I know you're working to get those tests faster, so how that's going, but 2, is there a way that those facilities can be required to test everyone as soon as one person is positive, especially in those quarters with people at such a high vulnerable rate for serious illness and death?
We can certainly, and I also want to stress too, these facilities are usually regulated by the state. Skilled nursing facilities, for example, are regulated by the California Department of Public Health, and most other kinds of assisted living facilities are regulated by DCSS. But to the larger question you're asking, for a single case, I'm a little hesitant because the problem is I don't want to get people into a testing cycle where you get a single case, especially with the burden R high, you're pretty much going to be testing everybody all of the time. So I think a single case could get us into some trouble. But there is also certainly some argument to be made about what the exact interval is as far as the 2-case rule. This is something that we are having active discussions with at the state because it's not just local requirements, it's also state guidelines as well. And as I mentioned, we're not the primary regulatory agency for many of these facilities. But we do have input into that process, and we want to make sure that they do the right by their employees and their residents to make sure that if they do get a positive case there, that they are tested appropriately. We also are mindful of the fact that we don't want to swamp the testing system with results which may not pan out. So there's a fine line to be walked there. But I am certainly receptive to your concerns over the vulnerability of that population. And those numbers that you cited, the 2-test 10-day rule, are by no means set in stone. They are a current policy, and they certainly can be adjusted as the epidemiologic situation changes.
Yeah, I think that's just a real concern, especially in our city, given we have so many of these facilities, and a lot of those folks don't have a way to even get to an outside testing facility. And if it spreads in one of those, those people are at a much higher risk of dying from this. So I appreciate you looking into that.
I share your concern, Mayor.
Yeah. Any other questions folks have? Councilmember Garner.
Dr. Kaiser, you mentioned that contact tracing has been tough. You're not getting a lot of people, engaging with you. Is there anything that we can do to help that? Would it be helpful for us to be encouraging people to work with the contact tracers?
I think that absolutely would be helpful. I want people to understand that contact tracing is not something new or unusual. It's what we've done for every other communicable disease. Now, for this group in particular, I know that many of us have memories of the HIV pandemic in the 1980s. And there was a lot of concern when we were doing contact tracing during that generation as well, because there was a lot of concerns about privacy issues. People didn't want to out family, friends, or neighbors, or their significant others. But we also wanted to make sure that we got a handle on it so that other people were not being infected. The comparison is, of course, inexact, but some of the same things, people don't want to rat out their neighbors, they don't want to rat out their workplace, and we want people to realize contact tracing is one of the basic tools that any health department is going to use to try and control a communicable disease. We do it for tuberculosis, we do it for measles. The only real difference here is it's the scale and the scope of what's going on. And yes, I certainly would appreciate the City Council's assistance in letting people know that this is something that should be expected. It's something that we need to do to get a better idea of where the sectors are that may be affected, the particular behaviors we need to ask people to dial back down to deal with better. And also to let people know what's part of contact tracing and what isn't. There was a rather pernicious rumor that circulated that said that we were asking for Social Security information and driver's license numbers and things like that. That turned out to be scammers, but it made our job much harder because then somebody would pick up the phone and hear it's a contact tracer and they wouldn't talk to us at all. So I think letting people know what we won't ask for, know that this information is voluntary, know that your cooperation is appreciated, and also for people to understand the overall purpose of contact tracing is to make sure that we don't have more cases. And that's the way we get our schools open. That's the way we get our businesses open. That's the way we get tourism back. If we can get people to think about it in those terms and have sort of a collective action together to try and deal with these factors, then I think that having a strong message of contact tracing as part of how we get there can certainly achieve that for all of us and get us all back to the point we want to be. So thank you for saying that. I think that will certainly pay off.
Thank you. We'll do that.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. I just have a question. I know you just raised schools and activities with kids and things like that. The city is in a position where we're having to decide, are opening our library, at least for internet access, or other services or programs for residents through Parks and Rec. Could you talk a little bit just about what considerations we should be looking at, some kind of advice as we look at all of the services we provide residents and how to do that safely?
As a general principle, we would certainly want people to avoid mixing households wherever possible. And where you have households going through, I've heard of some jurisdictions that put armbands on people so they know who's with whom and that people know what bubbles they can hang around. This is one concept that I heard presented in some areas, or having things marked off with tape where they could be, stuff like that, to help try and minimize that mixing together. And you can still have the social aspect together, just don't have it as close. With regard to things such as pediatric population, the science is still somewhat out, but there is at least some evidence to suggest, and I know some of you have probably heard of the South Korean study that was reported on relatively recently. This is a fairly rigorous study. It's still preliminary, but it suggests that transmission is much less for children under 10. This does not mean that they can't transmit the disease, but they seem to be much less likely to. Much as in the situation with TB. For a school child with TB is of concern, but if they're younger, they are usually less effective at transmitting it because their lungs aren't as large, they can't carry as much bacteria, their coughs are not as forceful, and so even though it's not that they can't transmit it, but they don't do so very well. It seems that something similar is true for COVID-19. That's not to say that you shouldn't worry about it at all in those circumstances, and time will tell exactly how reliable those conclusions are. But I think that it's something also to keep in mind that for those services which may be tailored to the very young, the transmission risk may be less in that population than they might be, say, for teenagers or young adults. Teenagers and young adults, unfortunately, it seems their ability to transmit is about as good as everybody else's. And I also want to point out that even though we believe that younger children are less likely to transmit it, at least with the information we presently have, they certainly get it at about the same rates. The only reason we have seen fewer cases is simply because few of them are being tested. But I think those are the things you may want to keep in mind, that as long as you stick to those basic principles of not mixing households, maintaining good social distancing, having a strong facial coverings policy for people entering the building, I think you will be able to accomplish many of these things in as safe a manner as possible and still be able to provide services to residents who need them.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaiser.
I think I can take one more question because I have to prep for my next meeting at 6.
Sure. So just want to follow up on, non-household members being together. Some of what we hear is hotels are not as big a concern to some residents as vacation rentals, because vacation rentals can have 10 or 12 people from different households, or large tables at restaurants. Do you have advice on having smaller groups at restaurants, or how to best handle non-household members who are traveling together?
There's no clear recommendation on that yet. Again, I do point out that for the restaurant industry, we have seen transmission occur more there, but whether that's linked to large tables like that, unfortunately, I just don't have information granular enough to guide you one way or the other. But I will say that as a general principle, you're certainly right that if you have multiple mixed households, that is a larger risk. And especially if those people are there and then mix with other populations, that in turn is exactly why we're in the situation we're in. I would say, sort of as a semi-answer, that I would have concern about those situations, and my concern increases with the number of people involved. As far as specific advice on what a good cap is, or what other precautions should be taken in those circumstances, I don't have a clear guideline for you, at least not currently.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We all know how busy you are during this emergency, and really appreciate all your ongoing advice. And if we have further questions, we'll shoot them over by email. So thank you again, Dr. Kaiser. Really appreciate it.
Always happy to do so. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Always a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you. Well, our next item is perfect because maybe we can talk about high-speed internet as mine keeps on going out.
Yeah. Hey,
So,
Mr. Mayor, if we could,
my phone-
Mr. Mayor, just because we have also just a very brief presentation, we wondered if we could do that first before Joe. Because Joe will have a longer presentation. Gabrielle, from the Executive Director of our animal shelter, is here with just a very brief announcement on an adoption. So if we could do that before Joe. Thank you, Mayor. Gabrielle?
Hi there. Thank you, Dr. Reddy, City Council, and City staff for your oversight of our city during such a trying time and your partnership with the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. Thanks for having us tonight. The shelter continues to be open to the public for pet adoptions by appointment, and we have all COVID precautions in place to protect our visitors, our staff, and our volunteers. We need the support of our amazing community now more than ever, as animal intakes and surrenders have begun to increase due to people relocating to live with family or because of loss of employment. So this is a situation we had feared might come to fruition, but there are several ways you can help from afar. You can visit our updated website to purchase your dog license online. You can shop for shelter merchandise in our online store and make an appointment to access our low-cost public vaccine clinic. And today, Katie, the shelter's marketing and media coordinator, is here with bonded pair, Lulu and Roxy, who are currently seeking their forever home. Lulu and Roxy have great leash manners. They're very portable, as you can see. They're very social, and they get along well with other dogs. So that is one more way that you can help the shelter and our city, is by giving these two beautiful girls a forever home of their own.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So before the next presentation, if my internet goes out again, I've asked Mayor Pro Tem to help lead the meeting. It's not even that windy up here, Joe, so maybe you could give us some advice on improving our internet in Palm Springs as part of your presentation, which I know is not part of. So we'll move to our next presentation. Joe Wallace is with us from Coachella Valley Economic Partnership, and also to talk about the item. So welcome, Joe. Thank you for joining us. I've asked Mayor Pro Tem to help lead the meeting. It's not even that windy up here, Joe, so maybe you could give us some advice on improving our internet in Palm Springs as part of your presentation, which I know is not part of. So we'll move to our Joe Wallace is with us from Coachella Valley Economic Partnership, and also to talk about the item. So welcome, Joe. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I've asked Mayor Pro Tem to help lead the meeting. Up here, Joe, so maybe you could give us some advice on...
Joe, that sound is coming from your computer. If you maybe have the council meeting running at the time.
Joe Wallace is with us from Coachella Valley Economic. Welcome, Joe. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I've asked Mayor Pro Tem to help lead the meeting. Up here, Joe, so maybe
Mayor, why don't I work with Joe and get this resolved?
All right, hold on. I think my wife is watching on the other computer, so I'm going to have her turn it off.
Okay.
I can hear you, but I'm hearing other things too. That
Yeah, that's coming from your computer. Are you able to hear clearly now?
Hold on. I think my wife is watching on the other computer, so I'm going to... Did you get off? All right, because the sound is terrible. I can hear you.
You may want to make sure you have all your other browsers closed. If you had anything where you were watching the council meeting, that's coming from your computer. Are you able to hear clearly now?
Watching on the other computer, Did you get off? Is it working now? All right, because the sound is...
We still have that feed coming. Sure you have all your browsers.
Everything's closed.
From your computer.
you want to try to resolve this offline, Aaron, and then
Yes,
come back
I
into
think that
the
would-
presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
So are we moving on while they're doing that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So a couple proclamations were issued today. We're not going to read them. We have a long meeting, but one is proclaiming July to be Parks and Recreation Month, which is great thing in our city. And the other is commemorating the 30th anniversary of the enactment of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So really important occasions, and we just want to share that with the community. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items any council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Councilmember Garner.
Yes, can we remove M?
M as in Mary.
Yes.
Got it. Anyone else? Member Middleton.
Yes, I'd like to remove 1H as in Henry, 1N as in Nancy.
Okay. We have 1H, 1M, and 1N. That it? Okay. I would like to request the city attorney, Ballinger, provide a report on the closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Great. And I think we also need a motion on accepting the agenda without items 1H, 1M, and 1N.
I'll motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Garner, second by Councilmember Middleton.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. That doesn't seem resolved. We can start public testimony and then pick up the presentation when they're ready. So the next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You're asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note that general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the meeting. In addition, due to the volume of public comment on today's agenda, actually that's not accurate anymore, so we won't do that. Anyway, tonight the City Clerk will be contacting speakers via telephone. City Clerk, please begin.
Okay, David, you're live with the City Council. David Christian, and you can begin your comments.
Hello. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is David Christian. I've been an architect here in the Valley for 50 years, and I knew Frank Bogert very, very well. And Frank did not handle the Section 14 evictions on his own. He didn't have that authority. The land was owned by members of the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, and they, in conjunction with the city, wanted to develop it.
So,
per a local police report at the time, there were also 3 times as many white families as families, quote, families of color, close quotes, evicted from Section 14. So if this was a racial issue, who was the racial target there? Because, as I said, there were 3 times as many white families. Tracy Conrad has done an excellent article on that. And these paths of development are almost always messy and painful, unfortunately, but it had to be done for the future of the city of Palm Springs. Taking action that is for the greatest good for the greatest number is a mainstay of city planning. It's sad but true that that's the case. And also, if the members of the council would please take a few minutes and read some of the entries on Frank's Facebook page. There's a lot to learn about him there. And you need to keep in mind also that his peers have been gone 30 or 40 years. And how many of us would have virtually a couple thousand friends coming forward to defend their honor for a man that was born in 1910? So essentially, I feel that the statue is where it needs to be, considering his massive contributions to the city of Palm Springs. And there must be a reason that Frank has so many friends fighting for him right now. Thank you very much for hearing me out, and I appreciate the efforts that you all make for the city of Palm Springs. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Susan Smith. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kors and council members. I have lived in Palm Springs for 63 years. I would like to suggest that you leave the Palm Springs Police Department as is and not do any type of defunding. I know that you're aware that we are finishing projects downtown, and the tribe is developing as well downtown, and we are going to need to add police officers to protect our city and for safety. The second thing I wish to comment about is Frank Bogert. Frank Bogert was an upstanding and very hardworking man for our city. I understand that there are misconceptions or misperceptions about him, and I think that instead of spending city funds to change his memorial, that those funds are better spent to add restrooms to our city parks and to focus on other projects. I don't believe there was any racism at the time, and I think a full study into that Attorney General report from 1968 will yield the fact that there was a rebuttal to that report that has not been reviewed or discussed. So again, I suggest we leave that alone and table that entire subject and move forward to make substantial changes otherwise within the city. I think it's time that this council focus on moving forward and completing projects and focusing on the overall unity of our community, and a protest or more protests are just not going to be productive at this time, and with the
Ms.
shortage
Smith?
of funds and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Francine McDougall, you're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
I'm speaking to item 4A. I've been a Palm Springs homeowner for the past 9 years, and I certainly appreciate the challenges and difficult decisions the city needs to make during this difficult time. Recently, I've noticed that people on social media have been pointing the finger at tourists visiting Palm Springs as the cause of the spread of the coronavirus. But I've personally observed many residents not complying with wearing face coverings or social distancing at places like our local dog park, and more prominently by employees at big box stores like Aldi's and Walmart. Many of our smaller businesses and local workers will not survive another shutdown. Whilst everyone's health is of course most paramount, there must be a way for the city to enforce face coverings at businesses and public areas like Palm Canyon Drive so that we can remain open and not go through another lockdown. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Jeffrey Bernstein, you're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Mayor Kors, Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, Council Members Middleton, Woods, Garner, and Dr. Reddy. My name is Jeffrey Bernstein. I'm the owner of Destination PSP and wanted to comment on agenda item 4A. There is no question that the health and safety of our residents is top priority. However, it is likely that we will be living with COVID-19 through a good part of 2021. We have seen all of the events and groups for 2020 canceled, and there's a possibility that many more will cancel for the first part of 2021. Our city's economy depends on tourism, but it's not just about putting the money over health. Our museums, theater, arts, nonprofits, and our workers are all in a dire situation. If our economy worsens due to curtailed tourism, we will undoubtedly experience additional cuts to infrastructure, community services, and public health and safety. I would like to suggest the following. 1, ensure that our residents, visitors, and workers are well informed as to our city's safety requirements so that there is no question that safety is our #1 goal. 2, enforce the requirements. It is not always pleasant, but rules mean little without it. 3, while we can still hope and plan that 2021 brings some return to normalcy, we should have a plan B. We can show that Palm Springs is like no place else and set the example for safe tourism and community activities. We have large outdoor spaces, low density, and in a month or so, we will have the perfect weather. With the right planning, we can create a city that is in a unique position to offer safe outdoor dining, shopping, theater, music, arts, and even fundraising events. We have parks, parking lots, golf courses, perfect for a stage and controlled physical distancing. We should reconsider closing streets for certain periods. I realize this takes money and time, but we do have the resources and talent. We have a lot of businesses, organizations, and residents that will want this to work, as well as an incredibly talented and dedicated city staff. And you took the lead on precautions when this pandemic started. What we really need is a plan to reimagine how Palm Springs can be the safest and most vibrant city. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Sean Wood, you're live with Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Sean Wood. I was born in Palm Springs, and I've been a resident for 68 years. I am also a business owner in Palm Springs with over 100 employees, contractor, and I'd like to speak on behalf of the Frank Bogart situation. I knew Frank Bogart. I knew his family. He was a very good person. I think there's been a lot of misconceptions and mistruths being spoke about him and being written up. And if I just want to refer you to the article by Tracy Conrad and to other people involved with the Historical Society. As a child, I remember driving through that section with my parents on the way to church to Our Lady of Solitude, and it was a blighted area, and you know what it looks like now. And I would also like to mention that if it weren't for Frank Bogart in particular and people like him, this city wouldn't be the city that everybody wants to flock to now, including those people that want to take this memorial down. So I just highly recommend that you just get all the facts first before you make any decisions. I think this is really a non-starter and something the City Council should just table and learn more about. And I just want to thank the council for hearing me out, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Dina Insworth, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Dina. I am a recent transplant and homeowner here in Palm Springs. And I just wanted to mention that I take COVID very seriously, but I don't support a shutdown. I would rather see some stronger enforcement of mask wearing, some of those types of actions, so that we can keep the city open as much as possible anyway, so that we don't lose both our health and our livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Steve Barkol, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Mayor Kors, a member of the council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to speak about item 4A. I thought Dr. Kaiser's comments were all informative and very insightful. And I want to talk about shutting down the city further than it already is. Palm Springs closed up during the shelter in place because it was the right thing to do. But realistically, we could be living with COVID for the next year or longer. It's unrealistic to say that we will close Palm Springs down until the pandemic has passed. That's why I think we need to focus on education and enforcement, especially enforcement. I recently saw a picture on Facebook of a local church gathering with no social distancing occurring and with mostly unmasked people. These were not tourists. Shutting down tourism here in the city will not solve the health problem and will certainly create further economic hardship for the city and the people who live and work here. Once again, we need to be educating and enforcing the rules that the city decides to implement. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Jennifer Lynch, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Lynch. I'm an attorney representing the property owner and applicant for the Greyhound West Terminal Cannabis Dispensary project that's before you tonight as item 5A. We want to very respectfully push back on some of the statements that are included in the staff report. First, the report references a finding that there would be an overconcentration of cannabis facilities within the same block, but there are no other cannabis facilities on the same street block as the Greyhound West Terminal building. Second, the report states that the site is directly adjacent to the holdings of Harvest Dispensary, but that isn't the full picture. The dispensaries touch back corners. They are not on the same street. Third, the staff report claims that the project would cause an adverse impact to other retail and restaurant uses in the vicinity, but we're unaware of any retail or restaurant use that opposes the project. There are very few restaurants on this street. The commercial uses are generally smaller, disjointed, and somewhat underutilized. This area would really benefit from the revitalization that this project would bring. There are so many factors here indicating that this is exactly the type of project for which the distance waiver is appropriate, and it's hard to fit all of these reasons into a mere 2 minutes. But some examples include this building has been vacant for several years prior to the applicant purchasing and investing in the property. The site is owned by the applicant. There would be no issues related to an absentee landowner. This project would restore an architecturally unique building, beautify the street frontage, and bring more retail patrons to this corridor. The project would be operated by one of the more experienced and successful cannabis operators in the state. You'll hear more about this from the next speaker. This project is consistent with adjacent commercial uses, which are visitor, adult, and entertainment focused. And this applicant has a record of working with the city and the community on the George Floyd mural, and we really want to continue those types of partnerships with Palm Springs. We hope that the council has read the letter we submitted yesterday. I understand that the city has amended again the cannabis code sections that we cite in that letter, but it doesn't change the fact that the factors we discuss in our letter really weigh in favor of issuing this distance waiver, and we really hope the council will consider that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Nick Woolen, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and if you could please mute your TV.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here in regards to item 5A. My name is Nicholas Woolen. I'm the property owner and applicant of 317 North Indian Canyon Drive. I'm here to share what makes community development qualified to operate a cannabis business in this community. We're qualified operators with a long history in this new and evolving industry. We're the owners and operators of 2 large-scale cannabis businesses in both Riverside and Los Angeles County. We are proud to be in good standing with both local and state authorities with 0 documented violations. We are a vertically integrated cannabis business with operating licenses in all sectors. We employ 100 full-time employees, and this proposed project alone will provide an additional 35 full-time job opportunities for local residents. We see this space for the community to gather and partake in community projects such as creating and displaying iconic art murals. We are confident that this project will be another attraction in the city of Palm Springs that provides local value and garners tourism. As you may know, we are an essential business and are equipped to weather this virus pandemic while generating important tax revenue. We would be grateful for the opportunity to restore and preserve this important and original mid-century modern building. I would be happy to answer any of your questions when reviewing item 5A. Thank you all very much for your time.
Mr. Woolen?
Yes.
If the City Council has questions, would you like us to call you back or the attorney?
Either. Probably the attorney. She could probably handle it better, but if they want some just for the property owner, they feel free.
Okay, thank you, and we'll
thank you very much.
Calling you back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Courtney Novales, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, City Council. I'd like to speak in behalf of regards to the removal of Frank Bogart's statue. What is happening to Frank Bogart's statue is wrong. We cannot have our Palm Springs history removed by false allegations and rumors. Frank Bogart was not a racist. He was not a homophobe or an anti-Semitic by any terms or means. What the allegations suggest are false, and by the City Council acquiescing to these allegations would do in part would be committing Mayor Bogart of a crime of racism that there is zero substantial evidence of. City Council has no right to pay any part of a community thought owed of reparations by any of Bogart's family's name or by Mayor Frank Bogart's reputation. Please leave the memory of a good man alone and Mayor Bogart's statue, where he was honored by the city and the citizens of, where it stands. I yield my time and thank the council for theirs as well as thank our law enforcement for their continued service and protection of all of us. God bless you all and thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, if I have one person already on the line, if we could take this public comment, we'll pause after this. Mike Johnson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Focus on what's wrong with the city, not trying to fix some little infinitesimal issue within the city. There's major issues that are going on within the community that we need to focus on, not some little statue that's been around for the last 50, 60 years and nobody's complained about. We need to take care of our community, our residents. This isn't dealing with it. We don't need to deal with this BS, okay? What are we going to do when Marilyn Monroe comes back? We're going to put that statue up, and we all know about the past that she had. Come on. Come on, guys. Get with it. Focus. Take care of the city. That's all I have.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, we'll return to public comment after when you're ready.
Great. Thank you so much. So Wallace. Wait, you need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, yes.
All right. So, Mayor, you and I are both victims of technology today.
I know. It's not a good night for technology, for sure.
That's right. So I only have 3 slides, and I want to leave time for as many questions as the 5 of you would like to ask. So my first slide is up, and that's the mission and the activities. I know some of you have been more involved with CVEP than others, and I want to make sure everyone knows what it is that we're supposed to do. And our mission is and has always been to identify and advocate for the economy of this valley, to elevate to a higher level and to a more diverse business base that's essential and not dependent upon tourism and hospitality. That's what CVEP's mission has always been. That's what it is today. We do active mentoring of entrepreneurship. I don't know what went on with that before 2011 when I came, but I was recruited to be the original person to run the Palm Springs Innovation Hub. That's why I came out. I'm an accidental CEO. I became a CEO because of a financial crisis, and the percentages that CVEP had to deal with were very similar to the percentage and revenue losses that the 5 of you are dealing with right now. So my heart is with you, and I understand the frustrations that you're going through. We conduct seminars on financial literacy and best practices in business, and we conduct them in both English and Spanish. And 2 of our people on staff, 2 out of 6, are native Spanish speakers, and they have no problem communicating in both languages. The other 4 of us have gone through training, so we're not going to order something at a restaurant that's nasty or call somebody a name. We're good at Spanish from a tourism perspective. We do have direct assistance to businesses to retain them, to help them expand, and attracting businesses, which is not something that happens a lot in our state. But I sit here and I look at the roster of the companies that have come through the Accelerator campus, and I think 7 out of 13 have come from somewhere else. Most of it's coastal California, but the printed circuit board manufacturer came from Flagstaff. And those moving vans aren't often coming west. And so we have successfully attracted businesses, and we try to give people advice that's both appropriate and practical so they can use it to do something that allows them to have prosperous businesses. The thing that we moved into a couple of years ago, whenever the Amazon HQ2 RFP came out, was, and I was getting calls every day, get this for us. We're the next place for Amazon. And all of the things that they were asking for are things that we just didn't have, including 1 million people. I think they've changed their tune on that one by now. But what we identified and started advocating for is that we truly need a 4-year university that has STEM degrees so we can fuel the growth that will be jobs that pay a living wage and even a prosperous wage. State-of-the-art bandwidth. If those of you who were at the summit that year, you remember me saying, if that little white circle pops up when you're trying to watch a movie, that's bad bandwidth. And that's what got you earlier tonight, Mayor.
It did.
And we've tried our best to advocate for venture capital and angel investment where the money from here can go into the companies from here. This is the one we've really had a hard time with, and I think it's due to the fact that a lot of the wealth here is older, and to get somebody who's 70 years old to put up $10 million so he can make another 10, it doesn't matter as much to him. It works in the Bay Area because a lot of your very wealthy people are young, and they're hungry, and they're having fun with it. And bringing in people of that nature to this valley is how we'll get the venture capital that originates here into the companies that originate here. In spite of those 3 things that we've identified as absolutely vital, the most important thing right now is to get our tourism industry back on track. And the reason is because the taxes generated from tourism are the dollars that will be used to make us less dependent on tourism over the next 5 to 10 years. And it's something we need to do is not have all of our eggs in the same basket, but we have to go to that basket to get the money to make this happen. Next slide, please. This is just a slide on the iHub itself, the one in Palm Springs. It was established in 2011. It was July. The founding documents for the entire state's iHub program were written in Palm Springs. A lot of people don't know that. There was a fellow who worked for the county, the name of Brian McGowan, who kind of led that charge and put it all together. We were one of the original 6 iHubs commissioned by the state, and they're now up to 11. And we're consistently in the top 3 on performance with respect to job creation, company creation, and all of the things that the state put in place back then that they wanted to see the iHubs do. And we incidentally have one of the smallest budgets in the entire state, but we're in a place where you can get by with less. So we've done that. That operating budget is last year was $200,000, and that came entirely from the contract that we have with the city of Palm Springs. It started out at $175,000 a year, with $125 from Palm Springs, $25 from Desert Hot Springs, and $25 from Cathedral City. When those 2 cities went through turmoil, they both dropped off of funding the iHub, but they both do fund the general operation of CVEP. During our 9 years, we've had 86 startup companies. We've had that's how many we've accepted. 35 are still in the program. And that's from our report to you guys on the 31st of March of this year. Those companies have generated 23 patents, have attracted $30 million in equity investments. And I hate to say this, but $29 million of it came from the Bay Area and roughly 1 million came from around here. And about 200 jobs have been created to date. To put the cost of job creation into perspective, the Federal Stimulus Act has been estimated a single job cost between $250,000 and $500,000. So if you look at what it costs to create the 200 million, we're a pretty good bargain by that metric. Accelerator Campus was established in 2013, and the refurbishment was completed in 2015. There were $2 million in capital improvements put into that campus. $1 million came from the City of Palm Springs and the Measure J Commission. The other $1 million, CVEP raised. Part of it came from the Desert Healthcare District, $500,000. $400,000 came from Wells Fargo Bank through our partnership with NREL and the IN2 program. And another $100,000 are dollars that we raised independently to do things that we wanted to do over there. So we're equal partners in that campus. Total iHub investments to date, including all of the salaries and operations for the 9 years and the capital improvements, is $3.625 million, with $1.625 being operations, the other $2 million being capital improvements. And so the question I have, and you guys are the ones that have this decision, will the Palm Springs iHub program be a casualty of the COVID-19? It can be, or it can't be. And I have one more slide, and then I'll open for questions. I'll say the relevance of CVEP and the Palm Springs iHub right now. Diversification of the economy is visibly needed more than it has ever been needed. More than in 2000, when we were 20% dependent, more than in 2009 with the housing crisis, when it was 40% dependent, and now some of the cities have got upwards of 60% dependency on the tax streams from tourism. So diversification is needed. CVEP is the only entity in the whole valley that is dedicated with the mission to diversify and elevate the economy in something other than tourism. It's odd, the CVB had a $20 million budget last year to bring in tourists. We had 1.3 to diversify the economy. That's a giant disparity. Imagine if you would have been investing the same amount for the whole 75 years that it took to build this magnificent tourism economy in other things. There have been billions of dollars invested to build the tourism economy that feeds and employs this valley. Other things haven't been invested in that way. A lot of trends are out there now. One is automation. It's being accelerated because of the weaknesses that have been exposed by COVID-19. It's going to hit our hospitality industry. They've got these bartending devices. One's called Tipsy, and they've got another robot called Flippy that flips hamburgers, and they don't get sick. They don't have benefits. They don't call in sick. So we have to prepare ourselves for this, and it's for the people that live here. Restaurants will be hit, agriculture will be hit, even education will be hit. There's people that are saying 40% of the brick and mortar universities in this nation will be shut down 10 years from now because people are going to college online. The last 2 people from CVEP to get a college degree got it online. The last 4 members of my family who got college degrees got them online. And it works. They got good jobs when they were finished. Their careers are flourishing. Large cities are seeing out-migration due to cost, due to the hassles of living there, due to safety issues. The Wall Street Journal had an article last week about a venture capitalist couple from San Francisco who had moved to La Quinta. If you talk to realtors, our houses are getting snapped up in a day or two, and most of it is people coming in from Orange County, the Bay Area, New York City. This is the workforce that we need. We've had trouble being able to have locals qualified for high positions. Grace and I had a conversation the other day about this, and if you look at CVEP, you probably know I'm grooming the next 2 CEOs right now. One of them is going to break the glass ceiling as a female, and the other one is going to break the ceiling for a Latinx. And we've been working through this for the last 4 years, and I think it's vital to be able to do that. So we're in tune with you. I heard you the other day, and I didn't mention it to you, but yes, and they even know it, that they're getting lined up. So that's something we're doing, and it's something we'd like to teach other places to do. So we're ideally sitting here to attract these telecommuters from the coast. They can come out here, they can afford a home, they can have 10-minute or 0-minute commutes. We have enough restaurants for a population of 2 million people if we can keep them open. And that means people who will go to them and enjoy them and patronize them. We're already expanding right now into an advocacy for access to higher education, including partnering with the COD campus that's going to be 4 blocks down the street from our headquarters and your city hall. I'm on the architectural committee for that campus. Dr. Kinnaman wants me to make sure that they use the Scenic Line, this 100 megabit per second fiber line that's in place for the universities of California to all speak to each other. And now it connects to the Pacific Asian culture line that goes to the Japanese universities. It goes down into Texas. And we're poised to be a big part of that. Who knows? You guys might need our headquarters by the time that campus opens up, and we might have a presence right on the campus. But you can run the Scenic Line down and get the bandwidth, use it for the city, use it for both for the iHubs, do it all. So please, let's find a way to keep the Palm Springs iHub open in operation. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions that any of you have right now.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions? Councilmember Middleton.
I'll start with a couple, and I may come back for some others. But first, Joe, I want to thank you for that presentation and for the passion that I know went into it. Really appreciate that. You spoke of Coachella Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau and the funding that they receive. And of course, they receive that funding because we've set up a mechanism whereby they are funded through tourism taxes, and they get a percentage of that. But we have no similar kind of program when it comes to CVEP, where there is funding that comes in on essentially a fee basis. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas as to going forward how we could stabilize the funding that goes into CVEP and stabilize it across the Coachella Valley.
I think there's a legal term for this. Joint Powers Authority, I believe, is what was set up to fund the tourism promotion for the CVB. And my time in CVEP, there has been a few words said about trying to do something like that, but there have been no actions. So I think that's a great long-term thing to try and do. I think it equalizes the investment dollars that are coming in across the valley, which would also equalize the efforts that we can put in on both ends of the valley. So great idea, but not cooked yet.
Obviously, it's a long-term question. I don't think we can wave that magic wand and deliver it tomorrow. But I do think we've got to stabilize this program, because what's happening now is what happens frequently. Crisis occurs, budgets fall, and you start looking for every nickel that we can possibly save, and that's when programs like your own become in the jeopardy that they're in now. So what is it that you need now in the short run to be able to get through approximately the next 6 months as we try to find out just where is this economy going?
Okay, so there was a proposal on the table, and I believe that the city manager, David Reddy, put it on, and it was to have the city of Palm Springs invest half of what they did in previous years with the intention to do exactly what you just said, which is to, see what happens in October and November. I have continued to talk with David, and I've offered other suggestions for how you could support CVEP that don't involve writing a check as well. So
okay.
It would involve writing some checks, but not like last year. So that's something that he's aware of, I'm aware of, and
okay.
And it might be nice if I could, Council Member Middleton, just a brief summary of what that is. So in summary fashion, and this will help the discussion, CVEP will take the two. The CVEP individually, the city supplied 125,000. What Joe is suggesting, if we could waive the rent portion, which is approximately $65,000 for the year, in essence, that would serve as the city's contribution for this year. So in essence, we would not pay for CVEP's our portion for the year. We would just waive the rent, and that would be about $65,000. Now, the money we give them, they turn around and pay us. So the bottom line is we would not be writing them a check. That's on the CVEP portion. On the iHub, we supply approximately $200,000 for that. And what he is asking there is if we could, again, relieve the rent in that facility, which is about $41,000. And so then the year, what we would pay them is not the 200 minus the 40,000, obviously, would be approximately 143. Now, you've already funded that for 1 month. So if you're going to fund the iHub for the full year, it would be approximately $140,000. So that's the iHub portion and the CVEP portion. That's for a full year.
And can't deliberate on that now, though, so at this meeting.
Jay, if I could ask one more question. Yeah. David, given where we're at today, how confident are you that we would have that additional $140,000 to provide?
At the meeting in August, a special meeting that we're having, then of course more developed in September, the September meeting, we'll have figures that are coming in finalizing the previous year's fiscal year. Now, what we're seeing is we probably will have some increased revenue to express to the city council. We're a little cautious on that now because we know we have some outstanding expenditures, so we will have some revenue. So at this level of 143,000, certainly we will have that additional revenue. But again, that's for the full year. Now, if, and this is not actually on the agenda this evening, if city council wanted to actually have this discussion later based on your direction, we would bring that back to the next meeting as a budget adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Councilmember Woods.
Hi, Joe. Nice to see you again. This is an opportunity for you to explain to us all the good deeds you've done. You said that you brought in $30 million worth of investment. And was that into Palm Springs? And can you describe what that looks like and where it exists?
That's equity investments that were made by venture capitalists and angel investors into the companies that we've been mentoring in Palm Springs. We didn't raise the money. We coach companies on how to go out and speak before venture capitalists. And that $30 million is what the companies that we've been mentoring have been able to raise.
And how many of those companies are located or headquartered in Palm Springs?
16, 17.
Okay, and can you give me an example of a couple?
One, Subeka, is a company that started out with us. They moved from Valley Center to here because of our iHub. They've raised, I think, $8 million. Part of it is from the venture firm that funded Tesla in the beginning, and it's the wife of the guy who started Ariba. And They have the water meters, and it allows you to know what's going on with the water in your house, right down to telling you which toilet flushed. If you're an expat and you're out of town and you get a leak, it'll call your plumber for you with a text message. They've got these things. They've got customers called Caltrans. They're kind of all over the place, and they wouldn't have ever even been here if we didn't have our program. I think they have 16 employees at last count. They're a graduate, so that's one that brought in a pretty good amount of money. Sactec Solar has had about $6 million invested in it, a lot of it from the owner, but some of it from outside. They moved from Torrance out here. They moved because of the facility we had at the Accelerator campus. So those are our two that are big and visible and sell a lot of stuff. If you've been to the campus and you look at those shipping containers, inside the shipping container is about 10 kilowatts worth of solar panels. It's got the inverters and the batteries in there, and they can electrify. One of the things they sold went into Africa. They sold it, and it's running a dental clinic. Another one's running a school. So it provides solar electricity and storage to places that don't even have a grid. So these are the kind of things that are going on over there.
And I'm trying to understand exactly what the revenue stream is to the city. I hear 16 jobs, but if you have 16 people working they're manufacturing the product somewhere else, these water things, what's the advantage to the city of Palm Springs?
Actually, they were manufacturing them all here, and right now they've opened up an assembly center in Desert Hot Springs, and they still have their headquarters in Palm Springs. So if they get to the point they're making them by the hundreds of millions, you're correct. It'll probably get offshored, but you sell it here. If the profits come here and the owners become very wealthy, the owners spend that money here, and their tech staff that goes out and does the installations other places are here. They pay taxes here. They buy homes here. They eat at our restaurants. It's no different than any other business.
And you said that we had 200 jobs you brought. Were those to the Valley in general, or were they to Palm Springs?
That's the job creation of all of the above. It's the job creation of the companies that have come through the Palm Springs iHub. All of those 200 have at some point been in Palm Springs, but we have companies that came to the iHub and then they graduated and they went to Palm Desert or somewhere else. So that's the jobs that have been created while they are under our supervision.
And if I'm correct, if there was a $3.6 million investment and we got 200 jobs, it's about $18,000 a job to get those jobs.
It is if you want to include the capital improvements, because capital improvements are not ended at the time now. The capital improvements have a longer life.
And can you tell me a little bit about what you've done to actually help us? I mean, I've been here for quite some time. I've had property here. My family has for 30 years. What have you done to help us bring better internet here?
Mainly advocate for it. We don't have the money to do the internet, but I'll tell you what, we do have Spectrum on our board of directors. And whenever I gave the presentation at the summit a couple of years ago, I don't know if you were there, the best service that you could get in the Valley was about 25 megabits. And that's coming down. Your upload was about 5. Today, there are actually places in the Valley where you can buy a gigabit down and 100 gig up, or 100 meg up. Typical service is about 100 meg coming down and 10 meg going up. And so I'll say we visibly and every day advocate for Spectrum to do a better job of this.
Yeah, I think we need more maybe work on that.
I absolutely agree with you. We're trying to put together a plan right now. There's no comprehensive plan for the whole Valley. Each city gives it lip service. But we're trying to, we have 2 people that want to help write a plan for the whole Valley. We'll go around and probably raise some money, $50,000, $60,000, to have them write a plan to implement in the whole Valley. The scenic line, which will be at the College of the Desert, when it's down the street from you, it will run 100 megabits per second. We've been in the middle of that since the day we got here.
And, you had talked about colleges changing. COD is coming here, and you said that's a good thing, especially if they go to a 4-year program, which I think they're talking about potentially, architecture, I think, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
Which is a good thing, but then if it all goes online, what does that future look like for us?
Laboratories can't go online, but if you are the center, if you go to Southern New Hampshire University, they've done the online thing very well. They've got 7,000 on-campus students studying in a hybrid program where some of the stuff is online, some of it is in laboratories. They've got 93,000 students that are studying at Southern New Hampshire University, paying them $1,300 a course to become educated. The professors, some are online, some are in Southern New Hampshire University. So that it's opportunities in IT. Every time you put in fiber, you have to have tech workers to maintain it. One had to work today to get me to be able to talk to you. Those are good jobs. They all pay more than $100,000 a year.
Great. No, I think bringing high tech here, bringing internet service here will give us the edge we currently may not have. I have heard people, and I'm not a techie, but say we don't have T1 lines and things of this nature that don't give us fast internet service, which is a disadvantage to some businesses trying to do graphics and things of that nature. So thank you very much. Oh, the last question I had is, why, you said two of the cities have dropped off, Cathedral City and Desert Hot Springs, although you brought jobs to Desert Hot Springs. Why are the other cities in the valley not participating?
You mean in the iHub program?
Right.
Or in CVEP? The other cities do support CVEP. The iHub is something that was handed to Palm Springs by the state, and you guys just did it. I'd love to see the whole valley support it. I'd like to see a series of them. We've opened one in Palm Desert now, and we have a very small one in Indio. And both of those cities are paying us to manage it. Palm Desert pays the same thing you do. Indio doesn't, but we only have the capability to deal with 4 or 5 entrepreneurs down there, so they appropriately pay that. And they need the development as much or more than the rest of the valley does.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Thanks. I was going to ask a similar question, and thank you, Joe, for all your work. I've been a fan of CVEP and the Palm Springs iHub for a long time. I used to work just across the street from you. Now I do on the other side of the street.
Other street.
I see it right now. But I appreciate all the advocacy you do around these issues, because I do think that we give these issues lip service when we're not actually working to diversify our economy in a way that provides good jobs to our residents, which we care about. Can you talk a little bit, because I do think this is a conversation about what all the cities are doing and, where we're incentivizing jobs and where we're incentivizing internet expansion and, the future of the valley. And with respect to Palm Desert and others, I want it to be centered here in Palm Springs. So can you talk a little bit? I know Palm Desert has really invested with you and supported your work. So can you talk a little bit about what Palm Desert is doing so we can be thoughtful in making sure that we keep up with our other neighboring cities?
Okay, Palm Desert made a $1.4 million investment to finish out the building where the iHub is. It's across the street from the CSU campus. That building will have not just, a piece of us over there. It'll have the cybersecurity program and the entrepreneurship program that CSU is putting in there. Those are both high-value, high-dollar degrees that are offered. One of the employees of CVEP's little sister just finished a degree in cybersecurity. Starting salary, $123,000 a year. Her last job was babysitting. So they made that happen by the investment that they made. Those two programs wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for the investment in the building that they put together. They're investing in our time to mentor companies that they anticipate coming into that program. The high-speed bandwidth line does go into that building. Their annual investment in CVEP is $50,000 for their dues, and they're doing an additional $50,000 from the CARES Act dollars that they got this year for us to help mentor some of their businesses that may go out of business. And so they've made a special investment in CVEP because we can help the businesses in that community come out of this.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Great. Joe, really appreciate your work and the presentation. I think you and I proved we need the internet to improve tonight. So it was very good timing. And also want to just thank you for your participation in the reopening task force and helping us think through those issues as well.
I'm a big participant in the Blue Coyotes recovery. Let's put it that way.
Well, thank you again.
All right.
Nice to see you.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
My internet is also out at my house, which is why I'm at City Hall, just so we're counting.
I know. I was thinking about that.
Didn't look like something you just have on your house wall there behind you.
Okay, so we will go back to continuing public comment.
Before we do, Mr. Process question. So can we, since it appears we're going to have another city council meeting in 2 weeks, set for discussion and actually a decision as to whether or not to provide any supplemental funding to CVEP?
Yeah, I think when we go through the agenda request for that meeting, we can make requests for what should be on that. That seems to be the right time to do that. But yeah, I would think that makes sense given we can't do it tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we're ready for public comment.
We are.
Okay.
Please continue. Thank you.
Bernadine Silva, you're online with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Bernadine Silva, and I believe the statute should be left where it is, not removed or destroyed. Frank Bogert was an honorable and honest man, and I feel that I must share this with you. When a few judges, attorneys, and businessmen got together and decided that the Indians were uneducated and not capable of handling their lands and income, which was a potential gold mine, they created the Guardians and Conservators Association. I'm not sure, but the Bureau of Indian Affairs must have known about this. There was no justification for this association. Most of the Indians had very little income and had to have food on the table and retain a tribal attorney. My late husband, Edmund Peter Silva, a tribal member, told me his story, and I quote, "The attorneys and business people, with the help of the Superior Court, were appointing conservators like someone in an orchard picking an Indian for themselves, like they were picking fruit from the trees. He didn't want that. He wanted to pick whoever took his estate, which, by the way, was not very big, it was small. He had known Frank for a number of years, and he asked him to do him the favor and become his conservator. Frank said, "You don't need a conservator. You're smart. You have your father, and you're capable of managing your own affairs." Finally, after much conversation, pro and con, Frank said, "Okay, as a favor to you, I will do it. I really don't want to be associated with a group of lawyers and business people in this association," and he never was, end quote. The only conservatorship Frank ever had was my husband's. My husband and the elders did not like it, but the papers were drawn up, taken to the court, and the Indians' lands were taken over, more or less, until 1965. Frank was one of, if not the first, to voluntarily give up his conservatorship because he never believed them in the first place. Frank was not a Bogert, a racist, or a homophobe. Yes.
Your time is over.
I got about 2 more seconds.
Wrap it up.
Anyone who says so is either stretching the truth or didn't know the man. The worst I ever heard him call somebody was Homer or Mary Alice if he couldn't remember their names. Let's leave Frank where he is, in his rightful place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Donnie Hubbard, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
I thank you very much for making this possible. Where I'm coming from on the subject of preserving the Frank Bogert statue, where it was placed by the grateful community in 1990, is simple. I grew up here. I graduated from Palm Springs High School from Nellie Kaufman Junior High and attended the Catherine Finchie School and Kaweah Elementary before that. It was during my 3 years at Catherine Finchie School in the 1950s that my family lived in Section 14. My parents didn't know anything about Section 14, but with 5 kids in the car, they were glad to find it when they pulled into Palm Springs. So everything you have to study or say on that subject is of great interest to me. But my specific concern tonight is the fate of the Bogert statue at City Hall. Kaufman, Finchie, Kaweah are all important names in my childhood, but other than my parents, no name has been more important to me over the years as a beacon of encouragement, support, and inspiration than that of Frank Bogert. Countless people have written and spoken, and they know more than I do of all of his accomplishments. So I just want to speak as a personal, lifelong friend. I was there along with my family members and friends when the statue was dedicated. It was a citywide event with people on foot and horseback arriving at City Hall joyous and motivated by sincere gratitude to Frank and paying tribute to the Old West days of early Palm Springs. Frank was greatly honored, of course, but he humbly expressed humorous concern for the number of pigeons that would be sitting on his head over the years. I just hope all those pigeons aren't Democrats, he joked, and the crowd roared with laughter. Loud laughs from Democrats, Republicans, everyone else. My dad, a lifelong ardent, yes, I'm at the last few lines, please. Okay. My dad, a lifelong ardent Democrat, probably laughed the loudest. My dad, very active in the Democratic Club in Palm Springs, had known one Republican too many in his long, hard life, but he admired and respected Frank Bogert. You don't have to be a big shot to be Frank Bogert's friend. He's a good man. He's loved by working people all over the town. So that's the truth of Frank Bogert.
Donnie,
yes.
We need to wrap it up.
Okay, last line. In the spirit of unity and camaraderie that placed that statue, please keep it where it belongs. And I thank you all very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Okay.
Negi Bogert, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Negi Bogert. I live on 2787 Claymore, the home that my husband built in 1955 for his family and for still I live. It's unfortunate that someone doesn't think that he, with his life and trying to tarnish my husband's reputation, doesn't think about Frank having a family in first place. I could speak for an hour about all things going on, but the only thing I want to ask you is that when and if you decide to take action on this, removing the statue, that you give Frank Bogert, the family, the opportunity to participate and meet face-to-face with all of you. I could give you names of families where you can attest to Frank's character. But I will be hours and hours. I just will say that I hope that whatever decision you take, it will base in truth and events and the reality of who Frank was. I am going to just give you one person that unfortunately is gone, but I am going to give you a name. Or a very distinguished man that went to the high school, the Palm Springs High School, graduated in '56, became worked at City Hall in Parks and Recreation, and at the time that he left, he was assistant city manager. His name was Charles Jordan. After he left Palm Springs, he went to Oregon, he began acting in politics, went to Austin and worked in Parks and Recreation, and in Oregon, a center, because of all his doing, is named after him. This is a black man, young man that came from Palm Springs, went to the high school in Palm Springs, and my husband and him stayed friends until my husband died. In closing, I will say, Mayor Olin asked me to give them something that represented my husband, to live in City Hall for posterity. With all the events, I am glad that I did do it, because probably it will be in the past time. I thank you for your time, and I will ask you, as I say, please, I hope that you find the time to meet with me face to face. And I want to thank Ms. Gardner for talking to me on the telephone before I came to Mexico. I am calling from Mexico because this is where I come to see my family during the summer. Ms. Gardner, como le dije, cuando regrese me daría mucho gusto tomarme un café con usted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Amado Salinas, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, members of the Palm Springs City Council. My name is Amado, and I'll tell you for a second. Quick encounter happened as our family was back to Palm Springs. The family car.
I'm sorry, Amado, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Would you mind if we call you back in just a minute to see if we have a better connection?
Right, thank you.
Okay. Jerry Chaney, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yeah. Okay.
You can begin.
You know that. Okay. You know what I'd like to say is that I've lived here since 1958, and so we knew the Bogert family very well, and we appreciated everything he did for our city. He worked constantly. He was always there at every benefit. He was there for all people. Didn't make any difference what race it was. My daughter and his daughter went to school together. And he was just a wonderful man. And I don't understand what's going on, that someone could come into our town and want to tear down a statue dedicated to him. It just doesn't make sense.
Does that conclude your comments, Ms. Chaney?
Yeah, and I hope the city council appreciates, what culture and history is, especially in this town. And the man was loved by everybody.
Okay.
And that is what I would like to say today.
All right. Thank you, and we'll disconnect now.
Okay.
Amado Salinas, you're live with the City Council again, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Members of the Palm Springs City Council, My name is Amato C. Colinas II. An encounter happened back in the mid-60s as our family was driving back into Palm Springs. The family car got a flat tire out of Lundy Point. My dad pulled the spare out and it was flat. We were 7 in the car and sitting in the summer heat. With a newborn and 4 kids, Mom and Dad were worried. A gentleman stopped, walked over, and in Spanish asked my dad if he could help. He drove my dad into Palm Springs. They got the tire fixed, and he drove my dad back, plus refreshments to pull us off. He stayed until my dad changed the tire. And as we drove away, he passed us with that weight and drove away into Palm Springs. That was no man. That was a tall cowboy, known as Mayor Frank Boulevard. As a longtime resident of Palm Springs in 1959, an alumni of Garfield Elementary School, Raymond Creek Junior High School, Palm Springs High School, I support keeping the statue where it currently resides. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Edwin Ramirian, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening, Palm Springs City Government. This is Edwin Ramirian, and I'm speaking on agenda item 5 regarding last sitting session on racism and discrimination and related issues. It's kind of hard to follow up after Mrs. Boger's message, but I think it's very important that the city government and the municipal conversation around race and discrimination it should look back. It should look back at the history. It shouldn't fall, to the apologists for white supremacy. I mean, it comes down to that. I should be upfront that I do serve on the city's Human Rights Commission and the Census 2020 Committee, and I've just personally been horrified by the sort of levels of having to, hear the dismissal of how people were treated in the 60s, if you get what I mean. And I'm going to just say straight up, I wrote something, but the reality is we have to look at these issues of class and with race. We have to look at issues of gentrification with race and discrimination. We have to look at gender. We have to look at sexual orientation. But the reality is we're going to be hearing all these dominant narratives about why a sculpture should stay. And in fact, it actually just reinforces the levels of white patriarchy that the city has been founded on. So think about that. When you have and you invite communities of color to talk about the levels of racism that do exist, yes, they do exist in Palm Springs, and in fact, the city was founded on racism and white supremacy, you have to realize that communities of color, especially colonized communities of color, have been traumatized for a very long period of time. So yeah, sure enough, we haven't been talking about this for over 55 years, of course not, because the powers that be. And in fact, we only have been seeing the diversity of this city council only in the recent few decades. So think about those. Do not look, we should have some new listening sessions. We should look at anti-racism. We should look at cultural sensitivity in the city. There's a lot. I'm a big proponent for ethnic studies, but the reality is ethnic studies would only happen because people of color have been able to uplift that. It's not relying on just white folks. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and if you could begin by please stating your name, and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. My name is Detlef Oehmig, Detleoehmig. I received a note from the general manager at the Hilton to call you about not closing down the hotels in the Coachella Valley because of the coronavirus. Because we cannot afford to be unemployed I'm paying high rent. I'm living by myself, and I don't want to be out in the street. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
We're getting our next caller queued up right now. Hey, you're going to be the next speaker for the Palm Springs City Council, okay? Nicholas Baker, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. My name is Nicholas Baker. I'm a full-time resident and homeowner here. I'm very lucky to still be employed full-time and working from home. Some of the businesses I frequent have signs up saying no mask, no service, like Posh Pet and True Value Hardware, and I absolutely support this. Mask enforcement is the key to getting the balance right between safety and doing business. I think all visitors checking into vacation rental homes are notified in writing on the front door that masks are required in every public setting in Palm Springs. I fully support this as well. We need our visitors, and we need our visitors to stay safe. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
Kitty Hayes, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much to the City Council and to the city staff. I'm Kitty Kylie Hayes, and for all 75 of my years, Palm Springs has been my home. I knew Frank Bogert, as did 4 generations of my family. My grandfather rode horses across many trails with Frank. My mother and my father both did business with him. Frank loved his family. He loved his family and his neighbors, and he loved Palm Springs. And he was proud of this community, his community. He worked tirelessly to improve this village that came to be his home. And in the process, he improved life for all of the residents, for all of us. His innovative publicity methods helped to make Palm Springs a world-renowned destination. And his warm greetings to make visitors welcome were famous. They made them come back again and again. He participated in every part of civic life, from rodeos to charities to government. It was all done to help Palm Springs. He sacrificed time from his business and hours with his family for the benefit of our town. He served as an officer in the United States Navy during World War II, and he earned a Bronze Star for his performance. So I knew Frank Bogert, and I know for the good that he did, he deserves the statue that was dedicated to him. So please keep it right where it is. Thank you.
Marilyn, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and if you could please start by stating your name.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Marilyn, and I've lived in Palm Springs for 23 years. I have been doing this business with a vacation rental for a long time, doing house cleaning, management, check-ins, everything, pretty much. And all I have to say, I just stepped away from my people, so I don't have anything on hand that I wanted to say, but my concern is listening to a little bit of everybody, my friends who live in neighborhoods that are really high in demand for vacation rental and are worried about the coming and going of tourists. This is my business, and I have a couple of helpers that are working for me that I have stepped away from when the shutdown started. I kept them home and paid them during that time. But my concern is that the one night turnaround, one day for 24 hours is just not enough for us to turn property around decently and to be able to protect guests as well as ourselves, because there's no way we can wait 3 hours after renter's departure before we can get in and start our job, because now the whole process is taking longer with the disinfecting, cleaning, disinfecting, and everything. So my concern is that we're at risk, and I don't want my helpers to be at risk. I don't want to be put at risk, as well as my family, because I go home in the evening. I hope the owners have some respect for their housekeepers, because out of everybody on my client list, only one group has reached out to me asking for if I needed financial support during the shutdown, because when the vacation rental shut down, our business shut down, and we were just put in a very difficult position. And pretty much, I know the residents need to be heard, the helpers as well, all the crews. We're here to help 24/7 weekends, but we need you to know that we need to be protected, and we do everything we can to help in this new protocol, but it's very difficult to turn properties around. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Stephen Moncurish, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great, thank you. Good evening to the council. My name is Steve Moncurish. I own Just Fabulous on Palm Canyon at the corridor, and I just want to echo and emphasize the import of the precautions that the city is taking to keep everyone safe. I'm very grateful that we're able to open and to have a safe environment for our customers and for our staff. And I can tell you that my experience has been that our customers have been wearing masks when they come in. We have hand sanitizer, Lysol, we wipe down our counters. It's a safe environment as best as it can be. And I think that if big box stores and markets can be open and restaurants can be open outdoors, I think that as long as we follow the rules and have a safe environment according to the city, I would hope that we stand together and keep small businesses alive and well in this town. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together. And if we close down again for several months, I fear that my store, as well as the vast majority of other stores, will close. And we are the lifeblood of this town. We also need to have the tourists come to Palm Springs, because without them, there is no business, there is no revenue for the city, and we'll all wither on the vine. I lived through the 2007-8 recession, and I remember the boarded up businesses on the street, the empty storefronts. This could cause the same problem if we don't work together to keep businesses open, such as mine. This is a very, very hard time for all of us, but I implore the City Council to do everything it can to support small business and to keep us in business, because we're all facing extraordinary pressure to not close. And I've put everything I have into my business, and there are several people who work for me who rely on my business.
Stephen, that's your time.
Okay, thank you very much for letting me be heard.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, we've tried Mark and Dorothy Hastings several times. We're not able to reach them. Therefore, that concludes public comment. Mr. Mayor, you're on mute. Okay.
I found that out. I was wondering why no one was saying they wanted to give reports or speak. That was a rare thing. So we're now at City Council member and City Manager comments and reports. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I'm not on mute.
You're not. I got you. Bad technology, not all around.
I want to report on a new program that's about to get started from Sunline Transit Agency. And while the initial operations of this new pilot program are going to be mostly in the East Valley, particularly in some of our most economically challenged areas of North Shore and Mecca and Coachella. But this is a new program that will be working with local taxi cab firms to provide first mile and last mile service for individuals who want to access public transit. The fees have not been established as yet, but it looks like it will be somewhere in the $1.50 to $2 range, and individuals will be able to use a cell phone and an app in order to be able to order up a taxi cab that will also have handicapped availability to it and transfer people to from their homes to bus stops. If this program is successful, it will be expanded throughout the Coachella Valley. The effort is very much directed towards individuals who do not have access to transportation other than through bus routes. And we will also be looking at how we can provide free service to individuals who cannot afford the $1.50 and $2. So this program will help our taxi firms. I would like to also report very positively that this was a part of a collective bargaining process, and the Amalgamated Transit Workers Union that provide most of the transportation or do provide all of the employees for operators and maintenance are supportive of this pilot program as it moves forward. So we'll be monitoring it, and I congratulate Sunline.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Middleton. Other updates and reports? Councilmember Woods?
Yeah, I represent the council at the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, and we fund land acquisition to protect wildlife and the natural environment. And one of the things that we did at our last meeting was we funded some improvements at the Living Desert, including some kiosks and whatnot to outreach into the Coachella Valley's poorer communities so that they can have, they can understand that the Living Desert exists and have access. And I just wanted to say that for anybody who lives in Palm Springs, there is a program called Museums for All. And if you're on the SNAP program, which many may be because of the pandemic right now, unemployed, you can get into the Living Desert for just a few dollars. So your entry fee is much less. You just have to present your SNAP card when you go to the Living Desert, show them that you have it, and then they'll just charge you the nominal fee to get in. So that's available to anybody in the Coachella Valley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Just wanted to remind our residents that we are still filling commission spots. So if you're interested in being on a commission, please send us your application. And I do hope that we will also be taking a deeper look into how our commissions function. I know that's one of the things that's going to be on the upcoming agenda. So if you have been thinking about it, please do apply, and we'll be talking about it more in depth with council soon as well. I also wanted to thank our residents for attending the listening session on last Saturday. We had over 100 people participate, and I was counting. I think we had over 50 people that spoke, and even more that were just listening in. And the video of that session is available. So it's available in Spanish and in English, and there was ASL interpretation as well. So I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube now. If not, maybe we can get an update about when it will be. We really want to encourage people to listen to that if you get the chance. And we are going to talk about it more later on in this meeting, but it might be quite late by the time that we do. So for anyone that's listening now, maybe tomorrow, if you don't make it up, you can listen in on what we talk about this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to echo about the listening session. So thank you to everyone who participated. And I also wanted to thank our city staff for spending a Saturday with us. And not only that, but I thought it was a really well-run, informative session. We had 60 people watching on YouTube, and usually we have 5 people watching on YouTube for these our council meetings, and that I know hundreds and hundreds more watched online and on Channel 17. And I thought it was really good best practices that really our staff created about allowing people on Zoom. It was really amazing to see our residents' faces while giving us public comment. We provided concurrent interpretation in American Sign Language and Spanish so people could participate. And we held it on a Saturday when we hope people mostly weren't working or were able to give a different time to participate other than these meetings. So I got messages from other council members in other cities asking how we did that and how incredible it was, and lots of residents too. So thank you to everyone. I think it's a really good model, and I'm proud that we're kind of on the forefront of how to engage residents during a pandemic and how to have difficult conversations on Zoom, which I think we did. A few other announcements. I attended the CVAG Homelessness Committee, which I chair, and I just wanted to give a few updates to the council. So as people know, CVAG is operating the Homeless Access Center in Palm Springs at the old boxing club. And so far, from February through May, they've served 514 unduplicated, unsheltered homeless people at that location. 225 of those people came from Palm Springs, and then 120 from Indio, 99 from Desert Hot Springs, and then some from Palm Desert and La Quinta and Coachella and Cathedral City. Actually, 144 of those people were between the ages of 55 and 74, but the large majority is people between 25 and 54. CVAG is also providing 25 emergency units for people, so apartment rentals and hotel rooms, and we've helped 56 people become housed during that period of time. And we're continuing through Path of Life to do the Housing First program. And so to date, 25 unsheltered people have been placed in emergency housing through that program in the last few months. So I know we haven't talked about homelessness enough lately. In part, that's because the county has really stepped up with their Project Room Key and getting people into units. And we just need to make sure that this work continues to happen, and that we prepare for the homelessness and housing crisis that is going to get much, much worse because of the economic fallout of this pandemic. Just a few other announcements. I attended the drive-in movie premiere for Palm Springs, the movie that was not filmed in Palm Springs, but we still appreciate the free advertising from Andy Sandberg. It's a really cute movie. You can watch it on Hulu. Thank you to city staff for making that unique premiere in Palm Springs happen, and the Cultural Center for doing really cool drive-in movies. They're doing them all summer. We're also I'm leading a working group on COVID safety and community education. So we've been really talking about media strategies, social media, community education programs, education about all the enforcement efforts we're doing to really educate tourists, to educate our businesses, to educate our residents and our workforce that masks are required in Palm Springs and that social distancing is required. And we're also working on the data. So the city has been putting out data about the pandemic, but thinking through sort of our messaging about the data and if there's other important data that we could obtain from the county. Last, I held a District 4 town hall, and we're holding one every month. So for anyone who's watching and is interested in participating in that, you can email me or you can contact City Hall. And the next one should be the week of August 31st before that September council meeting, so we can talk about the issues and get people's input. So those are all my announcements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I have several things I want to share. Earlier this week was the monthly Desert Community Energy board meeting, and based on staff recommendations, on criteria we had set out, we're moving forward with negotiating contracts for 4 renewable energy projects that will become part of DCE's portfolio. The really good news is 3 of the 4 are in the Coachella Valley, 2 actually in Palm Springs. Those projects will lead to between 400 and 600 construction jobs and about 15 to 20 permanent jobs after they're built. This is one of the real benefits and things we put into DCE was that these projects, we primarily try and do them and give preference for local projects because of the job creation and the investment in our community. These will be exclusively DCE projects for 15 to 20 years and will save an expected $60 to $80 million in cost savings on our renewable portfolio that will all be passed to ratepayers. So I wanted to share that. We've really got some great proposals. We're really happy with the results, especially from our local companies. 2 are wind. Those 2 are in Palm Springs. 1 is in the East Valley, is solar, and then there's 1 in the Central Valley that's going to be solar as well. Because on solar, they want to diversify due to wind coverage, sun coverage issues, although we really don't have that issue here. We don't get very many clouds. But those are the best cost projects and local projects when those were looked at together. So we're really happy to announce that. The rates are not changed. We're really working to use some of the reserves are built up to keep people's rates low during the summer, and given what's going on with COVID, the 100% carbon-free rate is less than Edison's green rate. It's currently 2.5% more than the SEC non-green rate for residential customers. However, for small retail, because they're based on SEC rates, carbon-free is still the cheapest energy. It's still cheaper than SEC's non-green rate. As well, DCE Desert Saver is the lowest priced electricity from any utility anyone can get in Palm Springs. And for residential customers, that remains 1.6% less than the least costly Edison project. I also serve as liaison to tourism organizations. And what we've learned on a couple meetings is a lot of the retail, including in Palm Springs, despite more tourists than normally are in the summer, are not doing as well as last summer. And they're really hoping that things turn around in the fall, which will impact some of their ability to stay open long term. And that's been shared at some meetings. In addition, the CVB, the Convention and Business Bureau, shared a recent in-depth national study that looks at people's interest in traveling throughout the country. And it is less people want to travel now than they did even in April and May. So I think the recent surges and spikes have raised a lot of concern in the hospitality industry about how tourism is going to go. And obviously we will be monitoring that as we do every month. But that was the update from them. The letter council had authorized on the way the state has unfairly, unequitably, I have a couple unwords, to use, distributed $500 million in CARES Act funding was sent. Really want to thank this city attorney and Councilmember Middleton, who also worked on this. We got a good amount of media from that coverage, which is what we were hoping. We're now working on a version that's less Palm Springs specific, really focused statewide. Obviously, we've asked, but it seems unlikely that whether the current HEROES Act, if it does go through, the way the House has proposed it, or state funding is really focused on, based on full-time residents and population, not based on the actual need or loss of revenue, which would be much more equitable in the way most funding goes is where it's needed. That said, we still received $12 per person, as did 72% of residents in California, while the big cities received between 85 and 174. And we've seen cities post, Long Beach did, that they're using their money, which, was 10 plus times per person, not total, per person, than what we received, to do all these innovative programs. They're giving it to nonprofits and businesses and rent relief for residents, arts and culture, improving the internet, all kinds of programs that they're able to do that we can't do because we're not getting that funding. And so it's really important we continue to do this. And Councilmember Middleton and I are reaching out by phone and email, especially to the elected officials at the state and federal level that we both have the ability to reach out to personally to really highlight this. And I appreciate our local representatives' responses to this. I think Assemblymember Mays called this legislation policy ridiculousness. And I think ridiculousness was a very good choice of words for him to have used. So I have been in touch with him and Congressman Ruiz and working with Councilmember Middleton on hopefully getting a call with our representatives, including Assemblymember Garcia and Senator Melendez, to really talk about how we can highlight this issue because it's so important. Two other things I wanted to touch on, and it pertains to this discussion people have heard about us potentially having an August 6th meeting. We have to check the date, but if everyone can make that, it will be 2 weeks from tonight. Two issues that are very time critical. So one, some people might have read about a county project to do permanent supportive housing in Palm Springs. And permanent supportive housing is not a homeless shelter. It's actually permanent housing to end homelessness. And there are great examples of projects, and the county has been talking recently to Mayor Pro Tem Holstage and I, as the affordable housing and homelessness liaisons, on this project. Initially, we had reached out to them about how to leverage the money we were getting from the state because even $10 million doesn't, let alone build anything, it doesn't let you renovate and buy an existing project at a level needed. But the county was willing to partner with us, and due to CARES Act funding that they received, there's an opportunity to actually do a major project, probably $25 to $30 million project in renovating an apartment building or hotel for permanent supportive housing and economic development programs. So a restaurant where people would be trained so they could get back into the workforce. So it's a really exciting opportunity. They are close to having a recommendation. They haven't finalized their preferred location, but there are several that they are looking at. I know there was mention of one site in the newspaper, a Travelodge on Palm Canyon. That seems like a very unlikely situation due to the land lease and issues regarding that one. And they've been visiting a number of properties, and they expect that by next week we can have a staff report on their suggestions and their proposals to bring to council so we can get public input. Unlike their initial thoughts, because they have CARES Act money, they don't need the bulk of the money we got from the state. They're probably looking for about $3 million of a contribution from the city towards that. So we'll have the opportunity to have public comment on that at that meeting, and before that, we'll have the full proposal with the information on it that we'll share with the public before we schedule that and have that before council. The other item I wanted to bring up, and I know one of the issues is later in the meeting on whether we want to continue with a grant where we'd have to pay half the cost of a large dog park at Demuth Park, which would cost us about $1 million. We also have, $2+ million in neighborhood parks that Metro J has proposed that's on hold, and the various options for a reduced temporary downtown park. And given we would love to do all of these, and that was the plan before the pandemic, the odds of us being able to do, all of these in any near future is unlikely. And I think it's important that we actually schedule that for a council meeting to get input from the public and possibly have, if they can meet the Parks and Rec and Measure J commissions, give some thought to it on how we're going to rank priorities. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage and I met with staff today, on possible designs for the downtown park, how we can make it work short term without putting things in that we're going to have to rip out. And we asked them to get some more information, but this is really, we want this to be a council public discussion, but I think we need to talk about the other park projects as well, because we have so many great park projects that are on hold or delayed right now, and we really need to prioritize and figure out how we want to proceed and get a public input on that process. So I just wanted to suggest that for those two items for August 6th agenda items. And I know there was the one that Councilmember Middleton brought up earlier about CVEP and iHub funding as well. So, and I agree with that as well for an agenda item for that meeting. And that was my report.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, as you were reviewing the possible sites that you were looking at, at least on my computer, your volume went off. You might want to repeat.
Okay. Mine's on. Anyway, the county's looking at a bunch of sites. We have sent them every available hotel, motel, and apartment building. We did that months ago. The one mentioned in the paper was the Travelodge on Palm Canyon. That is a site the county had looked at some time ago. I would say we don't have the final proposal from the county. That is an unlikely site because it's on lease land and a very expensive land lease. And due to the cost of that property and the amount of renovation it would need, doesn't seem to be one that's high on their list. We know some others that they're looking at, but until we get their proposal, we should wait and share what they're proposing, and we'll also ask them if they have a second and third choice to share that, so council and the public could give them our input on that as well. Anything else on that? Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Thank you. If I could just add,
We're not able to hear you, Councilmember Holstage. I'm sorry. I think we've lost audio with all of the council members.
Trying not to react
Council,
too much.
We're back with you.
Hi.
Okay. So we had a little audio difficulty, everyone. That seems to be how the night's going to go. So Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, you may want to start over on that.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, we did get a lot of emails in response to the article in the newspaper about the Travelodge. That was a conversation that the county was having and looking at sites. we wanted to make sure that any use of obviously Palm Springs City dollars from our homelessness funding or otherwise will come to a public discussion with the ability to give input. So that's why, just so everyone knows, that article wasn't fully comprehensive about all of the options that the city or the county was considering. Obviously, this is a proposal from the county to use substantially mostly county dollars, and the county is this agency that has jurisdiction or power mostly over homelessness, and they're getting a lot more dollars than we are on that topic. So I just wanted to clarify that will be coming to the full, council for a full public discussion, and people can give input then.
Great. Thank you. There's nothing else. We'll move on to the next item, which is the consent calendar. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items removed for separate discussion. Those are items H, M, and N. Get a motion?
I'll make a motion, but also noting that I recuse myself from, I believe it's the very last one, item O.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'll second. Not item O, but I'll second the consent calendar.
Okay. So a motion by Councilmember Garner, seconded by Councilmember Wood.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yeah.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you. So the first item pulled is item 1H, pull it up, which was Councilmember Middleton, award of construction contract to Elknor Belco Electric Inc., California Corporation, in the amount of $2,847,759, and approval of a professional services agreement with Koa Corporation for construction management, inspection, and materials testing services for the Highway Safety Improvement Project, Federal Aid Project, and City projects.
Mr. Mayor, I pulled this one, and we don't need to go through a full staff report on it. It's one very specific issue that I wanted to raise, and that is page 6, where there is a map of the intersections that are going to be getting new left-hand turn signals. And I've reached out and asked Marcus Fuller if he could provide us with a more detailed map that will identify which intersections are going to have fully protected left turn signals, which ones are going to have permissive, and which ones are going to have protective/permissive turn signals. And I believe Marcus is either has that more refined map for us now, or will be forwarding it to us, but it will be something that will be much clearer for the public. Marcus?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. We'll be putting that detailed map online and sharing it with the full council. I did want to note that essentially all of these signals will be converted to fully protected left turn movements, except for a few of the smaller side streets, those being, for example, Sunrise at Mesquite. Sunrise currently has protected permissive. Mesquite is permissive. Mesquite would remain permissive. Those types of intersections, the side street with the lower volume of traffic doesn't justify the conversion to the fully protected left turn movement.
And I want to congratulate Marcus and his team for moving forward on this. I think this will be another step to make our streets safer, and I move to approve.
Okay, motion to approve, Councilmember Middleton.
I'll second.
Second, Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the next item is item 1M, resolution setting the regular city council meeting to the second and fourth Thursday of each month at 5:30 p.m. Councilmember Garner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this one because I wanted to be clear about what exactly we were passing. I think temporarily starting the meetings at 5:30 was my understanding, but I do think it makes more sense to keep them at 6 generally. So just wanted to be clear on what it is that we were passing tonight in this resolution.
Great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I sort of had the same question for staff. I think we were going to try this within the pandemic and see how this went, but we weren't going to make this a permanent change. So do we need to even do a resolution on that?
Mr. Mayor, in order for us to be able to conduct regular meetings, you need to set the meeting schedule by resolution or ordinance. So you can, because we're doing this by resolution, you can change this back to 6 p.m. at any time and move forward from there.
Anyone else have any questions or comments on this? Councilmember Garner, would you prefer if this was just like for a set amount of time and we revisit it, or what would you suggest?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't look like it. It looks like you just have to change the time. So I'm okay with that. I just didn't want to be going back and forth creating unnecessary work, but it sounds like it looks like it's pretty straightforward. So I'm okay with this for now, and then we'll reassess when we reassess.
Okay, great. No one else has a comment? Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion by Councilmember Middleton. I can second it. I'll second it. Everyone else is on mute.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
You. And the next item is item 1N, adoption of traffic impact analysis guidelines for vehicle miles traveled and level of service assessment to comply with Senate Bill 743 and the California Environmental Quality Act. I believe that was Councilmember Middleton.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this because this is a fairly significant change in the way that traffic impact will be measured in going forward under CEQA. And I wanted to compliment the director for a really good report, but also ask what plans he has moving forward to help educate the public, particularly the public that will be providing plans to us regarding the changes in approach to measuring traffic.
Mr. Mayor, to respond to the question from Councilmember Middleton, how we'll go about educating the public is twofold. Number one, through the consultants that we have on call who do the environmental assessments for us. They will be working with applicants in terms of doing the vehicle miles traveled studies that will be necessary. And then secondly, we're in the process of updating the city's general plan. One aspect of that is the circulation element. As part of that discussion, we will also include a discussion of vehicle miles traveled and how we transition to that standard in terms of doing environmental reports. So those are the two methods that we're looking at in terms of rolling this out to the public.
Thank you. I'm very comfortable with that, and I'll be happy to move to approve.
I have a couple of questions, if I can, since we've opened the item. The first thing is I'm looking at page 3. This is a question for staff. And one of the things that doesn't require a vehicle mile traveled analysis is local serving retail uses less than 50,000 square feet, such as shopping centers and whatnot. That still requires an LOS study, correct?
That is correct.
And do we have the LOS standard? Are we changing that at all? or are we keeping the LOS standards that we currently have?
No, I believe we're keeping the same LOS standards, the level of service standards that we have in place in the general plan.
Okay, so when we look at vehicle miles traveled, there's on page 5, there's 3 ways you can mitigate that. One of them is to do transportation demand management. Being that the mitigation measures are so easy to do, they're not a difficult thing to do, they're not necessarily an expensive thing to do, why did we make our vehicle miles traveled threshold less stringent than what the state had recommended?
The basis for that is the fact that our VMT averages are higher than what we see elsewhere. And I would assume that's because we don't have the access to public transit that other communities have. We don't have the density in terms of our urban landscape that other communities have. So those are 2 of the reasons why I'm guessing that we're different in terms of our average. We could look at being more restrictive, council member, if that's the direction that the city council would like to go. What I might suggest is that perhaps we try this for 12 months and then revisit the issue after we've had it in place to see what the impact has been.
I would be up for that, just because we really do want to get mitigation. We want to get people to travel less vehicles per mile, less miles. We want to try and get people to use other modes of transportation, which the mitigation measures for VMT allows us to actually capture on a development project. So maybe an analysis after a year to see how it actually came out, and if we actually had that many projects that required a VMT analysis.
Certainly, we'd be happy to do that.
So I would move it with I would move the item with a caveat for a 1-year review of the VMT analysis.
I would second that.
Sure, okay. So I think it's a substitute motion. Motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 2A, consideration of an appeal by Legacy Palm Springs of the Planning Commission action to deny a 1-year extension of time for Planned Development District to construct a 3-story, 114-bed assisted living facility with accessory commercial uses located at 1000 North Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the item that you have before you is a request for an appeal for a denial of an extension of time for an assisted living facility project. In terms of the project, it's a proposed 114-bed assisted living facility that would be located at 1000 North Palm Canyon. That's a site that's currently undeveloped that spans between Palm Canyon on the west and Indian Canyon on the east. The proposed project would be 3 stories in height with a subterranean garage, and then there would be ground floor amenities that would open onto Palm Canyon, including a cafe and then also a nutrition and fitness center that would be available to the public. In terms of the facility itself, this is a proposed site plan. Again, the site spans from Palm Canyon to Indian Canyon. This is showing the ground floor. There is access to an underground parking garage on the south side of the site, and there is limited surface parking on the north side of the site with the building in the center. And then these are some images of the building from the Palm Canyon frontage. In terms of the history of the project itself, it was originally approved back in 2012. However, that entitlement expired in 2015. Because the property owner still wanted to pursue the project, he submitted new applications which were approved in 2018. Because they had not started construction on the project, they filed an extension of time application which was heard by the Planning Commission in March of this year. The Planning Commission, in reviewing the criteria for extension of time applications, voted 5-0 to deny the extension of time request because they found that the applicant hadn't made adequate progress on the project. Specifically, they found that findings number 5, number 6, and number 7 had not been met, and for those reasons, they denied the extension of time application. Now, since the Planning Commission hearing in March, the applicant has provided additional documentation to staff relative to their efforts that they've made to advance the project. Those efforts include forming a joint venture with Evolution Strategic Partners, who will build the facility. Evolution Strategic Partners, in addition, has worked with Frontier Management, who would actually operate the facility, and they have an agreement in place with that company. They've done market and feasibility studies, and then also are working on their financing of the project. So again, these were things that were not presented to the Planning Commission, information that the Planning Commission did not have in making their decision on the extension of time. So if this extension of time, or if this appeal were approved, the next steps would be as follows. If you approve this, the entitlements would be extended to the January 2021 date. The applicant would then be able to request up to an additional 1-year extension to January of 2022. They would need to have building permits issued by January of 2022. Otherwise, they would lose their entitlements at that point. That concludes my presentation to you. The applicant will make a presentation in terms of their desire to continue working on this project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we can start with questions for staff prior to the applicant speaking if there are specific questions. No one has any? I do. So Flynn, I do have, I guess, a couple questions for you and probably one for our city attorney. So whoever is in the studio, let me know when you're at the mic.
We are at the mic and ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I just have questions on the new information. So according to the staff report, it said the applicant stated that the necessary operator, developers, general contractor, and the design consultants were hired, and they were moving forward on financing in March at the Planning Commission. And so it sounds like what's new is the same thing that they said there. So what is actually new? And then from what I saw after I requested, they emailed today that said they're from the operator that there is no agreement. They're interested in potentially moving forward with an agreement. So I'm just trying to understand what is actually different from back then when the Planning Commission did this.
Again, we didn't have any documentation to that effect. What they have provided to us is letters of intent. They've also provided documentation relative to Evolution strategies and their intent in moving forward. So there were things that were mentioned at the Planning Commission, but again, we didn't have documentation that would help to substantiate that.
Right, and I don't know that we had that documentation in here, but I know I had asked and got one for the operator who indicated they've talked about it and they're interested in potentially doing this, which doesn't feel very definitive. There are no actual signed contracts, though, correct?
We do not have a copy of a signed contract, no.
Okay, thank you. And then for the city attorney, I just have one question. If this does get approved, and the year goes by, are they able to claim that because of the emergency, because this obviously was denied by planning before the stay-at-home orders and the state emergency, are they able to use that emergency justification for?
No.
Just automatically?
No, not necessarily. There is no general force majeure provision in our zoning code. They would still need to demonstrate that they've been making good faith efforts towards pursuing their entitlements.
But they still have to get, if they got one extension, they need to get another extension from Planning Commission and or the council, correct?
2021. Sorry, my microphone wasn't on. They could go back to Planning Commission in January 2021 to extend for another year, but the ultimate is January of 2022. That's as far as they could go. Planning Commission would still have to go through the findings in order to extend for an additional 1 year.
Okay. I just want to check that because staff reports have started in, we're almost at 10 years or 9 years. So I just want to make sure we understood that. That's the only questions I have, Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. I have a few, if I can. On the required findings, talk about that the project's consistent with the city's desire to provide housing for seniors. But I know that this is luxury housing, and I know that we do have a need for this type of housing. But do we have a sense of what level of luxury housing it's providing?
On to the question, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't. I think that would be a question that the applicant would best be prepared to answer.
Thank you. And then one of the findings is that the applicant has demonstrated convincingly and clearly that the project will be substantially underway within the period. So I know we got a timeline from the applicant that says that they need 4 months for financing, 7 to 8 months to complete plans, 4 to 5 months to obtain permits. Does staff have, I got some of it in the staff report, but do you have an opinion about if that's a accurate timeline on the city side?
It is an accurate timeline, I believe, in terms of the turnaround on the processing for the building permits. What is unknown is how long the applicant's architect and their engineers will take in order to develop the plans. However, it's a fairly reasonable schedule in terms of the time frame they're giving us. That does push them right up against the January 2022 deadline. So they will need to work very efficiently in order to get that done.
Thank you. And then my last question is about how this project would be different under the new PDD regulation. So on page 7, it explains that they would have to go into the new PDD regulations. How would that be different for the project?
There would most likely be some minor modifications to the project in terms of its overall height. I'm trying to think if there's any other development standards that we've added to the PDD ordinance that may modify it. I think the height is probably the key issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present their case if requested. The applicant will have an additional 2 minutes to do rebuttal. Public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, do we have, let's start with the applicant or the appellant in this case.
Certainly. Todd Pratt, you're live with the City Council, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and council members for considering our request for an extension of the entitlements for the project at 1000 North Hump Canyon. Our company, Evolution Strategic, became involved in this project around the start of 2018, and we have formed a joint venture with the landowner who has owned the property for a long time. And during the period, mostly from 18 to 19, we have completed an extensive amount of research on the assisted living market and the income and expense analysis of the project that is before you. We have also engaged the services of Jones Lang LaSalle, which is an international firm that assists development companies like us with financing. And we have spent a considerable amount of detailed analysis time with Frontier Management on projecting out how the property will operate. Frontier is our operator. They are a national company. They own and operate over 100 properties nationwide. They have approximately almost 9,000 residents with 6,000 employees. They have about 10 properties in the state of California. About a half a dozen of those are in Southern California, and they are an excellent operator for middle to upper income properties such as this for the assisted living and the memory care sector. We are very excited about bringing this project forward. We do need the time extension for the entitlements to do that, and we spent really the last 4 or 5 months or so sliding with this COVID situation. But our team is together and assembled, and since the Planning Commission hearing at the beginning of the year, there was some information that was not known, which we have worked closely with the Planning Department to make sure that all the information was brought forward, and hence you see the new information outlined in the package. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we really are very excited about bringing this project forward in the market today.
Thank you, and we're going to disconnect. I do have another speaker, and then we will reconnect for your rebuttal.
Thank you.
Hello, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council. You'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and if you could begin by stating your name.
Yes. 1 second. Let me just get off the TV here. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Matthew Busquet. I'd like to address items 2A, the Legacy Palm Springs at Palm Canyon, and item 3A, the moratorium extension. I own a neighboring building in the same block with the Legacy Palm Springs project. The city of Palm Springs is littered with entitled, half-completed projects which were started with insufficient funding or bad business plans, and without ideal conditions, many of these projects tend to go off the rails. The last 8 years have been some of the strongest ever for the overall economy and certainly for the city of Palm Springs. The fact that this project has not been able to get off the ground during this period of incredible prosperity should be a huge red flag for the council. Further, with the advent of the tragedy of the COVID in our nursing homes, I can't imagine that the revised, more expensive requirements for new nursing home construction are not on the near-term horizon. Please make the developers come back with real executable plans rather than extending the entitlements for a pipe dream project so the city can be stuck with a half-pregnant with another multi-decade project. Support the Planning Commission's denial, please. In terms of the eviction moratorium, there now exists a huge number of federal, state, and county programs to support tenants, including generous unemployment benefits, the PPP program for businesses, and a litany of other grant programs. In terms of small landlords, there exists almost nothing. How many of you could be told that you're not going to get your paycheck from the middle of March until October? But don't worry, because we're going to give you all the back pay in March of 2021. Could any of you pay your bills and survive? This is an act that is designed to assume the very best of every tenant, i.e., they will pay if there is nothing, what they can. However, yes.
That's your time.
Can I please finish?
Actually, this is not the item that's on the agenda right now, so... or in front of the city council, so really we do need to disconnect now.
So I can come back on the other item then, is that what you're saying?
If you'd like to come back at public comment, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to return to Todd Pratt now.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Pratt, you're live with the City Council, and you have up to 2 minutes to provide a rebuttal if you desire.
Yes, thank you. I think in response to perhaps some concern over whether this project will start, this company, Evolution Strategic, has only recently become involved in the project in about the last year and a half. We were not involved in the last 10 years or so upswing of the greater economy. I can assure the council that all of the projects that Evolution is involved with, which are visible on evolutionstrategic.com, are fully completed and successful operating projects throughout the greater Los Angeles area. When we start a project, we do not start halfway, we do not stop halfway, and we do not complete the project once we start the project. So our team is well versed in the finance, design, construction, and management of this project, including the operator Frontier, that is a national operator. And I might add that bringing this project forward would generate about 500 jobs during construction and about 100 permanent jobs.
Hey, Robert, make sure it
locally
goes to
for the assisted living
the
project.
TV
it will also generate some compelling property tax component for the city. So if there's any further questions, I would be happy to answer that.
Thank you. And if you'll please hold on the line in case the city council has questions for you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We will officially close the public hearing and open to council comments or questions. And the applicant is on hold if we have questions for the applicant. Councilmember Middleton.
Okay. I have some questions for the applicant, Mr. Pratt.
Wait till he gets back on.
Okay. Yes, he's on the line.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Pratt, I'm getting feedback. All right, let's try it again. Mr. Pratt, is Evolution a equity partner in this project at this time?
Yes, we are. All of our projects, we are a developer and equity investor in.
And are you the majority investor? Or
I'm sorry, I apologize. I couldn't hear that.
Are you the majority investor?
Currently, we have raised a portion, about approximately a third of the equity is generated by the landowner investment in the project, and the remaining 2/3 will be financed outside.
So you've not made a specific equity or financial contribution to this project?
I'm sorry, Lisa, could you, Middleton, could you please repeat that question?
So if 1/3 the landowner and 2/3 is going to be financed, you've not actually put any of your own equity into this project?
We typically invest approximately 10 to 20% of the equity ourselves as principals in the project, and then the corresponding 80 to 90% would be outside financing. This project, being an assisted living project, will be an institutional partner. The overall project is approximately $50 million, of which the equity portion will be around 40% of that. So you're talking about a approximate $15 to $20 million cash investment in the project, aside from the debt.
And when will that cash be put into this project?
Right up front at the outset of the project, at the start of construction, all the cash is invested.
Start of construction. All right. And why did this project sit from 2011 to now going nowhere?
Well, I have known personally the landowner for a very long time, and he contacted me a couple of years ago requesting that we get involved, which we were very excited to become involved. But in speaking for him, I think primarily the reason between 2011 up until, let's say, 2018, 19 or so, was that they were trying to determine what their entitlements were and figure out how to perhaps either do a multifamily project or a retail project or an assisted living project. So the process was unknown during the period from 2011 up till about, say 2015 or 16 or so.
I remember this project going back, I've been on both Planning Commission and City Council, and when I first saw the design plans, I thought it was going to be a stunning project and was very happy to see it moving forward in the city. And now nothing has happened. And you're not the first project that has come forward in the city and sat on an entitlement. So credibility is strained on this council.
Well, speaking from our standpoint, there's 5 partners within Evolution Strategic. We do have a lot of experience ourselves that we bring to bear. We are new to the project in the last year and a half. Once we complete our financing initially, then everything is a full go-ahead. And I can just speak from our own experience that these things are complicated. Assisted living projects are much more complicated than your standard apartment project or other type of housing project. So sometimes they take a little bit longer to get processed. But this one is a winner. We like the location. All of the feedback we have within our financial partners and consultants so far is positive. And like I said, we just need some time to move everything forward.
The plans for the project, as we have seen them and as they have been presented, are you planning to build the project that has already been before us, or are you going to be reevaluating what the plans are going to be?
We will be building the project that you have before you, which consists of 3 stories. I think it's a 96 unit, 114 bed. The ground floor will contain the common area space, and then the upper floors have the residential spaces. The only thing that we see possibly changing would be, some of the interior details of the layout of the rooms, which has no issue at all on the entitlement. And as we refine the budget, we would look at some of the details of the materials or whatnot. But other than the normal consideration of material change or things like that, the details of the construction process that normally happens, the same project will be built.
Last, and then I'll open this up to my colleagues and their questions. These projects always come down to who has the cash equity and who has the access to financing. Why should we believe at this point that you are going to be able to secure the equity or the financing that you need to complete this project?
Okay, I have a very strong and simple answer to that. Frontier Management is one of the top 25 operators in the country. They actually bring with them several large institutional investment companies that have already indicated interest in this location. Our company ourselves, we routinely develop projects with large institutional equity partners. When we bring our resources collectively and internally with all of our partners to bear, we canvass the market, and then we bring in these equity partners for our projects with a great degree of certainty and accuracy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Can you just explain the timeline for this and why this information wasn't presented to the Planning Commission to begin with? It seems presented right after.
Did you hear that question?
Yes, I believe in the period of, I think it was January and February, there was the information that was brought to light just in this package. It was not really known at the time what information was necessary for all these questions to be answered, and so it was just it was somewhat missing from the package.
Councilman Garner, do you have more?
Yeah, I have just one more, sorry. We also have here that it says that there's a new relationship between the landowner and operator. So is that just what the relationship that you discussed now, that you have a personal relationship with the landowner and that's what's changed in making this project move forward?
Anthony, could you repeat that?
I believe she wants an explanation regarding the relationship between the landowner and yourself.
Okay, I have a close relationship with the landowner. We have formed a joint venture to develop the project, and he is contributing his land into our venture to develop the project. We've also fostered the joint venture relationship with our operator, which is Frontier, based out of Portland, and they are committed to both investing some cash in the project as well as operating the project as our operator. So the trio of us is in place.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So is there documentation of those agreements?
We have an extensive amount of studies. The final documentation comes together as you finish the financing, and that will consist of two things primarily. There will be a joint venture operating agreement, and that'll be a management agreement. Those types of documents are typically put in place as you finish the financing and commence the, you're underway with design, and then you commence the preparations for the construction loan. So it's a little premature. We do not normally have those types of agreements up front. You put those together as you work your way through the process.
Okay, so at this point, like with Frontier, they're telling you they're interested. You've been talking, but you have nothing in a written agreement with them of any kind as an operator.
Well, no, the operative agreement will be a management contract with Frontier, as they do on all of their projects. And you can't execute a management contract until you have a project that's breaking ground. So closer to the time of finishing the plans and getting a building permit, we would be finalizing the management contract with Frontier.
Just another question. I'm looking through all these other projects that you've done, and it's from the start date to the sale date, it's about 4 years. Can you just explain to me what you consider the start date? What's actually happening in the start date?
Well, there's this, if you're considering the start date, the construction start, normal construction period is about 2 years, and then you'll have about a year of leasing. If you're going to sell it right away after that 3-year period, you would put the property on the market for sale. Prior to construction, there's usually about a year of design and permitting, and so the total of the design and permitting would be a year, and then you'd have 2 years of construction, and then another year of leasing for a total of 4 years.
Right. That's what I'm trying to understand. How long do you think this project is going to take? Where are you in this process? Do you consider this a start now? So it's going to take 4 years for this project to be complete?
I would say we're right at the start of design and the permitting process. We do need to finish up the financing. And then the construction will be about 2 years on this one. And then we would the intent for this one would be to lease and hold forever because of the location. But ultimately the financing will determine whether it's going to be leased and sold or leased and held. So our preference would be to lease and hold this particular asset because of the strong location.
Thank you.
Other questions Okay. So comments and discussion. Councilmember Woods?
I'm leaning towards granting the extension just because there's new information that has come in since they went to the Planning Commission. It sounds like they weren't very prepared for the Planning Commission determination. So I'm just somewhat leaning towards granting the appeal. I'll leave it at that.
I'm happy to jump in if no one else has anything right now. Although I'm leading to it, I mean, if it gets done, it's a nice project. If we don't give the extension, that's going to sit vacant. It's not a partially built building or something along those lines. On the other hand, for this experience, an entity not to be prepared with information at the Planning Commission or to say, we can get you those documents tomorrow, 3 months ago, and, I'm a little concerned on it. I know, they got new entitlement. They can get up to 2 more years. They're only asking for 1. So if nothing moves, we don't have to, we can stop it at that point. So I'm slightly leaning to it, but it's slight. But I think it is its current design would be, as Councilmember Middleton said, would be a real addition there. We do need housing, even at this level. That is the kind of assisted living is lacking in Palm Springs. There are people who end up moving to LA who have resources because there isn't anything that they want here, and I think it's just going to sit vacant, right? There's nothing else that's going to move any quicker in that site. And it is a niche in our community for our current residents who would be interested in that. My 2 cents. From Middleton.
Yep, thank you. I as well am leaning towards approving it. If we do not approve it, we know that property will sit vacant for the next year and probably for many years after that. The project as was presented to us, I think would be an exceptional addition to our city. There's clearly a need for this type of assisted living, and there are many people in our community who are looking for this kind of living arrangement and have the financial means to be able to afford living at such a location. I am impressed by the other projects that they have completed. But I want us to have something in this approval that if they have not made the substantial progress that they talk about in their letter a year from now, that they will lose the entitlement. And I would turn to the director to perhaps make recommendations to us as to what should be deliverables over the next 12 months that would reassure us that this project is in fact moving forward in a responsible way.
Mr. Mayor, to respond to the question from Councilmember Middleton, as I had indicated earlier in my presentation, if you approve the appeal this evening, they have until January of 2021 to either secure building permits or they would have to request another extension of time. So at that point in time, they will have to go back to the Planning Commission and report on the progress that they have made. So that's the first check that we have is in January of 2021. What I expect them to have at that point in time is to have made progress on construction documents, or to have prepaid some of the impact fees, things along those lines, which would prove that they are advancing the project and that they do expect to pull building permits and begin construction in the near future.
I can work with that. And the last thing I would say on this is, for the record, COVID-19 is already underway, and that COVID-19 has created a health crisis will not be a reason for a future delay in this project.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments? If not, is that a motion, Councilmember Middleton?
It is.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Woods.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Garner. I'm sorry, Councilmember Garner.
I can deal with Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Future Mayor Garner. Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is 2B, consideration of adding a section to the Palm Springs zoning code to allow for the establishment of food desert overlay zones. Yay. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the next item on the agenda is a request to amend the zoning code to allow for the creation of food desert overlay zones. To just briefly describe a food desert, it's defined as an area where there is limited access to healthy and affordable foods. The purpose of this ordinance is to incentivize the development of grocery stores in areas that currently don't have them. In terms of the criteria that we're looking at for the establishment of these overlay zones, we are basing these on indicators that have been developed by the United States Department of Agriculture in studying the issue of food deserts. Number one is relative to the distance from existing grocery stores. Number two is relative to the median income of the area or the neighborhood. And number three is relative to the poverty level. Those things combined are factors that contribute to food deserts, and so that's what we're using as the basis. In terms of the designation process, Planning Commission would need to adopt a resolution to identify a food desert upon establishing that a certain area qualifies based on that criteria. In terms of the study that we have done looking at potential food deserts here in the city of Palm Springs, we did a mapping exercise showing the distance of neighborhoods from existing grocery stores. And basically there are three areas of the city which are shown here in the blue color, the tan color, and the light green color of areas that are greater than 1 mile from existing grocery stores. We then analyzed those areas for their economic data based on census tracts, and what we discovered is that in particular, census tract number 446.05, which is the northwest area of the city encompassing Desert Highland Gateway and Racket Club West areas, also taking in part of the Miralon development, meets the criteria that we have proposed for the establishment of food desert. And so that's one area that we would focus on as the first if this ordinance is adopted. In terms of the approval process for new grocery stores in a designated food desert, we're trying to keep the application process relatively simple. They would only have to file a conditional use permit application. We're proposing that there is a maximum 60-day processing time for that conditional use permit application. For new construction of a grocery store, that would go direct to the Planning Commission. There would be no Architectural Advisory Committee review. And then for any renovation or expansion of an existing building, that would be an administrative approval unless they're adding on more than 25% of the existing floor area. In terms of the incentives, we're proposing zoning incentives. Unfortunately, we don't have financial incentives to offer at this point in time. For the incentives, first of all, we need to identify what is a qualifying grocery store that we would offer the incentives to. Based on data that we're looking at from both USDA and the Food Marketing Institute, the minimum size would be 5,000 square feet. The Planning Commission decided to cap it at 40,000 square feet. The reason being that larger stores would have greater impacts and may need more analysis in terms of the impacts to adjoining properties. In addition, a qualifying grocery store must carry all of the following: dry groceries, such as your baking items, flour, sugar, breads, pastas, things like that, canned goods, and then also full lines of perishables. So meat items, dairy items, and produce. The zoning incentives would include the following. Again, only a conditional use permit. We would waive the requirement for a major architectural application for new construction. There would not be a separate conditional use permit for accessory uses, for example, if they're selling alcohol or doing some type of a fueling station, which is common for many of our larger grocery stores. And then we would also offer the following waivers from zoning or development standards: parking reductions, setback reductions, a height increase, and waivers of separation distance requirements. So those would be the zoning incentives that would apply for food desert, for new grocery stores in food desert areas. The Planning Commission began studying this issue after listening to the recommendations of the Business Retention Subcommittee, who had originally studied the issue and identified the need for grocery stores in certain neighborhoods. They appointed a subcommittee to work with staff in terms of developing the approval process and looking at the incentives. And on June the 10th, they recommended approval of the ordinance that you have before you by a vote of 7-0. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have questions? Councilmember Woods?
Well, thank you. I think this is a great idea. I guess I wanted to say that. I had a couple of questions. One of the questions, and I'm looking at page 6 of the staff report, was that if they go into an existing building, they don't require a CUP. There are a lot of is there any kind of criteria on what that existing building needs to be? Are you talking about an existing, like what if they go into a hotel or? I'm just curious what kind of existing building we're talking about.
Typically, you would not find a grocery store operator looking at a hotel property if they're looking at existing buildings. They'll typically look at some other type of building that's been used for retail purposes, or in certain cases, they may even look at warehouse spaces. Those two would probably be the most typical that they'd be able to rehab economically. And so that's probably what we would see. Again, the basis, they would need to be in either a commercial or an industrial zoning district to qualify as a commercial use in those areas. So it's unlikely that they would come in and renovate a hotel for a grocery store use.
I was just looking at like the D Hotel, which, something like that, but they could. The other question I had is that if they go into an existing building, you're not required any sort of architectural review?
If they go into an existing building, no, we would not require any type of architectural review. However, at a staff level, as we are looking at the project, we would still evaluate it for conformance to our general design standards.
And those standards are in our zoning code?
Yes, in our zoning code under architectural review. One of the things we reference in the ordinance is that although we're not doing a major architectural application, we're still applying the criteria of architectural review as we evaluate the application.
Great, thank you. And then the last question I have is this question of fueling stations. I don't know if every grocery store needs a fueling station. We have, Albertsons doesn't have one, Ralph's doesn't have one, Vaughn's does have one. Talk to me a little bit about the fueling station and how it plays into the whole thing.
While not every grocery store here in Palm Springs has one, you will note that the major companies, Albertsons, Vaughn's, Ralph's, do have them in other cities and in other locations, and oftentimes it's a component of their grocery store development. In studying the issue, it was recommended at the Planning Commission that we allow accessory uses such as that if it's an incentive for someone to locate a grocery store in a food desert area. So again, it's trying to develop an incentive or an enticement for them to locate in an area.
Okay, and it would be accessory to the grocery store once it qualifies as a grocery store. So we're not talking about a mini mart in a gas station.
That is correct. In looking at what is a qualifying grocery store, your convenience stores would not qualify because they don't have a full line of perishables or the dry goods. Your drugstores such as Walgreens or CVS, even though they offer food products, would not be a qualifying grocery store because, again, they don't have the full line of food products.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Garner.
Well, I think mine are somewhat comments into questions. So I know in this area of where our food desert is, there really aren't vacant buildings that can be used. I think there's one option area, but it's not really an option because all of those properties are currently occupied. So I'm curious what other types of incentives we can offer, because I think it's almost guaranteed that this is going to have to be a new build. And I'm not sure that we're doing enough to attract people to the area. I know that it is becoming more attractive because there's also Miralon, which I think is sold out now with their initial build. So there's lots of things that are going to attract people, but it's still a developing area. And I think we need to do as much as we can to try to attract something there. So what are there additional things that we can add to make this stronger?
That's a very good question. It is a little bit difficult in terms of the incentives that you can offer for the development of grocery stores. From a planning perspective, obviously the only thing we really have to offer are relaxation of development standards. Those are incentives that we can provide. Planning doesn't have any other funding that's available, and typically it's financial incentives that are the things that attract the operators to certain areas. So unfortunately, I don't think I can propose anything to you from the Department of Planning or the Division of Planning that we could offer, but we would need to look at other things such as financial incentives. And so that's something that maybe the Business Retention Subcommittee can investigate further. But there's limitations in terms of what we can provide. And so again, we're offering what we have available to us.
And then I have further comments for whenever that's appropriate.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. Thanks for your work on this. I have a lot of questions. I'm trying to consolidate them. I know that the ordinance talks about percentage below the 20% below poverty rate. I know that when we talked about this for our Economic Development Subcommittee, we talked about there were multiple areas that had constituted food deserts in the city, and I see your map here. And so I'm trying to remember that map that we got from the Economic Development Department, and my memory was that it included Duluth and other areas. But I see for you included the 3 areas, and then a portion of those, or some of the census tracts have like 19.9% below the poverty rate or 18%. So looking at your map, I'm wondering if retirees play into some of those areas because of my understanding of some of those income levels there. But so why would we only leave it at 20%? Or would we consider like a lower level that might include some of these other areas, or is that not needed, or are they not truly food deserts there?
No, that's certainly something that you could consider. We looked at the 20%, again, looking at information from USDA and what other communities have adopted as a standard. However, Palm Springs has unique conditions, and you may choose to actually lower that number as a criterion for the establishment of a food desert. As you look at the other census tracts that fall within the areas that are greater than 1 mile from a grocery store, as you've already mentioned, you see 18%, you see 19%. If you would like to lower that number to 15%, I don't think that would be unreasonable in terms of considering an area as a food desert.
Thank you. And then I had a similar question about the minimum square footage. So proposed 5,000 square feet as a minimum, which I understand is defined as the small grocery. But I am also wondering if this is enough incentive to really get grocery stores, or if it might be helpful to open that up to smaller type companies or businesses that might still provide fresh produce, that might be like more local businesses or something like that. I know 5,000 square feet isn't very large, but just trying to figure out how that was picked, or if there's any consideration of smaller sites, maybe for local startup businesses or something like that.
And we looked at national standards in terms of grocery store sizes and square footage. I think one of the things that we want to be very careful of in terms of looking at smaller square footage is to avoid the category of convenience stores, because those are not the types of operations that provide the full line of fresh and affordable foods that residents need. And so I want to be very careful there in terms of the square footage. Convenience stores typically 3,000, 3,500 square feet. And so that's one of the reasons why we've drawn the line at 5,000 square feet is, number one, it gives you adequate square footage that you can provide all of the required lines of food products, dry, canned, perishables, but also it gets you above the standard convenience store where they wouldn't have the same offerings. So that's why we looked at the 5,000 as a threshold.
Thank you. That makes sense. And then possibly my last question is about the alcohol and liquor store, or part of this, and then also gas stations. So one thing I've heard from the community, who, by the way, community leaders from Desert Highlands brought this forward to our subcommittee, and we've been talking about food deserts for a long time now, so I'm really glad to see this moving forward. But one thing I heard is that, we can easily get liquor in our community, but we can't get fresh produce. So I'm wondering why we would incentivize and include liquor, alcohol, as well as gas stations, which also sort of exist in that area. Or as Commissioner Lewin pointed out, I think that those might be lucrative and might not need incentive.
Certainly, and that's a good question, and one that the Planning Commission asked as well. One of the key things to remember is that accessory uses are accessory to the principal use. The principal use is the grocery store, and so the bulk of their sales, the bulk of their square footage needs to be devoted to groceries. The gas sales or the liquor products that they offer are really secondary to that in terms of, number one, the dollar, and then number two, the square footage. You see in this day and age, Target carries liquor, all of your grocery stores carry liquor. To prohibit them from doing that would probably also turn them away from locating in the food desert areas. So I think we have to strike a balance. The key thing, though, is that the grocery store, the sale of healthy and affordable food, is the principal use.
Thank you. And how is that defined in terms of the principal use versus an accessory use? Is there a percentage of their sales or percentage of their products that would be, liquor, alcohol versus fresh produce?
Correct, there is. We already have that definition in the city's zoning code that identifies that an accessory use has to be less than 50% of either the square footage or sales of the product. So we already have a definition for that in our code.
Thank you. Could we do a different definition for this ordinance?
Yes.
Or do we want to keep the same?
Yeah, if you wanted to do that, you could add specific restrictions here for the food desert.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Garner.
Just to add on to that, does that mean we could have certain requirements, for instance, for how much fresh food there is, things like that? I just want to make sure that whatever comes to the neighborhood would truly benefit the neighborhood and that we're thinking about it from the start.
Yeah. Again, we have defined what is a qualifying grocery store in terms of the products that it offers. So in listing those products, it does include produce, which means they have to offer both fresh fruits and fresh vegetables. And so they have to have a selection of those items. Having, a basket of bananas or apples by the register doesn't qualify in terms of the definition of a qualifying grocery store. It has to have full line of fruits and vegetables.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I think that's my concern is that we're seeing more stores that are kind of pushing that boundary where it's like, we have 5 fruits and 5 vegetables, but that's not really enough. So I just want to make sure that whatever definitions we have are very clear. And maybe you can just send them. Maybe I need to read them. I don't know. But sorry, Flynn, do we have very specific?
Yes, we do. Again, going back to the qualifying grocery store, we do list out the items that they need to provide and that they have to have full lines of those items. Sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Great. I just had 2 things. One, first, thank you for the work on this. It's important, and because it came up a couple of times, in doing outreach to owners of supermarkets to try and get someone to come in and encourage them to go to the food deserts, and particularly the one on the northern part of Palm Springs, sort of a gas and or electric charging stations are part of sort of their models. I mean, that is more and more what we're seeing. So I just wanted to share that. I'll comment on it later. The question I had was on the square footage as well. And I think, we can talk about that, but, from my research, the typical Kroger supermarket is 160,000 square feet, and their small little markets are 100 to 145,000 square feet. So if we're looking, I don't know what size the Albertsons or the bigger Ralphs are here. Do you have an estimate on that, Director?
Yes, actually, in looking at the average square footage of grocery stores over the years, what we had seen from about 2000 to 2016 as grocery store sizes were increasing. The average grocery store size during that period was about 50,000 square feet. While we do have the superstores that are 100,000 or 150,000 square feet, again, we're looking at averages. So when you take the smaller stores such as Trader Joe's, Aldi, things like that, which are only 15,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet, again, the average was about 45 to about 50,000 square feet. The trend that we're starting to see now is from about 2016 forward to 2020 is that grocery store sizes are starting to decrease as there are more deliveries, more online shopping, things like that. The Planning Commission discussed the issue of grocery store size on the upper end and did consider looking at the larger stores as a possibility for inclusion in this. But came to the conclusion that, your larger stores wouldn't really need the incentives, that they will need to be in an area where they can have the largest market draw. And so in reality, it's probably going to be the mid-sized stores to the smaller stores that will be attracted to these areas that are food deserts. And so again, that was the assessment of the Planning Commission. However, you as the City Council could move that cap up if you feel 40,000 is inadequate and you want to move it up to 50 or 60,000 square feet, which would be more in line with, for example, the larger Ralphs that we have at Ramon and Sunrise.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, so this time I will open the public hearing as we're the applicant. This is just public comment, and public is invited to speak up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Mr. Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing. Now we can go into discussion or more discussion.
No,
Yeah, please, Councilmember Garner.
Well, thank you again to everyone who worked on this. It's really nice to see it be brought forward and to make sure that we're providing incentives and actively seeking out opportunities to get a grocery store in the area. I think it's really important for the community and something like Mayor Pro Tem Holstich said, the community's been asking for a long time and has been really driving forward this conversation. I think my biggest concern is just making sure that we're offering the actual items that the community needs in the store. And I'm hesitant in regards to the liquor sales. I understand that yes, every grocery store in California has liquor, but I just want to be very mindful that it's not. I don't want a grocery store. I don't want a small grocery store coming in and kind of using loopholes to get around providing the necessary items. But I think it sounds like staff is on top of it in terms of looking out for that kind of thing. And so that's good, because obviously I know that any major grocery store, there's not that same concern because they would have everything stocked anyway. But I do want to just make sure that we're also with this thinking about how to attract the stores to this area in other ways. Our planning director just told us we're limited in as far as planning, but just I want us as a council to think about other things that we can do, whether that's us, setting up meetings with different grocery store brands to discuss the options and what it would take to get them out here, or working with other neighborhoods. I mean, Desert Hot Springs isn't too far. This would also benefit people in Windy Point. There's, how do we leverage those kinds of connections to make it happen sooner than later? I just don't want this to be a nice idea that doesn't actually move forward. But I really appreciate this and definitely want to do everything we can.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Middleton.
I want to thank staff for all of the work that has gone into this, Councilmember Garner and Mayor Pro Tem Holstich for their work in bringing this forward, and I'm very pleased to support it.
Councilmember Woods.
So I've had a chance to talk to a few developers well before this came in as to why, as an example, at the McLean Center on the corner of Racket Club and Palm Canyon, we couldn't get a grocery store, or why we couldn't get a grocery store in our downtown redevelopment project. And, the hurdles are pretty extreme, and they have to do with the models that Whole Foods and Trader Joe's uses, and the fact that we are a seasonal population, and that the income in the summertime off of the waste that's involved becomes problematic. So I think it's very smart that what we're doing is we're trying to incentivize those to come into our neighborhoods. So I'm totally in support of doing this. I agree with Councilmember Gardner that if we can find other ways to incentivize grocery stores coming in, I would be in favor of that as well. We do have some food deserts, and I think what we're going to do is get mid-sized entrepreneurs who are interested in coming, and as Councilmember Gardner said, as we expand with Miramar and whatnot, the northern end is going to probably need some more grocery opportunities for people, and it helps with reducing our vehicle miles traveled. The more we can get here, we can help our pollution and everything else. I am not in favor of waiving the CUP for a gas station. That'd be on page 13, the top of the page 2B. I just think gas stations have a lot of environmental impacts to them, and I don't know if they're always great in a neighborhood, depending on where we put these. And I just think the gas stations, just the way that they are, and they're very suburban in their makeup, with the building behind and the gas station in front versus the building being on the street, that I think it needs more review. So if you include a gas station, I would say that the gas station needs an additional CUP.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thanks. I'll just ask a question on that because I also am concerned. One, I'm concerned we're not providing enough incentive to get a grocery store built. And so I agree with all those comments. And I know on the economic development side, we had talked, we hired a Buxton data company to get the credit card data for companies to show how much money was spent in these areas and, how to justify a grocery store. We've done a lot of work on talking about enhanced infrastructure districts and other financing opportunities where we could incentivize investment. So on one hand, I'm concerned that we're not incentivizing these enough, but I do want to make sure that we're incentivizing sort of what we need. And so I would be interested in the separate CUP for a gas station as well. And based on the mayor's comments, I'm wondering if that includes electric charging stations. Obviously, we'd prefer, electric charging stations or in addition to gas stations. But I think those have other impacts on the neighborhood. And then I'd be interested for alcohol sales because I know I've heard a lot about that. If it would typically need an additional CUP and we're waiving that in this ordinance, is that right? Or would it always be allowed as an accessory use? To the director.
It would be allowed as an accessory use. However, I think the suggestion that was made earlier, that just to be on the safe side, rather than relying on the existing definition for accessory use, that we cap alcohol sales either in dollars or square footage that no more than 25 to 30%. So we would drop that down below what we have as a standard definition. That way it doesn't overtake the purpose of the sale of food products.
I would like to see that included. And then right now it looks like sort of we're saving an applicant $10,000 based on city fees. Is that right? So if we were to require a CUP, if there's a gas station or better, an electric vehicle charging station, would they then have another $6,000 of fees to go through that process? Because I don't want to also minimize the actual incentive that we're giving.
Yeah. When they have multiple applications, we give them a discount on the second application. So for example, if they required a second conditional use permit, that would be 50% of the $6,500. So it would be about $3,200 that would increase over what we have there on page 7 of your staff report.
Thank you. Is a CUP required if they do electric charging stations instead of a gas station?
No, with the recent ordinance that we had, I believe about a month and a half ago, it's a permitted use in our commercial district, so it wouldn't require any additional applications.
That's great. Thank you. So I agree to reduce the amount of accessory definition for alcohol sales. I am interested in the mayor's suggestion about opening this up to larger stores as well, if we think that will make a difference. And I would be interested if we should reduce the poverty level threshold to have this apply to more areas in the city, or think kind of proactively about, I think poverty is probably going to go up in Palm Springs. So, where we might want it in the future for food deserts. Just a suggestion. I'm open to staff's recommendation on that.
On that one, we're using the national poverty level?
Correct. We're using figures that have been used at the national level.
And so when you look at the national poverty level and you think about California cost of living, I would like to see that changed also. I think in areas where we really don't have access to fresh groceries or grocery stores, there are many benefits to having them, not only, for people who are on lower incomes. I mean, it sort of helps everyone in the areas as well.
And what I might recommend is that we then drop that poverty level to 15%. I think that would be probably a better standard to use. Mr. Virata is here. You had asked questions about what other incentives we might offer. If I could just ask Mr. Virata to address that, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Just as an update, right before COVID hit, I believe at one of our last Business Retention Subcommittee meetings, we actually took a look at the list of grocery stores that were interested in locating in that area. The next steps would have been meeting with them at the International Council of Shopping Centers conference in May, which was canceled. So we kind of went into this tailspin, no one knowing who's expanding where and what's going where. But you know, from a strategy perspective, we have some potential lookers. So there's still a long way to go before an actual grocery store locates there. And in fact, I would think maybe an entire center would be more appropriate, and looking into the possibility of the tenants that would go into a center in the North Palm Springs area. And again, as you all know, from a financial incentive perspective, it's difficult to provide anything other than rebates on the fees. There is a potential for establishing the new, well, it's not so new now, enhanced infrastructure financing districts. But in that case, it would be important to get the county to participate, to contribute their tax increment also. Otherwise, it's just the city's resources again. So those partnerships and leveraging of resources with other government agencies would be important.
Thank you. And I think Mayor President Volstagg and I can talk more on, you know, some other incentives, some things we talked about sort of went away with the economic emergency we're in. So the other things, I would like to see us open this up for slightly larger, because slightly larger, we're going to have more options for the residents. And, you know, given it's not a huge incentive, and I appreciate the comment on the gas stations, I think, you know, the folks at least, and I think it's going to take actually personal outreach, not just saying we have these incentives. And, you know, there is, I think, good interest, for one, on the northern part of the city. But, you know, they're going to do it if they have, you know, gas and electric charging. That is what their model is, and that's many of them. So I worry that by taking that out, we're sort of taking away the incentive to get people in an area where when you do the circle, there just aren't enough residents. And the Buxton study was really, you know, helpful in making the argument, because we know, especially if we're looking, you know, on the northern side, people driving in on the 111 and Indian back and forth to go to work and go home every day, or tourists coming in and potentially staying in vacation rentals, there is a market there, right? That is not just the circle of residents within a certain area. But there's a reason a lot of those places go to Cathedral City and Palm Desert, because they're between, in the middle of the valley, right? And we're at the edge. So while I appreciate the thought, I hate to put all the costs back on when we had talked to people about incentives that now this is about all we can do by requiring it if there's, you know, fuel stations. So I appreciate the point, but I'm just concerned there's still a process. It's not like there's no process. We're just making it less expensive.
I would argue that at $3,000, gas sales will overcome it. People could easily apply for a CUP at $3,000 because gas sales are so good. And again, I want to reiterate that I think gas stations, you know, when you come into Palm Springs and North Palm, there are gas stations, and they can have a detrimental effect on the urban form and just on the pollution and on the toxic chemicals that go into the ground. And I think we want to just take some time to evaluate that with a CUP. Is all that I am suggesting on that. And I don't think $3,000 is that much of a hit for a gas station. when I think ultimately what we want is the grocery store, not the gas station. What we're going for is the grocery store, right? I think that's what we want to incentivize, is the grocery store with fresh produce and good food that we can have accessible to our residents.
You know, I agree with that. I think that none of this is going to make a big difference. It's sending a message that we want this, which I think is the important message, and an avenue to sort of meet with them and say we're open to other incentives, you know, and to work with them on it. And I don't want to go through some more process, but maybe we just don't, you know, we waive the fee if there's going to be a grocery store as part of it, a real grocery store. Because a lot of the smaller grocery stores, their margins are not high, right? Those are not big money makers. So we're going to need to be able to be flexible on these things. And I don't mind a little more process, but I think waiving the cost of it may be a compromise here. Just because I think we want to be able to reach out to them and say, hey, we have incentives and we're open to meeting with you to discuss others. That's just my two cents on it.
I mean, I think that Councilmember Woods makes a good point that if you're going to be operating a gas station, you've got $3,000 to do a CUP. I am willing, though, to say that they go through the process and the fee can be waived. You know, I'm willing to go for that, but I do think that's a really good point of just thinking about the environment and kind of again what we're really looking for in the area. Because again, even as we're moving through this, for instance, a Trader Joe's might not be the best idea in that area because that attracts a lot of other people to the neighborhood that kind of dampens the ability for the people who live there to use it. So there's things like that we're going to have to be thinking of. And I think that's the same thing with a gas station, just considering the larger impact on the surrounding neighborhood.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the process makes sense, and the $3,000 is not going to make or break any. None of this is going to make or break a project. It's more sending the message that we're interested in these areas. So I can go either way on that. And I do think, though, if we're going to get a market at the size that's going to have the kind of products we want, given the lack of population in the areas where they normally look, it's going to be because people are coming and going from work, you know, from Desert Hot Springs or, you know, other parts of the Inland Empire and people coming into town. I agree Trader Joe's may not be the best choice, but I think we'd be happy to have pretty much any grocery store in the areas that people don't have them. And, you know, it's just such a high priority for us. And, you know, I just feel we're giving so little right now. But I would like to at least see, you know, I'm glad about the poverty level and maybe go up to 60,000 square feet on size, because that does get us sort of those Aldi size, you know, slightly bigger, even bigger markets as potential markets. And I could live with a CUP if there's a gas station.
So,
Mr. Mayor,
I'll make a motion on what I think I heard. Yeah?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just...
Anthony, did you have something?
Sure. If I could just recap the recommendations that you've made relative to adjustments in some of the figures. So in terms of the poverty level, reducing that from 20% to 15% as the criterion for establishment of a food desert, limiting liquor sales specifically to no more than 30% as an accessory use, bumping up the upper threshold for a qualifying grocery store from 40,000 square feet to 60,000 square feet. And then the final item was requiring a conditional use permit for accessory gas sales. Does that encapsulate the council's direction?
I think so.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Mayor Pro Tem Holstech.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstech.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I saw a request for a short bio break. We've been going since 4 hours and 15 minutes. People want 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 10? Okay. So it is 9:15, 9:25. We will begin. Thank you, everyone. 9:30, we will open public comment on non-agenda items. This time is set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although City Council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, we can generally not take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. Tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers via telephone.
Hello.
Hello, Edwin Ramirion. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments for non-agendized public comment.
Hi, good evening again, everyone. This is my 2-minute teach-in for the progressive municipal ideal. Cultural sensitivity can start here with the city. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Holstege and Councilmember Garner for leading the charge in that 4-hour listening session, but my 2 minutes here will talk more about general items. I want to take this opportunity to add that I was able to express then we are at this intersection of racial capitalism and normalized white supremacy. The economics of our city are driven by dominant factors such as the overfunding of policing. If we will be discussing policing, racism, discrimination, we must also discuss class and power. Coming from a colonized working class community of color, I understand the realities of being of, from, and with the service class. Both mom and dad were migrant farm workers, housekeepers, janitors, food servers, and dad retired as a career dishwasher. Both worked in convalescent homes and hotels in the great fields of the eastern Coachella Valley. Both were HERE union employees. Gentrification is something to include in the municipal discussion on race, class, and gender. As I mentioned, I grew up here in the Veterans Tract. I went to Cielo Vista Elementary and attended the Palm Springs Youth Center. It is important to question the power in a name. For instance, Demuth Park, a city park whose naming was moved east to Veterans Tract when the original park, endowed and named by a donor, Adolph Demuth, whose $30,000 gift to the city. In addition, a field at the park is named after John W. Williams, who once was an early councilman and a realtor and developer. Demuth is now used to name the neighborhood. A name again moved eastward and imposed upon a neighborhood already with a name. The Palm Springs Youth Center would become the Demuth Community Center. There is nothing organic or community driven by the municipal naming of a park and eventual neighborhood and community center. The city made those decisions without consulting its residents. Please see the problems of this and how a municipal body like the neighborhoods are problematically constructed without community input and quietly expresses a real case study in the normalcy of gentrification and its co-conspirator white supremacy. I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll disconnect.
Hello?
Hello, Daryl Terrell. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All righty. Every dollar counts and can make the difference between a restaurant staying open or shuttering. It can make a difference between staying afloat or needing a layoff staff. During the pandemic, it is estimated that up to 90% of restaurant sales are attributed to delivery orders. However, our restaurants and mom and pops eateries are being charged from 25% to upwards of 30% commission, as well as other fees by delivery apps companies that pass it on to us. Why should our homegrown restaurants and eateries, as well as us, be put in a position to subsidize these delivery app companies? Only a level playing field will help our small businesses survive. That's why tonight I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Garner, Councilmember Middleton, and Councilmember Woods to consider enacting an emergency supplemental order that would limit the fees a third-party delivery service may charge a restaurant or eateries during the COVID-19 emergency. This proposed order will make it unlawful for them to charge our restaurants a delivery fee that is more than 15% of the cost of the purchase price of an online order. It would also make it unlawful for delivery service app companies to charge our restaurants and eateries more than 5% of the cost of the purchase price on online orders for the total of all other fees charged. In addition, these proposed order would require delivery service app to disclose to each of us, all of us, each fee it charges a restaurant, and mandates that the drivers receive 100% of the tips that we give them. This proposal order would help relieve some of the financial burdens that they have been carrying in order to keep their business open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Hello, George Fullwood. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have attempted to call Doug Evans 3 times unsuccessfully. Therefore, public comment has concluded.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to our next public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, if I could read the ordinance title for item 2A or 2B, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, adding section 92.29.00 to chapter 92 of the Palm Springs Zoning Code relating to the establishment of food desert overlay zones. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next item is 2C, consideration of the annual levy of assessments for various citywide street lighting and parkway maintenance districts for fiscal year 2020-21. Staff report, please.
Evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Joel Montalvo, Engineering Services. The item before you today is the annual requirement to continue the levying on 12 lighting and landscaping maintenance districts. On June 11, Council adopted a resolution to preliminary approve the engineer's report that establishes the levies and also declares today's public hearing. I'm happy to report that the districts are running on a balanced budget. The revenue that the city collects is spent on the maintenance efforts, and the city does have the ability to address any unforeseen maintenance issues throughout the year. Staff is always looking to balance the levies with actual costs, and we take the opportunity to reduce levies where the surplus in revenue exceeds the maintenance efforts. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Okay. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I'm just curious exactly what work is done during this time. There just wasn't a lot of detail about what's done, what work is happening.
Landscape. These are lighting districts, landscaping maintenance districts. So essentially, it is to maintain the landscaping around these areas, these districts, to make sure lights work or replace lighting throughout the year. If there's an event where a lot of the plants die, they get replaced. So essentially, we hire a landscape maintenance crew that takes care of these districts.
Okay, so does that mean that someone reviews all of these different areas and that's why they've decided that some areas don't need this while others do? So I noticed that some
So I'm trying to understand the question. These are districts that were formed by development, by private development. So these districts were formed so that the city could assess levies to the residents and to be able to maintain those districts throughout the year.
Yeah, they were voluntary districts.
They were voluntary.
Right, but I noticed, for instance, Mountain Gate is listed as $0 for their levy amount. So why is it nothing being done for Mountain Gate, but there is for the other areas? This is the first time I'm seeing anything like this, so I just want to make sure I understand, and I think there's probably a lot of residents who don't know what this is about either. It's kind of confusing. So what is the process for
in the case with the two districts that have zero levies this year, throughout the years or the past levies, we were able to establish a surplus, or we wanted to have some money in reserve. So we established a certain amount in reserve. In the two Mountain Gate districts, I believe it was $250,000 in reserve. Throughout the years, we've been able to exceed that reserve. So we had in excess of $50,000 to $60,000 in each one of those. So this year, as I mentioned earlier, we took the opportunity to make sure we could draw down those reserves so that we're not collecting excessively from the residents. So this year, it turned out that we were able to assess zero levies essentially on Mountain Gate and still be able to maintain the districts as we have in the past years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Nothing? Okay. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing. The public's invited to speak on the public hearing for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Mr. Mayor, we have no public comment for this item.
Okay. Is there any discussion or additional questions from the council? Okay. City Clerk, would you please conduct the protest proceeding?
Mr. Mayor, the City Clerk's office has received 0 written protest and 0 oral protest on the proposed assessment, and this does not constitute a majority protest, and the City Council may proceed with consideration of adopting the proposed resolution.
We have a motion.
So move.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Woods.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item 3A, consideration of extension of temporary moratorium on evictions resulting from non-payment of rent when such non-payment was caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff report, please.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you is a proposed ordinance extending the protections that have been provided by the previously adopted eviction moratorium ordinance. As the Council will recall, in March of this year, when the governor and the city issued the stay-at-home orders, the city adopted an interim ordinance providing for relief for renters and protections against 3-day notices. Later in the beginning of April of this year, the City Council adopted a more full protection ordinance protecting tenants from evictions when the lack of payment was due to COVID-related purposes. That ordinance was based on an executive order that was issued by the governor of the state of California that authorized cities to adopt those types of ordinances. That executive order was scheduled to expire at the end of May, and so the city's ordinance was scheduled to end at the end of May. However, the governor extended that order to the end of June, and the City Council similarly extended our ordinance until the end of June. On June 30th, the City Council adopted an extension until the end of July, and that same day, the governor also extended his order until September 30th. So our ordinance is scheduled to expire, or the protections of our ordinance are scheduled to expire at the end of July, and the ordinance before you is proposed to extend it until till September 30th. You could adopt it for a shorter or longer time period. The staff report indicates that there are other cities that have adopted eviction moratorium ordinances that extend until dates such as August, September, and the City of Los Angeles extends its protections until several months after the end of the emergency as declared by that city. So there's kind of a variety of different dates that different cities have extended their protections to, but what we're proposing is September 30th. In addition, that September 30th date can be shortened. So during the summer recess, if the city manager, as the emergency services director, determines that it's no longer necessary, the protections can be terminated, or if the council wants to reconvene in session and terminate the protections, the city council can do so as well. As the council is aware, this ordinance is modeled after eviction moratorium ordinances that several other cities have adopted. It's important to remember that this ordinance does not prevent the tenant from being obligated to eventually pay back the rent. The rent is required to be paid back within 180 days after the end of the emergency declaration. So the amount of rent is still due and owing to the landlord. It's just a deferral. In the meantime, the landlord is prevented from charging late fees or interest, and the tenant is required to pay what they can under this ordinance. That provides a summary of what's before you. I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Great. Questions or comments?
Question for the city attorney. Mr. Ballinger, are we making any changes other than the extension to September 30?
No.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Garner.
So I think it's important to continue to do this as we're still in a pandemic, but I know that we did get some public comments through email from landlords that had concerns. And I just want to make sure that we're responding to those, because some people presented, legitimate concerns of tenants that were not working with them and that they were trying to work with. So I just want to make sure that we are helping people in that situation, whether it's a tenant who needs help with talking to a landlord or a landlord needs help talking to the tenant. I think we discussed that at prior meetings. So I'm wondering if maybe we can do another blast on our Facebook page or something like that. That's an option, just to further open up dialogue as everyone starts to feel still more tense over everything going on.
Any other comments? Councilmember Woods.
I think it's very important, just to be clear about the ordinance, is it does require the tenant to be, to notify the landlord that they're not paying, and they have to have a COVID-related reason. I just want to reiterate that if the tenant is unable to pay because of a COVID-related experience or issue, that United Lift to Rise is offering money for rent to help people. So really, you should be talking to your landlord and you should be reaching out for help. And it's pretty easy to get that help right now, and I think they've only helped like 3,000 of 10,000 families they hope to assist. So I would really suggest that the landlords also suggest to the tenants that they can do that if the tenant's not talking to them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holsters.
Thank you. I agree with all those comments. I think this is really important to do, but I also think it's important to balance and understand what's really going on. So I hear that, people need more relief from the federal government and the state government than any of us have received. So we're all in a difficult place here, and the future is uncertain, and so it's really hard to plan. But I do want to make sure that we're doing outreach or having some of those conversations, both with landlords, with businesses who are at risk of eviction, with residents who are at risk of eviction, just to understand some solutions. And I agree that though there are some rental relief programs, and the United Lift one is really great. Thank you to the county for spending some CARES money of their $430 million on that. I'll keep saying that since we got just a few $100,000. But I do think, I wonder if, I think we already have this on our website, maybe staff can explain sort of if we have one place where all the rental assistance is compiled, because I do think it's in our interest to make sure that residents and businesses and landlords are sending people to all the rental relief programs. There's the Lift to Rise United Lift one, but we also are funding and have funded organizations like Jewish Family Services and Path of Life and the Well in the Desert. A lot of organizations here provide rent relief. Is that something to staff that's already on our website that residents can find in one place? And how do they find it?
Mayor Pro Tem, actually, Mr. Vrod is not in the chambers at the moment, but we will make sure that that is on there. I know that they have put quite a bit of that information on there. We'll make sure it's all in one place and it's easily accessible, and I'll send council the link.
Great. And for the public, if you go to the homepage at the top is the COVID-19 information. And when you get to that page, there are subheadings, and one is for renters. We want to make sure it's updated regularly. I'm not sure on that, but there is a renters section on there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I share everyone's view. I mean, we are in a pandemic, and things have gone backwards out of what's been able to stay open and what jobs are available for people. 4 million people in the country have had their salaries reduced as a result of this. So we're having huge, not only unemployment, but underemployment and their hours cut. And we don't want small businesses to disappear. But we do have to be conscious that there are a lot of landlords who aren't able to pay their bills and mortgage as a result. And on the residential side, the Senate passed a bill to do tax credits for landlords who work on deals with renters, which would be a huge help on that piece of it. It doesn't help on the commercial side, but it would be a help. So just wanted to raise that. And, it's an awful situation for everyone that we're dealing with. And I think this is the best thing we can do, and watching it on a monthly and I think, 2-month basis. But in that time, I do think, and maybe we do it through economic development or affordable housing. I'm not sure which is the right one. It's the same people because it impacts both. But maybe we try and do a public meeting where we invite both business renters, residential renters, and landlords to sort of brainstorm if there are other ideas and do a webinar for all of them on what the various programs are. So maybe Mayor Pro Tem Holstege and I can do that before this comes back to us next time and really share all the information and get as much input as we can from them as possible. Mayor Pro Tem.
Briefly, I love that idea. Happy to do it, or if others want to do it as well, I think that would be great. Our webinar that we did before was really well received. And I do want to flag, I talked about rental assistance, but there are relief programs for businesses and landlords as well. And if a landlord has an LLC or another company, you probably do qualify for more federal relief that might be available. So I think all of that information is on our website too. The county also used some of their $430 million of CARES Act funding for business relief. And one of the criteria for getting their business. It's actually a grant program, $10,000. So if you're a residential landlord and you might qualify, you can look into that program. And it's for businesses, I think, that didn't receive PPP. So we do have a whole list of business relief as well as tenant relief on our website. So I think a webinar presenting that information would be helpful. We want to get all the federal dollars and relief programs into our community as possible.
Great. Any other comments? If not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Garner.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0, and the title is an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, extending a temporary moratorium on evictions resulting from non-payment of rent when such non-payment was caused by COVID-19 pandemic and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency.
Great, thank you. So the next item is item 4A, continued discussion and possible direction on the impacts and response to the local emergency related to the novel coronavirus. In just checking with the city attorney, I think if it might make sense to talk about vacation rentals first, because then Councilmember Woods has to recuse himself, and then we can talk about everything else, so we don't venture into it on and off throughout the conversation.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, Aaron, if we can send Dennis to his room. I like saying that. We can talk tourism in general when Councilman Woods is back, but just vacation rental issues. And just to share with folks in the public that the Vacation Rental Owners Network and the agencies have requested that council, as part of the emergency, raise fines for music violations from $500 to $1,000. Just want to check with the city attorney because I'm not sure. That seems not related to the emergency orders. It seems related to their guests not following those rules. So I'm not sure it's even appropriate for this meeting. So I wanted to ask the city attorney that before we even discuss their request.
I think it would be a challenge to defend it as an emergency order.
Okay. So it's not appropriate in this context. So just on vacation rentals, and I know we asked Dr. Kaiser some of these questions. Obviously, we've all gotten emails on both sides of this. There is a sense from some people that people coming and staying in vacation rentals are causing the increased spread in the coronavirus. There are some people who have expressed that they're worried it's spreading across the yard in their backyard. Obviously, more people who are around and in the same close environment, which could happen in some businesses, obviously could cause more spread. Of course, our residents go to other cities and back and forth, and there are no imaginary lines. I mean, there are lines on a map, but there aren't really borders between our cities. And just doing some research, one of the things I saw was interesting was Lake Tahoe did see a surge in their county, which they attributed to tourism, but they also didn't seem to be enforcing the rules to the same extent. San Francisco seeing a surge, and they haven't opened up any tourism. And while we are doing better than other cities, a lot of people in those other cities that don't have tourism in the valley work in Palm Springs. And so, from Dr. Kaiser, it seems essential workers and people in working settings, are just exposed to more people, and we know that. So just some information to share for the discussion about whether there should be any changes on vacation rentals. One I did want to raise, and it's some complaints. Most condominium associations don't allow short-term vacation rentals. Some do. And I have heard from a number of residents, including some condo associations in my district, where they are being rented out currently for short-term rentals, and they're sharing pools in common areas. And that creates a safety concern for some residents, or they feel they can't be out in their pools because there's so many people crowded in them and not following the rules. And so whether in non-standalone, where people have their own pools, but where there are common areas, whether vacation rentals should not be continuing, at least in the current situation. I want to throw out as a discussion item as well. So any thoughts, comments? Councilman Middleton.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that we had Dr. Kaiser here earlier this evening. That was an extremely helpful presentation from him. I share the concern of the vacation owners that the fines right now need to be increased, but as the city attorney has said, that's not an emergency measure that we can address this evening. One of the things that when it comes to vacation rentals that Dr. Kaiser raised is the issue of mixing households. And I am concerned that our rules are being violated with vacation rentals where people are coming from different households. That is prohibited under the emergency measures as I understand it. But we have no system in place for tracking that information. And it's something I believe we should do. I'm open to different approaches or measures to ensure that once an individual is reserving a vacation rental, that it is in fact all members of the same household that will be staying at that residence.
Other comments, thoughts? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. So for the city attorney, sort of what are our restrictions or ability here in terms of the local emergency and how to legislate some of these issues on vacation rentals?
Well, I will start by saying that what Councilmember Middleton said is correct, that technically under the state's order, gatherings of multiple households in a vacation rental is prohibited by the state's order. The challenge becomes enforcing that order in what is essentially a domestic setting, such as a residence, and the issues of privacy. We do collect as part of our vacation rental program the names of guests who are authorized to be there. That is one way to attempt to ensure that at least once the vacationing group gets there, doesn't have additional people there, gatherings from additional guests, but short of somehow screening those guests who are on the list, it becomes very difficult to enforce.
What's the definition of household? So I know I'm having a baby in October. My family wants to come down to meet that baby. If my sister and my parents stay in the same house in a vacation rental, but they live separately where they live, is that separate households? Is there sort of family definitions, or is it just residency households? I'm confused about how that's defined and how it would be enforced.
So from my research, I haven't found a definition in any of the states' guidance. However, if you think of the concept of why the state's order focuses on households, it's really people who are living together, whether they're related by blood or name, surname, or whatever. If they're living together, maybe in a traditional family setting or in a sorority or fraternity house or just roommates in a residence or an apartment. The people who are living together, breathing the same air, already in contact with one another, the idea is if one of them has the virus, then the other one probably would too. And if one household has the virus, you don't want to mix that household with another household and spread the virus. So it's really cohabitation.
Isn't that fun when the state makes orders and doesn't give any definitions? They seem to keep doing that.
Yes, or enforcement.
This is actually better than some. I mean, at least household, but yeah, some of it's really hard to interpret by all means. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, if things have to be enforceable, but given the volume of vacation rentals we have, and we are asking for information, I share the concern, right? If you're having 10 people from 5 or 6 or 7 households, that's a violation of what the state rules are. So I don't know exactly how we do that, but I don't think a lot of people who have vacation rentals are aware that they're not allowed to have non-household members. Currently. So we may need to start with some education on that as well. And that is a violation, right? Not that we may ever be able to find out.
I think education makes a lot more sense, just making sure that people are putting that out there. And like you said, it's difficult to you can't enforce it. And I think that we all have to do what we can as well right now. I see my parents, but they don't live in my household, but they live, in Palm Springs. And I have, we've seen each other since the beginning of this, and that's really needed for us as a family. So I do support, though, encouraging that language for our vacation rental owners to make sure that we're not having just large groups of friends for no reason, but, being mindful that there may be situations like a baby that bring people together, but they're trying to be as safe as possible.
As we know, we can't act on this evening, so what I would hope is...
Yes, we can, actually.
Okay.
This is on the agenda. These are the orders on emergency orders related to COVID. We can't act on non-COVID things like noise.
I would encourage, regardless of that, we take advantage of the fact that we are going to meet in 2 weeks and ask staff over the next 2 weeks to meet with the stakeholders and see if there's a set of working recommendations that they can come back with that we could debate. But I will say this in jest, and I hope it's heard in jest. Remembering many of the vacation rental debates and arguments that we've had, Mr. Ballinger, identifying a sorority and a fraternity at the same household probably sent shivers up the spine of many of the home neighbors in our city.
I apologize. I didn't mean to trigger anything.
Well, and that's unlikely since schools, most colleges are remote now. But yes, that was a good point. So anything else on vacation rentals? The only other one that's Mayor Pro Tem Holstich, go ahead.
Thanks. I would just ask, and I agree, I don't think we should take any action tonight because there's a blank page in our, I know we want to leave this open, but we didn't give the public a lot of notice here. But I do think, unfortunately, in this situation, we're forced to regulate all of these public health issues that we're not funded to do. We have limited staff ability and capacity. We have limited code enforcement and police capacity, and we have less funding than before. So think about how much, vacation rental companies, if those associations are concerned about this, can do a lot of proactive work to help the city. So, if you have listings on Airbnb or VVRO, you can post the city, and I'm sure many, many do, post the rules, the statewide rules. I know if you go on Airbnb, it gives a little notice about, the state restrictions and explains there might be local ones in effect. So just thinking about how are we using our limited police power to enforce versus how much are we empowering? And I know a lot of vacation rental owners have been really helpful in working with us on enforcement and making sure the rules are followed. But I would just, as we think about policy and if we are bringing something back in 2 weeks, I'm not sure if Dr. Kaiser answers about, not really being concerned about people in backyards who are from neighbors being at risk at all from vacation rentals in their backyards or on the street with, quick passings, things like that. I just want to be thoughtful about what's the public health issues that we're trying to solve and not just use a hammer of enforcement on everything. I think education, I think empowering companies to do some of that work for the city too. That's a responsibility. You're bringing people into our community. We need you to be thoughtful about educating. I've messaged people on Airbnb before, here's the city rules. We don't allow the state rules don't allow multiple households. How many people are you bringing in? I think those are some of the, I would bring back a wide array of things we might be able to propose with stakeholders versus only increased enforcement, which is costly to the city and might not, make a big difference for the public health issue that we're trying to solve.
I would just add, one thing we could do is require it in the contracts that people are saying at least that they're all from the same household, knowing that, because if there's a violation, we go there and it turns out they're not, then there is some enforcement ability, right? Which is a lot of this, right? When you get complaints is when we enforce because we're not going to go knocking on doors randomly. But I think bringing back some options and having it noticed specifically on this issue, I think is a really good way to move forward. I think we should also bring back, so it's noticed, the issue of condos that share common areas for vacation rentals for discussion. So we can hear from people in those, there aren't that many of those, but in those and their experiences, and also from the people who own them who rent them. So I'd like that to be just so that's part of what's noticed next time, so people can comment on it and we can hear from folks about their experiences. Anything else on vacation rentals before we take Dennis out of his place? His downtime. Okay, Aaron, you can bring back Councilmember Woods. Welcome back. So a couple things on this. One thing just that I don't want to forget to raise was we've had some questions about not allowing the multiple person on the pedicycles go. And City Attorney, can you sort of share your view on why they're not allowed and then their view on why they, or at least some think they are?
Yes, so there are three companies that have pedicab permits within the city of Palm Springs, and these are really kind of the mega pedicabs. In other words, not just one driver who's pulling two or three passengers, but these are the mega cycles that have 12 to 15 people who are all pedaling, and then one person kind of guides the vehicle along the street. We have advised the three companies in the city that it's our belief that under the state's order, those operations are not authorized because they essentially create gatherings. They're designed to create gatherings, and unlike getting in a say a Sunline bus or a taxi, the primary purpose is not necessarily for transportation, it's more for social gatherings. Unlike a restaurant, they're not there to eat and consume food, they're there for a social gathering. And so the social aspect is really the predominant theme of these operations. And so our office, the city attorney's office, has advised these operations that that they aren't permitted under the state's order. One of the operators thanked us and indicated that they would not be operating. Another operator has kind of pushed back and has indicated that they believe that they are authorized to operate. The third did not respond, so we're assuming that they're not operating. We have no evidence that they are operating. So the issue is whether the city council want. Oh, and we also sought advice from the state. The state has an email address that we stay in contact with and get guidance from on a variety of different types of operations. Oftentimes the state will respond and provide us guidance and tell us whether a type of business is authorized or not. The state has not responded to this, and so it's left up to us to interpret the state's order since we're enforcing it.
Great, thank you. And let me just ask you a question. One of the companies, the one who didn't, who said they would follow the rules, asked if they stopped and didn't go into restaurants, which is what they normally do. They could stop, have drinks and appetizers in restaurants, and did takeout and sort of ate it on the vehicle. Would that constitute dining, outdoor dining, that they would be then allowed to operate? It was creative, so I thought I would share it. But they would still be doing the tour, going down the streets and stuff.
Right.
I'll weigh in with a comment. I think the city manager made the right decision on this, and there's just some activities that we need to suspend until we can get past this crisis. And for the time being, I support fully the city attorney's decision.
Have you heard? So it's been at least a week. I know the state has responded much faster on some other things. My inclination is to follow your advice unless we hear differently from the state, and maybe a follow-up with the state to see if what they have to say, knowing that they may not respond, but maybe just a reminder. So I'm sure there are different people who respond on those emails, and it could go into someone's pile and they forget to do it. Anyone feel differently? No.
So if they're a household, confused now. So if they're a household, they can't all do a social cycle together.
Well, that's the issue, and the operator has indicated that that they only allow households to book rentals.
Or private parties.
Or private parties. They then go on to describe what their definition of a household is, as including multiple households who have decided to rent a vacation rental here, which is not a household. a household, as I mentioned earlier, is people who have been cohabitating, not people who have come from 3 different cities to stay at a vacation rental over the weekend. So there's a concern that is the operator's understanding of what a household is, which is incorrect. And then also just from an enforcement perspective, either the operator being able to determine who's a household, and then should we go to enforce whether we can actually determine whether they're members of a household. It becomes very difficult, as we discussed earlier, with regard to the vacation rentals. So, but conceivably, yes, if a family who had been cohabitating came out and wanted to use the pedicab, then that wouldn't be a problem under the state's order. But our sense is that a vast majority of what's happening is not that.
And a lot of other, I don't think any other cities in the Coachella Valley have any social cycles, is my understanding. But what are other cities doing? I know Sacramento has a lot that we looked at before as a model. Do we have information about best practices here?
The operator has indicated that in 2 other cities they are operating. One of them was San Diego. I believe the other one was Long Beach.
Santa Barbara, I think.
Was one Santa Barbara?
I think so.
We can certainly.
Do we know what those cities are doing?
We can find out.
I just, and I want to follow the state rules, and I want to make sure everyone's healthy and we're not spreading the virus as much as possible. It's heartbreaking for our local businesses. I was so grateful when we got these companies to open in Palm Springs. I've done it in other cities. It's a fun draw for residents. It's pretty affordable. I've done it a number of times. So just with guests or people visiting before, in the olden days, before we had a pandemic. So I just want to be thoughtful here that we're not, that we're interpreting the state rules as, intended, and that we're thoughtful about keeping these, businesses and providing support if they can't operate based on the public health rules, but just making sure we're not, losing businesses forever.
I can do that.
Great. And just from the correspondence, the photos in all 3 cities were, bridal parties. There were big groups of people who, unless it was a sorority, were unlikely from the same household, which is it is the state definition. And unless we get the state to say there's an exemption, I think we need to follow the state definition.
I agree.
Yeah. On that.
I just want to be thoughtful. I'm worried about kind of unfair competition and making sure we're consistently interpreting some of these rules as many other cities do, because we're not the only city to be facing this. So I would be interested in what other cities are doing, but I agree we need to follow the state public health rules. We have no ability to not do that.
We started education with restaurants who I don't think were aware that non-household members need to be 6 feet apart from household members, even if at a big table. So, there were just things like that I don't think people and businesses were aware of that we need to do education on. And we have started to do that with the restaurants as well. So a couple other things that people have raised, at least in the emails I've gotten, so I just want to raise publicly, and some that have been raised by staff. Restaurant hours, obviously enforcement, we have limited enforcement staff who are getting burnt out, and a lot of overtime and limited police, and numerous out due to COVID. And the restaurants that say open to 2, that are more bars typically, but you can order a meal and they have to have someone ordering a meal. There's been some thought that maybe those should close at 10 or 10:30 or 11 at the latest. So enforcement didn't have to be working those hours, and also to avoid the reports of people going there for drinks and not ordering food. So I just wanted that to come up. And the city manager, do you want to weigh in on that, since I thought you had some thoughts on that?
Certainly. Obviously, the issue that's kind of been raised is those establishments that were more of a bar, nightclub that are open till 1 a.m. The question was coming to us as well. Obviously, they're not serving dinner at that hour. It's more obviously a bar situation. What that requires, obviously, is enforcement from the police department and code enforcement at that point to try to determine, well, are they serving food? Aren't they? And then there's the fine lines of dispute. So one idea was just to have a regulation that everyone would close at a certain time, whether that's 10 o'clock, 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Again, as a policy matter, that would be something council could give us direction on, but that would certainly make it uniform and everyone would know that at a certain time everything's closed, and then that relieves the enforcement on that area. Now, if Chief, I don't know if you wanted to add something to that, but he also can answer any questions. The Chief is coming down.
Good evening. Yes, obviously we have a capacity issue when it comes to enforcement. And the other key factor is during those hours between 11 p.m. and 1 or 2 a.m., our calls for service start going up as it relates to our vacation rentals. So that becomes even more difficult to try to address the vacation rental calls for service as it relates to music or whatever else the complaints are at the same time, trying to do spot checks at our downtown businesses that during those hours it's more of a bar atmosphere instead of serving of food.
Councilmember Middleton.
Chief, while you're there, as much as you feel comfortable talking about, could you describe the level of demand that has been placed on your officers and code enforcement staff over the past few weeks?
Sure, absolutely. For the past at least 4 weekends, we have increased our staffing with overtime, adding additional staff every weekend. And it's gotten to the point where we've had at least one staff member just needed to take a break, almost to the point of burnout, and that staff member was allowed to take 3 days off uninterrupted, and we just lost another staff member recently. So the burnout is kicking in absolutely with staff, and we are not going to be able to sustain this pace and having this level of overtime every single weekend.
Right.
And I would just note that that's in addition to the reduced staff that we have.
I'm not sure if it's time for comment right now or not, but I think we all need to step back and be cognizant of the level of demand that we have been asking of these officers and these code enforcement individuals. And it is really incumbent on each and every one of us, and the us includes all of the people in the public, to be respectful of the people around you. And we're all trying to get through this pandemic, and we need to really step up the level of cooperation. But in saying that, as we heard from Dr. Kaiser, our city is doing better than most cities. And while it's not 100%, we need to step back as well and recognize the extent of voluntary compliance that we've had from our shopkeepers, our restaurant owners, our visitors, and our residents.
Mayor Pro Tem Holster.
Thank you. I just had a question, a follow-up for the chief. So I heard you about all of the overtime, and, really we've been doing a lot of proactive enforcement. I know we talked at the last council meeting, you gave us an update, and the public an update, that we had proactively done checks at businesses to 76 businesses, I think, and all 76 were in compliance. So I'm trying to figure out what's the problem we're trying to solve. So is it the overtime coming from the proactive enforcement that we've been doing of going to businesses? Is it from calls that are after 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. or a certain time? Can you just give us a sense of, what the problem is we're trying to solve with some of these solutions that we're discussing and what's happening on the ground?
Well, it's all of the above, coupled with the fact that a good majority of our complaints come in via email. We need to do a better job in educating our community, our business community, in those that do want to report violations to contact us directly. Because when they take photos and it's shared on social media and it's discussed and never shared with us, it's extremely difficult for us to play catch up a day later, let alone 2-3 days later. We really need to try to share that consistent message of the importance of reporting witnessed violations to us directly. And it also helps out the public because the public doesn't need to be dragged into providing a witness statement or later proceedings down the road. If they report directly to us and we have firsthand knowledge of those violations, it takes those reporting parties out altogether. And it relies on our staff to properly document what they're witnessing right in front of them.
And the other thing I would note that, as the chief indicated, all of the above, I think we can't lose sight of the fact, and we've been coming to grips with this, we've been grappling and wrestling with this, is that we're in this unprecedented time where we're trying to regulate social behavior in a way that we've never had to as a government ever before. This government was not set up that way to do it, as most local governments haven't, particularly one our size. And now we're forced to do it with even less resources from our reduction in service. And the rules keep changing. And so there's the educational component and then the rule changing component, and then the rules don't make sense component. And then we're trying to interpret, whether it's vacation rentals or businesses, or did you sit close enough, or are you in the same family? We're just not set up. So there's a burnout. Now I say that with complete confidence that everyone on our team is doing everything they can to make sure everyone is safe and following the rules. But there is a limit, and we are almost reached that capacity now. So the things that maybe we can do to ease that burden ultimately will benefit everyone, I believe.
Thank you. I completely agree. And some of that is the frustration of the county, not enforcing some of these public health rules. So I had asked the county weeks and weeks ago. I know the County of San Bernardino Environmental Health or Public Health Department is raiding restaurants and businesses and actually has teeth for enforcement, because that's what they normally do every day, is regulate establishments like restaurants and bars. So we're again, we have like one tool, one hammer, and we're just trying to hammer it out to control people's behavior. And that's important when it's addressing public health issues, but we have really limited staff capacity, and I'm really worried about our staff's ability to sort of regulate some of this. So I don't know if we're taking action on this. I would prefer, I know we have this general item for discussion, but I'd prefer notice about exactly what issues we're going to discuss, because this is the first I'm hearing about a proposal to reduce hours of businesses, and I just haven't done the outreach that I would normally do to talk to stakeholders and residents about that issue to get their input. So I'm having a hard time making some of these decisions up here without enough notice to get information from the public, and the public doesn't have that either. So I know every day is different and changing, but I do think if we at least list the items that we're going to be discussing for this type of item that we're holding every council meeting, that would be helpful for me to do enough research to make educated decisions here.
I would take that a step further. When all of this started, part of the reason that we passed, part of the urgency ordinance we passed said that the city manager would be able to make the decisions that he sees fit. And I think that what we've been seeing a lot of is all of this stuff coming to council when we have a city manager and a police chief and other emergency personnel who already know what it is that they want to do. And we empowered you to do it as a council from the beginning. And I think that we're wasting time hashing it out when really we're not the ones on the front lines dealing with it. Our city staff is, and they're the ones most educated to respond to this matter. And if we need to be consulted, if someone wants to give a heads up to us, then great. But personally, I don't feel like we need to be discussing it right now. But the other thing too is I think the bigger thing that we're missing with all of this is we're spending so much time downtown trying to enforce in these businesses. And we've already been hearing over and over again, not just in Palm Springs, but across the country, that the larger problem is people gathering with their friends. So people getting tired of it and saying, well, I'm going to go see this friend, and that friend is going to see this other friend, and it's just becoming a larger chain reaction. So I think there has to be a lot more education, just, the time that we're spending instead of code enforcement driving around downtown, spinning their wheels, should be more proactive education to our residents about what it actually means to be a gathering and how a birthday party is still a gathering. It's still we have lots of big families in the valley. I just said that I go visit my mom, so I'm being a little bit hypocritical, but I do also have a huge extended family in the desert, and I don't see all of them, right? And that's kind of part of it is reminding people that now is not the time to have big family gatherings, even if they're your family, right? We have to be careful because some people are working and others are not, and then they're infecting each other. So that's kind of more of what I'm hoping we can do, is making sure that people understand these different levels and can be more educated when they're making decisions about whether or not they should go to a birthday party or some other gathering instead of spending time downtown.
Thank you. I certainly want to follow up on both of those because I think that last point is so important for folks and needs to, be a big focus in a chain, in our education effort is, I don't know how many parties people were invited to over July 4th. And I've been invited to birthday parties and they're just 14 or 16 people. Oh, I know they're all really safe.
Yeah.
And then, they're inside and no one's wearing masks. Everyone's hanging out for hours because people feel more safe with their friends. And from what we've heard from Dr. Kaiser, that's a big issue with the spread among our residents. Our residents are not typically interacting with visitors for hours. They may see them in the supermarket or on the street, but it is, those gatherings that are a big problem. So I agree with that. I also agree with your comment. We empowered the city manager to make these decisions. The city manager doesn't like making these decisions unless we make them. So, David, I think we really need, when you and the chief think something needs to happen, whether it's cutting late night hours because people are probably not ordering their full dinner, which is all they can be, at 1:30 in the morning, you're empowered to do that. And actually, I think my view is similar to Councilman Garner's. We actually want you to do that. That's what you're there for. You're dealing with it every day with the chief and know what the issues are. And those really should be coming from you. And if you need to consult us, figure out two people you want to run it by. And if we don't like it, we can overturn it at the next meeting when we have to ratify it. But, things change fast. And I do think we've empowered you. And it's sort of your role to do that. The other thing I want to comment is, because we do get a lot of comments, that we should be ticketing people walking down streets. Dr. Kaiser's comment, combination of Dr. Kaiser's comments and our burnout on enforcement, while I'm not opposed to doing that occasionally to send the message that people need to be doing it, I do think that the most important focus we can do is where the highest risk of transmission is with our limited resources, which is more indoors and bigger gatherings. It's not people walking by each other on the street. If you have 20 people waiting at a place for 20 minutes, that's different because they're in close proximity if they're not wearing masks. A lot of good feedback, Chief, with the announcements the code enforcement and police have done when they're driving in commercial areas. I think that's really positive. But I also think if you could briefly give us, we didn't sort of get the enforcement update. If that's easy to do, sort of what happened in the last week, that would be helpful. If it's not, we could send it out.
Yeah, I don't have those stats with me. We can definitely push that out. We did step up our efforts as recent as yesterday downtown with assigning our downtown officers to do PA announcements over their radios when they pass through downtown, and also made approximately 20 to 22 contacts with people street front that did not have their mask on, and every single one of them was cooperative. They had a mask on in their possession, and they immediately complied and put it on. So we will continue that as time permits.
Great. Thank you. I just really appreciate all the work from the department. It's been, excessive, and that's been needed during this. And it's very much appreciated. And, we have a lot of faith in you and the city manager to focus resources in a way that makes sense so people don't get burnt out. And if that means closing some things to avoid that burnout, that's the right way to do it as well. Mm-hmm. Councilman Woods.
I just want to take this time to give a shout out to the fact that we have our own police department, and our own police department is enforcing the mask, in a polite way. We just heard that they've asked 20-some people, they all put their mask on. This is in stark contrast to the sheriff's department, and I think it's testament to what's going on. I think I also want to ask the citizens and the residents and the visitors, keep putting peer pressure on your fellow neighbors and everything to wear a mask and remind them. Sometimes it's just a friendly reminder for themselves. And I would also ask of our residents is to have patience. I've gotten 3 calls, emails about people with code enforcement issues that they're not getting a response. These are non-COVID, but we're so wrapped up in COVID that it's been very hard for our staff to stay on top of it. The code enforcement staff has been incredibly responsive when somebody has contacted me on this. But I just ask for patience on everyone's part that's out there, understanding how stretched the department currently is.
Thank you for that. Everyone still has their regular jobs in addition to COVID. And we have less staff than we did before. So it's a really important point. Anything else they want to say on this?
I really want to thank Councilmember Woods for what he said. And all of us show some respect for your neighbors and wear the mask, remind them of the mask. But our police department cannot be absolutely everywhere all of the time. And let's act on our own.
I would just ask, I agree, and I would just ask that we continue to put pressure on the county, which is receiving a FEMA reimbursement and CARES Act money to enforce some of this because, again, we're not getting reimbursement or we're not getting a lot of funding to do this, and our police department has a lot of things to do, and standing on the corner, asking 20 people to put on masks is an expensive use of city resources, when really this should be on the county to be enforcing some of this, not on the county sheriff necessarily in our city, but just on the public health department. For example, we were staffing phone lines and answering questions for businesses for months and months. Now the county has a hotline for workers concerned and people concerned about safety issues. So I just want to make sure the council, if we think about ways, we've sent letters, we've done a lot, but other ways to pressure the county to do their job to enforce the public health issues and to make it safer for our residents, because really that's the county's job as well.
Thank you. We will move on to the next item. 5A, consideration of a request from Community Development LLC requesting an administrative minor modification for relief from the minimum separation distance requirement for cannabis dispensary at 315 North Indian Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this is a request for consideration of a waiver from distance requirements for a proposed cannabis dispensary at 317 North Indian Canyon Drive. The applicant had filed an application last year for a distance waiver. It was considered as part of a group application of 6 other dispensaries that was heard by the City Council in November of 2019. At that time, the City Council denied the waiver. The applicant, in discussions with our city attorney, has decided to refile the application, and it is important to note that there is no time period that the applicant needs to wait in terms of refiling a new distance waiver application. So it is appropriate for you all to consider this application this evening. One of the things that we do need to note, however, is that distance waiver requirements have changed slightly since this was last heard back in November of 2019. At that point in time, there was a distance requirement of both 500-foot separation between dispensaries and that no more than 3 dispensaries could be located within 3,000 feet. The second part of that equation, the no more than 3 within 3,000 feet, has been eliminated. And so consequently, in your consideration this evening, you will only be considering the separation distance of 500 feet between dispensaries. In terms of the proposed application, it would be located in an existing building on North Indian Canyon. It's a former bus depot. It is also served as a restaurant use. The dispensary itself will be just under 1,000 square feet. The overall size of the building is about 2,700 square feet. The applicant is proposing to remodel the building to accommodate the new use. In terms of the distance waiver requirements, as I had mentioned, our code requires 500 feet between dispensaries. That distance is measured from property line to property line, and there are 2 other dispensaries within 500 feet of this proposed location. We do have a separation distance map in your application package. As I had mentioned, the 2 dispensaries are as follows. One is immediately behind the property, the Harvest Dispensary on North Palm Canyon. The second is the Lighthouse Dispensary, which is just slightly north on North Palm Canyon. So those are the 2 dispensaries that are already in existence adjacent to the subject site and within the 500-foot distance separation. In terms of distance waivers, there are 4 standard criteria in our code as they apply to administrative minor modifications. Number 1, we need to find that the proposed use is consistent with the general plan and the zoning. Cannabis dispensaries are a permitted use in the zoning district where the building is located, so we find that it is consistent with that. We also need to assess the impact to neighboring properties, impact to general health and welfare, and any unique conditions of the site that may justify the waiver. In terms of impacts, generally studies show that when you have a clustering of cannabis dispensaries, there can be an increase in crime. However, you need to apply that on a local level. Council members had requested additional information from the police chief about crime statistics relative to the dispensaries in the downtown area. And we were just able to get that information to you late this afternoon. The police chief's report is that we don't see any measurable increase relative to the dispensaries that we have located. So what we have in the staff report is that there can be impacts. However, the chief is showing that statistics demonstrate that we are not seeing any measurable increases in crime. The last condition is relative. Yes.
I think Mayor Pro Tem Holstich wanted to recuse.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation, but I need to recuse because of a potential financial interest because my husband has a listing in this area. So I just wanted to be put in the box, please.
And let me go ahead and continue then. The final thing is, are there any unique site conditions? And this is a standard commercial property, rectilinear in size. There's nothing unique about its shape or its condition that would necessarily warrant a waiver. The applicant who spoke earlier under public comment did mention the fact that this is the only dispensary in the immediate area that would face Indian Canyon. The two other dispensaries that you have within the 500-foot separation distance both face Palm Canyon, and so that is one thing to take in consideration as you look at this proposed distance waiver. Again, staff has made a finding that it doesn't meet the criteria. However, you do have updated information on crime statistics and a suggestion by the applicant that this is a unique site in terms of the orientation relative to Indian Canyon. That concludes my staff report. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the proposed distance waiver.
Great. Thank you for that. Just for Councilmember Garner and I are the liaisons on cannabis. So we did sort of go through this a little bit. And I don't know if Councilmember Garner, you want to share some of your thoughts on this or ours to the extent they're similar.
Yeah. I think that for me, I mean, everybody knows I've taken a pretty critical eye to the cannabis dispensaries or sites in our city. This particular location has been just a mess for a while. I think ever since Woody's left, and even when Woody's was there, I would consider it more of a dive bar than anything. So it's needed a lot of help for a long time. So for me, I feel like I know this is just a preliminary design concept that we're seeing here, but I think that it would bring a lot to the area to have something new done to that building. It would put it in a much better position if it were to be something else later. And I understand that there's another place on Palm Canyon, but I think because of the way the roads are situated and that there's not really any easy walkways, that I don't consider it as an issue in the same way as if it were next door. This is also an area that this location isn't really ripe for much else. I think that's part of the reason, right, that Woody's moved. There's just not a lot going on there. So this could help, I think, to move us forward in developing that corridor.
Thanks. And just add to that, we had, prior council had set some criteria to look at on waivers, which we decided not to use because we wanted it to be broader and look case by case. Although Councilmember Garner and I are going to probably meet with the planning director to bring back some ideas, just so they're not requirements, but to really give some guidance as we look at these and give people who are proposing these. But if you look at the criteria we did have, this really did fit that. It's sort of a building that needs renovation very badly. There's nothing else that's likely to go into it. No one was evicted to have cannabis. It's been vacant for some time. It doesn't have a similar street front as any other, which was one of the criteria. It's not a lounge, it's just a dispensary. So we don't have the people hanging out inside concern that some people have raised before. I'm not sure it's a concern, but it has been raised. So I wanted to share that. So, my inclination as well is that this makes sense here in this case, and that's sort of what the waiver provision is for. The second one, the lighthouse, part of it is on the border of the 500 feet and part is on the other side. It's also on Palm Canyon. And where we've given waivers typically has been in these kind of situations, a building like Lighthouse that no one was able to do anything with it. It was a former food court, or the one where, I think it's being called the Bank, that's going down on Palm Canyon near Baristo that no one has been able to rent or do anything with. And in those cases, I think the waiver is appropriate. Other comments or questions? Councilmember Woods.
I think that I thank you, both Councilmember Gardner and the mayor, for your comments. I agree with those comments, but I just wanted to add that I think that the applicant has submitted a very detailed, compelling letter of why this should be here and the findings. I think the police chiefs knew information that there's not more crime. In fact, there's probably reduced crime because they have their own security is a point that is changed from the staff report to maybe change the recommendation. I wholeheartedly believe that this area of the city needs an infusion of something, and if we can have a transparent business, by transparent I mean you can see into it, you can see out, you drive by, it's open to the public, will be just an added benefit there, and an area right now that's a little bit I don't want to say blighted, but it's a little dead in that area for pedestrians and whatnot. When I guess the only thing that I would ask is that we would be very critical about the urban form and urban design. When we look at the renderings that they submitted, the ones with plate glass look beautiful and they have dramatic lighting and they have furniture on the inside. But yet when you look further in the packet, there's mullions everywhere on those windows, which completely takes away from that kind of streamlined Apple Store look that they have in their first renderings. So I'd like to hold their feet to the fire if we do approve this to make it much more Apple Store-ish, to say the least, with no mullions and kind of clear plate glass windows and an indoor-outdoor feeling, so that this doesn't feel, it feels like an open, welcoming place to come versus kind of a CD bookstore or something.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And this will go to AAC, right, Director? So I'll concur in that for the direction to AAC. No CD bookstore look. Councilmember Middleton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councilmember Garner, I've been a skeptic of increased cannabis and waiving, and it simply goes back to a belief that this industry is going to is overbuilding, and there's not enough legal demand for the number of dispensaries and outlets that we have. This particular site is it really does need help. The architecture, as we are seeing it, is extremely attractive, and if I would be tempted to break my rule that I would never do a waiver, this is tempting. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote when they call my name. But I know how I want to vote. I simply believe we need to go back and revisit our rules when it comes to proximity and get a good sense economically as to how many of these dispensaries can survive. But in the meantime, I will probably, with great reluctance, vote yes.
Anything else, or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the project.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Garner, second by Councilmember Woods.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton. And Mayor Kors.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
With Mayor Pro Tem Holstead recused, that's a 4-0 vote.
We can bring her back from timeout. Welcome back. The next item is 5B, discussion and next steps regarding the listening session on policing, racism, discrimination, and other related matters.
I think that's me.
Hey, Councilmember Garner.
So I want to just reiterate, my thanks to staff and to council and to our residents for attending the listening session and being present for that. I think there were very difficult moments for lots of different reasons. And I appreciate people sitting with that and taking the time to think about it. Council or Mayor Pro Tem Holstead and I have talked about this item, and our hope is to provide some concrete steps forward through this discussion, and then to also just hear generally if other people have some other things they'd like to bring up. I think the part of this is the ask that we heard from the community at the meeting. One of the things is the Lawrence Crossley street naming. I know that a little over a month ago I asked for that to be brought forward, and I think that it is something that should move fairly quickly. It's something that council's discussed before, and it got kind of stalled, but not from my remembering, but all of you can correct me, it was that not because people didn't approve of it happening, but that it just somehow got stalled in the process. So if we can just move forward with whatever needs to be done to make that happen, I think that would be really important. The other is moving forward and creating our resident and expert public safety group in conjunction with the third-party review on public safety. I think having staff spend some time giving some options for different third parties that can do that review, and possibly identifying some community experts to include, along with council giving suggestions for residents to be on that committee, would be wonderful. The other thing is the economic development portion. We heard over and over again in this listening session about how important it is to provide economic development to the Black community and people of color in our city. And there's a lot of things that we can already do. So we already do economic development work. Obviously, we did set aside money to try to continue to support our economic development in Palm Springs. And I think when we're looking at things, talking about hiring and promoting more African American staff, that's something that just through process we can start looking into and trying to do outreach to different groups. I know of several that you can advertise to for positions. The other is workforce development programs. We have residents of the community who participated in these in the past with the city, and that's something that's kind of gotten lost over the last few years. And so how do we connect with partners in the area to get those things back up and moving? One of the other things too is the food desert, which we just discussed. So I'm really glad that that's already on the table. So I think, it's, and again, with the food desert, I'd like staff to bring forward in a resolution or ordinance regarding incentives for Black and Latinx businesses, right? And nonprofit organizations. How do we what kind of incentives can we offer to get those groups to benefit in the same way that others have from in our businesses in Palm Springs. So those were some of the kind of concrete things that I think that we could move forward with that wouldn't necessarily be a huge additional cost, obviously staff time, but this is more about kind of shifting priorities as a city and doing some concrete things to improve the lives of all of our residents. And I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem, you have something else you want to add?
Sure, thank you. I completely agree with everything you just said, and I was just looking at my notes. I made a long list of notes about what residents asked for during the listening session, and we said we would listen, and then we said we would act with urgency. And I think that there's a lot of urgency behind taking action immediately on a lot of these items that should be easy to do and should have been done a long time ago. And, if you look at the Loma Linda health study about actually that health study from 2014 indicated a number of different items that the city and the Desert Healthcare District and others should do. And those have just been sitting, and some of them overlap with what residents asked for. So I do think I agree with your items that you raised. I think it'd be good to talk about, our process and how we can move some of these things forward quickly, and then how to engage the community and people affected on some of the other issues. But I agree, I heard a lot of pain and hurt from the city's role in Section 14. I read the report from the Attorney General or the DOJ office on that, and it's quite strong. So for anyone asking for proof of a history of racism in Palm Springs, you can read that report, which I won't quote now, but residents did quote. I agree with you renaming Crosley to Lawrence Crosley. We heard a lot about what we can do through a third-party review of our police department policies and practices, and just making sure that we have consistent enforcement throughout the city. I think we should look at race disparities that people raised. People talked about de-escalation practices. People talked about mental health training. People talked about how we decide to police homelessness and mental health, and trying to look at other investments like with social workers. Things like that. People raised funding for Palm Springs High School to have school resource officers. People really raised economic development issues, like Councilmember Garner said. And we have, as our Economic Development Subcommittee, talked about ways to do incentives or support for minority-owned businesses. How we award city contracts, I heard. People raised our housing and policy and land use issues, so the history of redlining and de jure segregation in the city of Palm Springs. We're doing a lot of this work already. We're updating our general plan. So like Councilmember Garner said, sort of we need to have this framework in all the work that we do. As we approve housing projects, we heard a lot about people are being pushed out of the city of Palm Springs because they can no longer afford it. And how we can make it more affordable to live in Palm Springs. People raised racial disparities and COVID in our workforce and how that's impacting folks. And then diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives like staff training and our staff hiring practices. So I just wanted to, I know it's late, but I wanted to spend a few minutes reiterating back what we heard and what we listened to, because we didn't just do this session just to do it or just to have a meeting and look like we're doing something. I think we really want to hear and listen and take urgent action. So I would agree with Councilmember Garner's proposals. I think that there are more in the community as well that we could just move forward on that, we could bring back pretty quickly.
Thank you. anyone next, or I can go. If no one else, I will throw out a couple of things and thank you both for those. And I will try not to repeat things, but also just want to thank you both for organizing the listening session. I thought it was such a worthwhile process and so important to do. And I think there are a lot of comments that were really just so heartfelt, and people have experienced pain, and just it was important to do. And I want to thank everyone who participated as well in doing that, because it's not always easy to do that and to share things in that kind of public way. So I really do appreciate all of that. As far as things that I think we can do quickly, I just want to throw out for consideration, I agree on Lawrence Crosley. That sort of got stopped. There was a few council members who were going to work on a different way potentially to honor him, and nothing ever came of that. And I think that should come back. I would like to see us look at doing what Redlands and San Bernardino County and Coachella did last night in declaring systemic racism as a public health crisis, and being able to utilize that as we move forward on policies and as we look at things, taking that into account. I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor for us to do. I think we heard a lot about Section 14 and an apology and other things we might want to do related to Section 14. I think we can do on a relatively quick time frame. I do think when it comes back, and I would ask staff to put the Attorney General report on the website. I think people should have the opportunity to read it. I've sent it to people who have asked, but I think it would be helpful. It is an important part of our history. It was a government report. We're seeing a lot of articles and opinion pieces in the Desert Sun about what happened. And I think it's important that the public knows what the official California State Attorney General report had to say on that as well, because all views of history should be shared. And I think that was an incredibly powerful thing to read the first time I read it, and it didn't become any less powerful when I read it again. And I think we really should make that available for folks. I would like, and this will take a little more time, but some recommendations on doing, racism and, bias training for all staff, and to make that available through a webinar for all of our residents. It'd be great to be able to do something like that in bigger in-person groups, which we can't now. But I think we're in a moment where a lot of people who weren't necessarily focused on these issues, who have never had that training and don't understand some of what implicit bias is or even systemic racism is, but want to learn, I think it would be a good opportunity to provide that information and something that could live on our website by, someone who's really an expert in doing this. Other thing I just want to touch on, and I spoke with Kathy Cohn, the head of 1PS, on some issues that I've raised for more than a year, and I think we raised earlier this year. We still have 2 neighborhoods that do not allow renters to be full members in their organized neighborhood recognized by the city in 1PS, which is against our rules. And we still have many residents, and in many cases, lower income residents, who are not part of any organized neighborhood. 1PS leadership has really stepped up, and I want to commend them for moving this forward. And she felt very confident that all of that could be done by October, that the boundaries will be expanded to include every address in the city, and that process is moving forward, and that will give enough time for people to have their annual board meetings, by Zoom, to change their bylaws or else not be recognized as an official neighborhood. So that is moving forward, and I really want to thank Kathy and the leadership at 1PS for getting this important thing done, because this is how we do communicate with our residents. I have previously raised the issue of the gates that divide 4 public streets from mostly apartment buildings to single-family homes in Chuckwalla. I think there are a number of issues on that, whether they remain cul-de-sacs as many people want as they have been, but whether that can be done without gates, and how many people feel about the gates, and without getting into that right now, and I think that's something we can deal with, because we're going to need to actually mail to the people north of the gates, because they don't get newsletters from the neighborhood organization because they're not part of any. I do think that we should figure out if we can easily open the pedestrian access now. There's no reason pedestrians and people on bicycles shouldn't be able to go back and forth on city streets, and none of the public comments that I've gotten have been opposed to that. So I'd like to see if that can be done, and I'd also like to see if, given use of those roads, just get input from the police and fire chief, on, have we ever used the padlocks? We have padlocks on gates on public streets, and have we ever actually had to use those for a fire truck? Is that still needed? As we look at potential alternatives that we can talk to the residents about that might replace gates but still keep cul-de-sacs as an option. But I would like to see maybe come back if it's easy to make the pedestrian access available. And so those are just some additional ideas I wanted to suggest. Councilmember Middleton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Garner, Mayor Pro Tem Holstege, for your work in getting this started. It's something that needed to happen, and we in the city have been willing to address tough questions and try to deal with them with our community. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to vote to rename Crosley, Lawrence Crosley. I got that opportunity previously when I was a member of the Planning Commission, and it was with great pleasure that I voted then to rename the entire street from Ramon south to East Palm Canyon, and I look forward to that opportunity again. What happened in Section 14 was incredibly complex. Many different things occurred. But one thing we know is that the city acted in a fashion that cannot be condoned. And an apology is due. And that apology needs to come from the City Council for the actions of the city and what we did and what we were responsible for. We've received a tremendous number of phone calls and emails and letters and conversation with regard to Frank Bogart, and I have personally spoken with numerous individuals. And I never met Mr. Bogart personally. I don't have that frame of reference that so many do. But in speaking to so many folks, what is really clear in the conversations that I've had is the warmth, the respect, the affection, the humor that so many individuals in our community had for Mr. Bogart. I've spoken with members of his family, but with very few exceptions, everyone that I have spoken to who remembers those times with the fondness that we have heard from so many people, with very, very few exceptions, every one of those individuals is white. And within the Filipino community, within the Latino community, and most pronounced within the African American community, when I talk to the descendants of the people who are on Section 14, they speak less to me about Mr. Bogart personally and far more about those times. And the words are not respect. The words are not admiration. The words are not affection. The words that I hear are anger and hurt and a sense of disrespect. So I think we need to set a time on our agenda for us to fully determine what is appropriate and where it's appropriate. What I would ask of others in the community is to do a bit of what I have tried to do as well as I can, and that is talk with people who do not look like yourself. Talk with people who have a background that is different than yours. And talk honestly and listen fully. If we're going to have healing in this community, and I believe we need healing, that healing cannot come from one side or the other. It has to come from us realizing that every human being is a complex person filled with things that we do really well and things that we look back and regret that we did. But progress comes because we get a little bit less imperfect. And I absolutely believe progress can only come when we listen to one another and try to recover from some of the hurt that has happened. The last thing I want to say is, as a neighborhood person, I have spent, I think, more time in neighborhoods meetings than anyone who's ever been on city council. And when I go to neighborhood meetings around the city, in neighborhood after neighborhood, the police are present. They are greeted with warmth. They're greeted with affection, with respect. And there's a feeling of mutuality. But I have been to numerous meetings in the Desert Highland Gateway Community Action Association at James O. Jesse. And those same feelings are not present. There's a tension in the room that doesn't exist elsewhere. I think one of the most tangible things that we need to do is to sit down and have the folks in our police department and in Desert Highland really talking with one another, listening to one another, working with one another. If we can heal that relationship, I believe everything else that we are trying to do will fall in place. But if we do not heal that relationship, we are going to struggle to achieve anything else. Thank you.
Horowitz. I don't want to repeat what has been artfully stated thus far. I do believe we heard 4 hours of stories, people's personal stories, and I think it is important to tell stories for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's incredibly healing to tell the story and have people actually actively listen to that story. I think a lot of that came out of the session, and it also gives us a foundation of history of people who participated in times begone where they were feeling some anger still, or even on the opposite side, some admiration we heard on the opposite side. But history should inform us for where we're at and help us shape the future. And I think that's what's really important as we take action, and several action has been stated already by other council members. But I would add one more. I might have our Human Rights Commission try and form a coalition that can help us with getting the message out or start talking about racism or understanding what it is, the nuances of it. And they could form a coalition with like 1PS, ACLU, NAACP, Mizell Center, the local churches, the police department, where they can form a coalition. And it has to be more than the 5 of us. and our executive staff doing this. We really need to broaden it. So I would just add, we need to involve our commissions in it as well. Thank you.
Anyone? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Councilmember Garner was first. I'll go after her.
No, I was just going to push us forward.
To the future.
Right. I just wanted to say I appreciate all the suggestions from council. I think they're important. And I just want to urge us, I think it's important to take these actions and really take concrete policy changes as well. So I think that the risk is that we'll fall into symbolic action and just making sure that all of our actions really have a direct relationship to policies that we can, will change people's lives and change outcomes. Because if you read that Loma Linda study about the disparate impacts in health for communities of color in Palm Springs, for the Black community in Palm Springs, it's shocking. It truly is. And I said that I wouldn't read the Attorney General report, but it actually, this report from May 31st, 1968, well before I was born, it states that the city needs to take urgent action to address that issue. So as we're thinking about apology, I agree. I think the city should issue a formal apology for the role in Section 14. And I think that should include other items that the community called for. So whether it's investments into the community or the families that were affected by that, we heard a lot of suggestions from the community about those types of investments or things that are still needed in that community, just urging us to include, policy action that will change outcomes as we're also doing symbolic actions. And that's not to say symbolic actions aren't important, because they really are for our residents. We heard that people, don't feel like there's a presence of the Black community or a presence in the history of Palm Springs, even though the Black community and people of color have built this community. So just thinking through, I just want to urge us to not only do an apology, but actually include items in it, to declare a public health crisis, which I think we should, because I've heard members of the community say again and again, racism is a public health crisis, but also include things like Coachella did, which Coachella at the same meeting funded, rent relief and other programs. They formed an equity committee to address some of these issues. So just making sure all of our actions include those items, I think would be helpful.
Great. Anything else?
Yeah, I would just like to make sure that this stuff moves forward, and that specifically, we right now work on renaming Lawrence Crossley, that we start reviewing third parties for our public safety review and getting that community group together. And then as well as actively advertising to the Black community and the Latinx community with the few jobs that we are hiring for. Then that's really important. And then again, with economic development, something that comes forward with incentives for Black and Latinx businesses, and making sure that we're actually figuring out how to do a workforce development program again. I know David remembers, because he was here when we used to do that. So just picking it back up. But I think these are all things that we can move forward, and I know I'm happy to go through all of this stuff with city staff and be there to support, and I know Mayor Pro Tem is as well. And to say the same with an apology, all of these things can happen, I think, relatively soon. So with only one meeting in August and hopefully a very brief meeting, I think we can have all of this stuff pushed forward, you know, at our first meeting in September. If not, and some of it can already just be moving forward as policy, right? Like hiring.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, I think it needs us to sort of clarify some action pieces. So for the next meeting on the 6th, we're going to bring the Crosley Road naming of council, to bring that to council. So I just want some direction. Normally, a street name change has a public hearing. That's not required when council does it. So you just want this on the agenda, I presume, and not into the Planning Commission as a public hearing. Now, it did do that a couple of years ago. Right, so, and then it came to council and you didn't make the change then. So we just want to bring it back to this agenda.
Yes, I think we've already hashed it out many times over, and now it's time to just take action on it.
Is there any notice that you want us to give to the neighborhood on that, or just because we won't be able to do a mailing by next? Well, we could do a mailing, or we just reach out to the neighborhood association. I just didn't know what level of formal notice you want to give to the neighborhood, if any.
I can tell you from when this was heard at the Planning Commission that there was both very strong support and very strong opposition. And I believe we should move forward with the name change. But we reach out to our community every time we're going to make a change. And it's appropriate to reach out to the community and let them know that this is coming. That's what we do.
Thank you. And then on the, council member, if you could clarify the incentives, you wanted a resolution on incentives for Black and Latina business. So I'm not sure in terms of the amount of dollars that we want. So that's a budget question too. And we need some direction on how much money and then what kind of incentives.
Sure. I think when we're thinking about it, we're just thinking about how we can help businesses. I know we've talked in the Business Retention Committee has talked in the past about how to support small businesses. So I think we're thinking about it in a similar way. And maybe it's through providing mentorships too. Sometimes people are creating a business for the first time and just need assistance and being connected to resources. So I think I know that this isn't a new thing, so I'm happy to take a look at what other cities have done and send those to staff. But I think I would like to know what's available as far as a financial aspect of it, even though we might not be able to do it right now. But I think that personally, I want to be able to see something ready so that when we do have funding to do something, we can, or if there's a grant available that we take advantage of it and we can have that information. But for now as well, just what are the mentorship type things that we can provide, or what are fees that can be waived that maybe wouldn't have a huge impact on the city, but that could be very beneficial to a new business owner. Just guidance on how to jump through a lot of the hoops.
I would just,
okay.
If I could just follow up on that one, because I think another one that was raised by the public, and either Councilmember Garner or Mayor Pro Tem Holster has mentioned on this, is in city contracting. So what kind of scoring can we give? What's allowed, given Prop 209, which hopefully won't be existing by the time a lot of this will be implemented, but maybe. So getting some information on that, I know as one of you mentioned, and that's something I would tie in with the economic development piece, because it does help. We have a local preference, but what else can we do as far as minority group preferences or scoring and how that works.
Well, if I could, Attorney, I mean, we have a local preference. Are we allowed to do minority preference?
Unless it's
There's a way to, yeah.
unless it's a condition of federal funding under Prop 209, we're not allowed to. That's the subject of the constitutional amendment that is headed to the ballot this fall.
Fine.
There's a way to do it that is race neutral, but has can have the impact. So we should just look at sort of how some other places are doing it, and I can send you some stuff that I have on that from when we were looking at it in economic development.
Okay.
Yeah, for example.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I might propose, because I think this is really hard to do and right now, but I wonder if there's a liaisons, if it continues to be me and Council Member Garner, or if it's, I know the mayor has proposed a number of policy changes, if it's the mayor and Council Member Garner moving forward on these specific items. But I heard renaming of Lawrence Crosley, declaring racism, systemic racism, a public health crisis with concrete actions that we will take to address it. I heard reviewing racism and bias training for staff and other organizations, commissions, council, others. I heard the boundaries of 1PS to include everyone and change bylaws where they exclude folks. I heard the gates in El Mirador. I heard going to the Human Rights Commission to form a coalition or carry on some of this work. And I heard the third-party review and a community. We had talked about forming a community group within that. I heard actively hiring and advertising jobs. I heard incentives for businesses, and I heard a formal apology for Section 14, if I didn't say that already. So I wonder if we can pick maybe a process, we could pick some of these items that we can do on August 6th or that we could do on September 3rd. And then maybe a subcommittee or a liaison can go forward on some of the more complicated items like business incentives and others that might take more research.
Well, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
If we could pick out which ones are going to be on next week in September. I mean, there's a universe of things here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, for what the committee is, there's also a universe of things that were recommended by the CVRA working group that we didn't act on. There are a number of things, like I said, in the Loma and Linda health study. So we're not having to recreate the wheel. And, we don't have to do that because people have been asking for things for a long time. But I think that would be good. So I heard Lawrence Crosley can come forward on August 6th and include notice to the surrounding neighborhoods.
Yes, that's correct. That one we can do. The declaration okay.
What else could we bring forward on August 6th or September 3rd or a different meeting in between?
Well, I mean, for example, declaring racism, systemic healthcare crisis, apology to Section 14. I mean, I guess it's the question of, what is the staff report on that? And everything is due next Thursday, a week from tonight. So.
Right.
If you want them on next week or in September. And the same for the gates, the Bogart statue. Well, we just have to decide when we want to have these, and maybe we need to have a series of special meetings.
I think it's, if we can do a declaration of public health crisis, which of course contains an apology for Section 14 at the next meeting, that would be great, along with Lawrence Crosley. I think that's a great start. And then move forward from there. And I'm happy as a liaison to discuss kind of setting it up for September, and I'm happy as well to propose the timeline for these at August 6th meeting.
Great.
If that works for staff.
Well, for example, the apology. Okay, so, but not being there at the time, I don't have any ability to write that staff report unless it's just general. City Council apologizes. History, background, getting all the facts. I just don't know how that's possible in a staff report that's due in basically 3 days, unless council can help me. We've got a lot of other things to go on the agenda. So I guess I just need some help in the priority of these and how they're going to manifest. Like declaring racism systemic healthcare crisis. I don't know. I mean, I think we need to do some research to get a staff report that outlines what we're doing and why. And I just don't know that we have the ability to do that by next week.
I think that's fine. If it's not staff capacity, then that's okay. We move forward with Lawrence Crossley as you already were, determined was possible, and to just have a timeline for the next meeting with all of these things. And would that work? A timeline of, a proposed timeline with priorities and how to move forward with them?
Sure, and I think as we just look at agenda formation, we maybe just, obviously we're going to look at September, or we just need to have some additional meetings, and that, and that's up to council.
I might propose a suggestion is to keep the conversation alive and going. It certainly wouldn't hurt if we, added something to several agenda items to several agendas, and it keeps the conversation going. It keeps us moving forward. Possibly, if we have time to do Lawrence Crossley next meeting, let that be that, and then kind of move it forward, and the subcommittee can work on the priority of that.
And if I can, to help David and others, I think the council understands that a lot of this is the council's job. So I understand our staff is overworked and underpaid, and right now especially, and we can, the city of Redlands passed the declaration that public health, systemic racism is a public health crisis. I think 2 days ago, the city of Coachella passed one as well this week. So, these models exist. We don't have to recreate the wheel. I would be happy to, or I'm sure every council member on here would be happy to, I would be proud to write that resolution and adapt it for Palm Springs. I don't think that's a lot of work. I do think that if we're going to call out, which I would like to see in that declaration, specific actions, that might take some time. And that's up to the council of how to best do that. And I know the mayor's been working on this and writing about it and has done a lot of work there. So, we're happy and to write a lot of this. So not staff reports, but, we can work on that. We can take what's already been done. We're behind the curve in some ways in the city of Palm Springs on a lot of these issues, and the models exist. So let's, do the work that should have been done and just bring those models forward. We don't have to write it from scratch.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you. And one other thing I would ask for, Mayor, specifically is a subcommittee, if you could appoint on the consultant to do the third-party review in the police department, only because just choosing this consultant and the scope of work, I think it'd be important to have some council feedback on that. So at least a subcommittee to get started before we bring it to the full committee, before we bring it to the full council.
Sure. So why don't we do both these things? So one thing, just a thought, just to finish up the other one is, and I appreciate Councilmember Garner work sort of on a timeline on some of these. And I think, if there are things someone wants to take on, right, we don't have to have one or two people do everything. There's so much here, that we can all take on different pieces of it to get the work done, because, there is limited bandwidth on staff, and I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Holstage's comments. and I'm happy to take on some pieces. You know, so as you look at that, Councilmember Garner, from a timeline, you know, maybe then at the next meeting we go through, you know, where you have bandwidth, where, you know, other people can help, and that way we can all take parts of this and, you know, help move it forward that way.
Yep, happy to do that. I'm very good at telling people what to do.
Well, perfect.
I can do this.
Okay, and now, so you want liaison to work on choosing a consultant, the whole process? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Or who is interested in doing that? Councilmember Garner? We want to work with Councilmember Garner. I'm happy to if no one else does, but I'm also very happy to have someone else do it. I have no shortage of other things I'm doing. But I will say I am happy to work with Councilmember Garner and if no one else wants to work on that.
Thank you.
So we now have liaisons. Okay. Are we on to the next item? We might get done by midnight. So, City Manager, you have mentioned that we don't have to make a decision on moving forward with this consultant until the 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Mr. Fuller has indicated that it would not be a problem to delay this a couple weeks because in the end, ultimately, Council, this will come down to if, in fact, we get the grant spending $1.5 million as a matching the other $1.5 million for the dog park at Demuth. And I think it'd be helpful to have a little bit more time to review this because we'll have a better sense of where our revenues are. So if we can push this to August 6th, I think that might be helpful for everyone to make the decision.
You know,
I'd like to offer a suggestion as we postpone and maybe look at as you research it. This is just a shot in the dark thought. Since we have such a tight budget right now, would there be a potential for naming rights of the park? You know, Petco Park or something of that nature. I don't know, you know, that would come up with some money, and I don't know if we have staff that can do that.
No, well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, naming rights, council's indicated in the past you're certainly open to that, and that could be part of the proposal.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilstich.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have a comprehensive conversation about our funding for parks. However, to me, to spend $10,000 right now to move forward on a possibility, and it sounds like a high likelihood of $1.6 million in federal funds for a park, is an easy decision for me. You know, we've heard a lot, and I've been personally working on this issue for a while now. I'm going to local meetings at the dog park, you know, we've held meetings on this issue to design it. We've heard again and again from the dog park constituents that our dog park's so overused. So anyway, if we are going to bring it back, I would also like I agree with Councilmember Wood, to have an understanding sort of, because I know we finance our existing dog park with naming rights, with bricks, things like that. I've talked to our former Mayor Kleindienst about how they did that at the time. And I know there was a lot of community involvement. So maybe some information about creative ways we could finance the match would be helpful. And what we did in the past would be helpful when we discuss it at the next meeting.
Yeah, so just my thought on that, and I agree the $10,000 investment is not a big one unless we decide that we're not going to move forward because we don't have the matching amount and we'd rather put it to other things. And it's sort of what I mentioned earlier. I think we probably should just have the park priorities for funding conversation at the next meeting because we have sort of three major pieces here, right? We have this now, which is a, you know, 7-figure expense. And great to get federal funds, and I agree, a lot of people want it. We have the Measure J Parks and Rec community projects that were about $2 million that had been recommended, and we have the issues with the downtown park. So it just would seem that we should have a discussion on what are the priorities and what is realistic that we can do, you know, in the context of all of it. Because if we take each one separately, it doesn't quite work because if we don't have the funding to do it.
One thing I would note, Mayor, you'd mentioned before to have the Parks Commission and Measure J weigh in. We probably wouldn't, well, they wouldn't be able to have any sort of formal meetings probably before we meet on the 6th, although we certainly could try. But if you're looking for them to provide a priority to council, a recommendation.
I think it would be helpful to get their input. They've worked on these issues before. You know, they might be able to have a joint meeting just on these issues, you know, the day before to our meeting. It would probably just be good to get their input. That's why we have the commission.
I have a little problem with that.
Okay.
In the fact that the Measure J and the Parks and Rec have already taken a negative stance on the downtown park in a letter that came to us during the budget process. And quite frankly, it doesn't incorporate all those people that worked on the downtown park at all. It excludes them from the entire process. If you're going to be talking about having them set priorities, and you're leaving out a whole set of people that have a different priority possibly, it's a little problematic for me.
Sure. And that wasn't from the commissions. It was from, like, I think 2 people from each commission who are a subcommittee on the downtown park. Obviously, we should, you know, we'll hear from people who were involved in the downtown park. We'll hear from people who are involved from the public working on the community projects from Measure J. But we may not agree with, any of us may or may not agree with what the commissions recommend, but we do have the commissions, and I think we should hear from them. And it gives the public an opportunity to speak to the commissions.
Then I believe that we should also hear from the Downtown Park Committee as well.
I'm sure we will. I've heard from many of them. And that's why we're doing this at a public meeting, to hear from the public.
Could I ask?
Councilman Rivera.
So I'm just a little bit confused about what it exactly is that we're doing, because initially I was hearing, let's have Parks and Rec meet and Measure J meet as a joint group to discuss this and make recommendations, which I think is great. But if we're going to do that, I agree with Councilmember Woods that we should have park people also in on that meeting, just so that we have that information available. But yeah, it is true that that letter only came from a few people, and other members didn't even see it at all. So
right.
I think that's important to note. But yeah, I do think that if we're going to have a joint meeting, then we should have all of those stakeholders involved, or we shouldn't have any of them and just allow them to come in and voice their opinion at the regular meeting. But I think we have, if we're going to do either one, we need to be fair in who we're including.
Oh.
I agree. And I think we want to be thoughtful too about engaging all stakeholders. So, you know, our Parks and Rec Commission is amazing. They do great work, Measure J as well. We also lack representation of parents, of working people, of women on a lot of our commissions. And so we just have to be thoughtful, one, that we're having good diversity on our commissions who are making these important decisions. You know, how do you decide parks? I think we do have some parents on the Parks and Rec Commission, but we didn't for a time. You know, how do we make these decisions without parents? So I agree with Councilmember Woods and Garner about just having a process where, you know, we're including everyone.
Okay. If I could ask, I yield to Councilmember Middleton.
That's quite okay. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we were on agenda item 5C, which is a modest request for some funding to possibly get some additional funding for the dog park. And it's evolved into a much, much larger conversation that one is not on the agenda, and two is impossible to resolve this evening, and three I don't know where Dr. Reddy would find the staff to come up with a staff report for us to deal with it in 2 weeks. All of this conversation needs to take place, but I think it's one that we need to schedule for sometime in September.
Yeah, we actually moved to the upcoming agenda development, so that's what we're really discussing.
Oh, we did? Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, because David said we didn't need to do this tonight, so we moved on.
Oh, I was going to make a motion to approve it.
So we can go back. So from the city manager, let me ask you this. I mean, or Marcus, when do we need to make some decisions? You know, we had our initial meeting on some ideas on the downtown park with Mayor Pro Tem and I. I mean, when do we need to make these decisions on what we're going to be spending money?
Yeah, so how about this? By the 6th, we're going to have to make a decision on the 10,000 to get moving on this study if we're going to get the federal funding. So in the end, if you choose not to, you always could refuse the grant, but at least you're in the queue to get it. So it would be a 10,000 that would at risk. And if you do that, you can launch that, and then you have more time to have other discussion. But quite frankly, I'd step back. I'm not sure what would the question be to the Parks and Rec Commission in Measure J. Do you want this park as opposed to that park? Do you want to spend the money on it or not? Those are squarely the province of the city council. I don't know that those commissions are in a position to make that decision because those are the value decisions that you would be making. So I'm not even sure what the specific question is it would be for them. And I could use some help there. But if we're going to go ahead with this study now, we've got more time that we could develop that, and then it's not as time sensitive. So I guess the bottom line is going forward with the motion to approve this 10,000, we'd get launched there, and then you'd have more time for discussion.
So I would think the question would be to the Parks and Rec and to Measure J is, we have budgetary crisis. What are creative ways to come up with $1 million match to make this work? Is it bricks with your dog's name on it? Is it naming rights? Let's get creative. Let's get creative. We obviously are in a position right now where we can't afford it, but we can certainly are in a position to have creative minds come together and think about how we can make it happen.
Pro Tem Holstich.
Now I want a brick with my dog's names on him.
Mine is begging for attention right now because she knows we're talking about a dog park. She's right up to me.
So I think that's a good suggestion. I agree. A lot of this is value decisions by the council who's elected to make it. For example, I raised in the budget meeting about our use for Measure J moving forward, understanding that the purpose of Measure J was to make investments in infrastructure for residents, including downtown revitalization. So, I agree we should not pit parks against other parks, but I do think a lot of it's for council to make those initial decisions. Should we, seek this federal funding? What are our priorities? How are we going to budget Measure J? All of those decisions. If we have extra revenue for Measure J or we have less, how's that going to work? And I like the idea of sending it to the commissions for the creative, work that they're experts in doing.
So let me ask you that question I think Marcus was about to answer. When do we need to really pull the trigger on what the modified, probably temporary downtown park is going to be?
We were working towards bringing that at the next meeting on August 6th. Is what I thought the direction was from the liaisons.
Okay. Do we feel you'll be able to get the extra options we had in time to do that?
We are working towards that goal, yes, over the next week, because as Dr. Reddy mentioned, we need to have something wrapped up to put out on the agenda next Thursday.
Do you want to make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem? Thought you said you did.
Yeah, it depends if we want to have a comprehensive discussion or if sounds like there's council support to move forward on this $10,000 to be in queue to get 1.6 million in federal funding for this park at least. So I'll make the motion to approve the amendment to the consulting services agreement as presented in the staff report.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holstege, second by Councilmember Middleton.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. So what else do we need to do on council requests and upcoming agenda development? So when does August 6th work for people at 5:30? So first we need to make sure we're using that date as if it's going to happen, but we don't know people's calendars yet. So
Yes, it works.
Fine.
okay.
So Mayor, to recap on the special meeting on August 6th, we're going to have the discussion on the state grant and the affordable housing project that we'll bring forward. Also, the discussion on the downtown park and Demuth Park.
Well, I don't think there's anything to discuss since we're moving forward with the grant, going for the grant. So we'll just discuss that in the broader context.
Okay.
As we sort of look at our money. I don't think it's in the context of the downtown park. I think that will be a conversation on what kind of funding we can get from other means for paying for the Demuth Dog Park and the Measure J community projects that were bathrooms and improvements in existing neighborhood parks, and how we're going to try and fund all of that. That won't be next week.
Okay. And then also, we will bring forward Crosley Road, and then we may have a preliminary update on the budget. We'll agendize that to have a preliminary update. We'll have more firm numbers in September, but we may be able to give you a preliminary, at least, look at it at that meeting.
And if it's, if you're not sure, you can do it as a presentation and present it, right? We don't need a staff report with everything else on the plate if it's just preliminary.
Correct. Thank you.
What about CVAP? I know Councilmember Middleton asked for that at the beginning.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. It's getting late. Thank you. Yes, CVAP will be on here as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I ask when we get that we just sort of get what the budget implication is rather than we're waiving rent, but we're giving them less? I actually would rather just keep it the way we've been doing it. It's the same amount of money.
And then we collect the rent.
If we give them less, it's still the same amount of money out of the budget. So I think it's better from the city's perspective to show how much we are giving them. And I wouldn't change that because it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the budget implications. Let's just keep it the way we've been doing it. So in presenting it, I'd like to see it that way as well, the way we normally would do it. I can explain that to you tomorrow.
Normally we'll do it. I'll have to remember that.
Normally we do it, yes. I don't know. It's midnight. Exactly. Anything else? Okay. And this will be a regular city council meeting on August 6th, correct? Not a special?
Well, they're all special, Mayor. But
I
think they're all special.
It is a special meeting because the meeting was dark, unless the council wants to go back to the item of the schedule of the meetings and add August 6th to that.
That's fine. I just want to adjourn using the proper language. So I'm also going to ask that we adjourn in memory of Frederick Fritz Collins, who just passed away. He was a street traffic maintenance worker for over 19 years in the city of Palm Springs, starting in the year 2000. He's survived by his wife, Deborah, Rich was an important part of the team, ensuring our streets were repaired and safe, and assisted in many of the special events and parades held over the city for nearly 20 years. He worked with us. He also played Santa Claus over the holidays recently, spreading cheer at City Hall. He will be truly missed. So our hearts go out to all the rest of the employees and his friends and family for his loss. And we'll adjourn to the next special City Council meeting, which will be held on Thursday, August 6th at 5:30 p.m. Good morning, everyone.